5 years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction.
He's doing his Umberto.
You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Monte, did he maybe fall? Oh!
Oh my God.
Oh, if Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's thrown up in poker.
It is a true honor of mine to present you with your 6th World Series of Poker bracelet. There it is. You can hold it up there. Let's hear it for our champion, the 100K high roller. Thank you. Yuri Zalewski.
And with that,
we welcome you back to the 2026 World Series of Poker from the Horseshoe, from Paris, from Las Vegas, Nevada. This is WSOP Countdown, coming to you almost live from the Paris Ballroom. Hello, everybody, and welcome in. Thank you all so much for being with us. Jeff Platt here. Stapes has most of the day off. David Williams is back. Norman Chad is here. Our special guest, the now 6-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. I'm not going to mess up your bracelet count anymore. Yuri Zivlevsky, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for being here. What runs through your mind when you watch that back, when you see yourself hoist bracelet number 6?
Well, first, thank you for having me. It's a big honor and pleasure to be alongside this elegant man. And the most iconic voices in poker, so thanks for having me. And what was the question again?
What runs through your mind when you watch something like that back, when you see yourself win that 6th bracelet?
Yeah, it's always special.
Yeah.
Winning a bracelet is always a memory that I'm going to remember forever. So all of them are special. I want to feel this feeling more times, I hope.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Now, this is a weird World Series for you, Yuri. Usually your family is here, but your wife is back home expecting your 2nd child next month.
Correct.
So what is it really unusual for you to be here and more emotions with them back home?
For sure. It's way tougher to not having them here. Like, we all know that poker is very hard, like in terms of emotions, and having them here was always very, very good for me, for my mental health. Like having them at home when I go back is everything to me, and not having them, it's really, really hard. The only like good thing is that I just play all the time, every time. I don't have days off. I just focus on the game. So that's what I'm doing to represent them the best way I can.
Perhaps you fought extra hard to make it count. Like,
correct.
I'm going to be here without my family. I'm not going to waste any moments.
That's it.
Now, we all know you pretty well, and everyone back in Brazil knows you pretty well, but there are some people at home who might be unfamiliar with Yuri, so let's just briefly take a look at his poker resume. #1 on the Brazilian all-time money list by far. 6 bracelets. No one else in Brazil has more than 2. Of course, back in 2022, he was the Poker Players Championship runner-up to Dan Jungleman Cates. In addition, you know, you have the 2nd best mustache in poker, and you were my pick to win the World Series Player of the Year. So, do you think you have a chance for the best mustache, and do you have a chance for Player of the Year?
Yeah, actually, I would like to say a huge thank you for you, because when I was a 15-year-old, living with my parents, watching WSOP, your voice was the soundtrack. So years later, watching you picking me as the player of the year, your choice is, and saying so many good things and amazing things and funny things about me, I was like, it meant the world. I was so happy, so pleased, and I even saved the video because it's going to be forever in my mind. So thank you very much for being the voice that is being like that is with me this whole journey. Thank you
I
very
appreciate
much.
it.
I was so happy to.
When Jeff hears my voice, he gets nauseous. So this is such an honor to hear that you react in such a great way.
No
Thank
comment,
you very much.
but I do really love that. And you wore the Brazil-ish green shirt today, supporting.
Yes, of course.
I'm shocked. He watches our show. I love that.
Yeah, I also know that as well. Knew we had a viewer out there.
Yeah, I watched yesterday too. Thank you, Nick, for the kind words. Nick Schumann said some good things about me too. I was like, oh my God, this series, besides this part of the family not being here with me, it's been very, very special. So thank you very much. And what was the question again? I forgot again.
No, there was no
So,
question.
yeah.
Norman was just appreciative of your comments.
If I'm gonna be the best mustache and
Player of the year.
Now my mustache is not as good as it used to be. Do you remember when I had the very big?
That was so good.
Director Geldy.
All right, let's go back and take a look at what happened 2 nights ago at the final table of the 100K High Roller, where you won. I had the pleasure of being on the call of that with Ali. Here's 2 hands, 2 eliminations on your way to winning. Tell us your thoughts and feelings as you watch these back. What are you thinking?
Yeah, here Kulev was the short stack with like 6 BBs, I think, on the big blind, or 5 BBs. So I think Ace-4 is a easy open, and then he just jammed on the flop. I had middle pair, I can't fold for 5 BBs. And the last hand I had 9s on the button, he had 20 BBs. I decided to limp this time. Sometimes I'm gonna raise. and he raised for 4x, and I just jammed, of course, and he called with the hand that he's supposed to call. So
Fairly
that's just a
standard.
cooler.
Yeah, got to win those. So something I mentioned during the call, right? We were looking at your bracelets, Ali and I said, you know, Yuri is kind of known as a mixed game killer. You know, he won the Super High Roller Bowl. Look at his 5 bracelets. He's got PLO bracelets in there, but then he's got horse, things like that. No limit hold'em only bracelets. And I said, I'm pretty sure this is very important to him. And then when you spoke about it, you mentioned to win a no limit hold'em meant so much to you. So did the weight of this being no limit hold'em, being a high roller against the best in the world, was that added pressure on you? Like, I got to get a bracelet in the Cadillac of poker here.
It's not about the buying, but I think being no limit hold'em, yeah, maybe I was like owing to myself like this, because no limit hold'em is the game that I dedicate my whole life to.
Right.
So I know that nowadays I play a lot of mix, but still no limit hold'em is a game that I dedicate myself a lot. I have a poker team in Brazil, a poker school in Brazil, so I still need to be sharp to teach them. And I also try to play like twice a week no limit hold'em tournaments just to be sharp for these moments. And yes, it was special for this reason. So that's one of the reasons I was very emotional.
Now, my next question, there's a 250K going on.
Yeah.
You just won the 100K. Some would think you're ready for the 250. You know, you just beat these guys. Are you planning on playing? And if not, is it, you know, I got my no limit hold'em win. Let's go back to the mixed game streets.
Nah, actually, that's not what I was thinking about when I decided to play the Big O, actually.
Okay.
Because Big O is a game that I've been playing a lot, too. And I don't know, I think the field is...
You're playing Big O today?
Yes.
He's playing Big O today?
I'm playing Big O
today. How could you
today,
play
too.
Big O?
Oh, yeah.
Your first bracelet was an Omaha 8, stud 8 mix.
Correct.
That is today.
That is today.
It's your first bracelet and you're playing Big O instead of that?
Hey, look, we can always enter that if Big O doesn't go well for us.
True.
Yeah, Big O is a very volatile game. So
it could be quick.
Yeah.
One more Player of the Year question, since we got a little sidetracked on mustaches and Norman Chat Appreciation Day. Is Player of the Year something that you really want to come after, that you think that you could be considered one of the favorites to win?
Honestly, like I would be amazing to win.
Okay.
But I try to not put this type of pressure on myself. I just want to show up every day and do the best I can, hand by hand, thinking about maximizing EV, like making good decisions. I think this type of pressure just make me anxious, and maybe not like, if I have to take a day off, for example, I'm going to take the day off. So if I have this pressure, I'll probably be like, I have to play every day. So.
It's definitely the right way to approach it, I believe.
You hinted at it a little bit earlier. I know you saw what Nick Schulman said about you, but let's revisit that real quick from yesterday's countdown.
Yuri, my Player of the Year pick. He reminds me of Nick Schulman. Plays all the games well, never seems to tilt. Yuri has won 6 bracelets since 2019. Only 34 years old, a little younger than Nick, a little better looking than Nick. By the way, are you a Yuri fan, sir?
Huge Yuri fan. I agree with all of that. He's, you know, top 3 in the world overall, maybe the best.
Wow.
So he's awesome.
A future Hall of Fame. I mean, that's pretty cool. You heard me say it, David, at the very end, but Hall of Fame just kind of has to pop up in the discussion, right?
Right. Because what I was going to say is all your bracelets are in a short time frame, last 7 years. 6 bracelets. Is the Hall of Fame something you envisioned for yourself when you won that first bracelet 7 years ago, where you're like, I could be in the Hall of Fame one day? Is that something you thought about?
Definitely not, actually. It's like I haven't allowed myself to dream with something like that, but it's insane to think about it. It's just like...
So now you may have heard the changes to the system yesterday with multiple people having a chance at getting in. They're going to vote, and if you get a threshold, so there could be up to 6 per year. Do you think with these changes, do you think maybe you might get there sooner than later?
I don't know, honestly. If I do, like, I would be super honored.
Well, you got 6 bracelets now, as David mentioned. That's tied for 18th all time. And, of course, you just got your first No Limit Hold'em title. And you talk about how you coach, and you still coach in No Limit Hold'em. But when you first branched out into mixed games, you got a PLO coach who did not even play poker.
Correct.
What the heck?
Yes. I mean, my best 3 coaches, all of them, they were not professionals.
Wow.
That's insane, actually.
Wow.
Mixed games in Hold'em, in PLO, all of them, they were physicists and mathematicians.
It makes sense, though. Because poker, there's a lot more than knowing the numbers to poker, but having someone help you with that, they may not be good at the skills that we have for the live part of poker.
But still with no background whatsoever in poker,
No.
but
Yeah, they had.
some, okay.
Yeah. Like they were professionals for like a few years, but then they just stopped and they coach in a very, very high level.
I won't make you brag about yourself anymore. We're going to move on. We want to cover so much action last night. We had the 250K. We had another 2 bracelet winners. This is normally Stapes' time, and it is his segment. But I get to deliver the intro. Let me give myself a countdown. In 3, 2, buckle up, buckaroos. It's time for the tight laydown.
Oh.
First up is PLO winner Jason Zipfel, and I'm going to apologize now to that very long list of the best players to have never won a bracelet.
And are you that experienced in PLO? You're mostly a no-limit hold'em tournament player, yeah?
If you ask anyone, they'd say I'm the biggest donkey in PLO. I'm not even kidding. It means a lot because, I mean, I love poker. I play poker every day. It's because this is like the Mecca, the World Series of Poker. Yeah. Everyone dreams of winning a bracelet.
Careful mentioning Mecca. There's at least 4 red hats in here. Benny Glauser is now one name on a very short list of players who almost had 9 bracelets but got beat heads up by Daniel Negreanu's sleeper fantasy pick.
God, win another one. He's my boss.
Dong Chen, did Daniel tell you to rip off Scotty Wynn's entire everything? On to the real highlights in a tournament that costs $250,000 to play. First up, it's Ben Heath facing off against Jason Kuhn in the GG mystery hand. Tracks because Kuhn and Benoit Blanc are actually first cousins. Ben flops trip 10s, and the turn brings a potential flush. The rest doesn't run out too bad. But Jason starts with the donut hole and makes it into the whole enchilada. Remember, only the best and worst players in the world are capable of getting bluffed in this spot. Ben folds. Jason had a 5. Keep in mind, Ben's one of the best in the world, but to be clear, I also would have folded. Ooh, it's another GG Knives Out mystery. Fun fact, when you're playing poker, every hand is a mystery hand. Jan Zarend has 2 kings and the candlestick in the study, facing an under the pistol raise from Artur Martirosyan in the parlor. Artur calls on the 9-9-10 flop. Flush card hits the turn, and I'm guessing this mystery is about to have an exciting third act. The river is the deuce of glass onions. Arend's checks, and wake up dead man, there it is. And I must be out of jokes because I want to say that Arend's is unblocking diamonds. What? Who am I? And oh my God, we were right. For once, the guy who looks like he did it actually did it. Next up, Daniel Negreanu all in with the kings against a literal billionaire with a billion outs and a post-flop flip.
Really, I'm fine with it because I'm so used to whatever happens, happens. I'm tranquilo, my life is amazing, I'm gonna have a baby boy, everything's good.
They cover.
Whatever, right? Life is good.
Life is good, but is it 9 outs against Daniel Negreanu good? Holy Lord, Daniel's hand held. Unfortunately, because of that accident, he was then taken into custody by ICE. In a much less of a mystery hand, Sam Muller has flopped the joint against Alex Theologus, but we're only seeing this so we can show you Daniel's daring escape from Alligator Alcatraz.
I stopped midstream.
Don't worry about it, buddy. I've been pooping this entire time. And finally, in the hand of the century of the day, Daniel doesn't have it, but does he still got it?
Yeah, I only give a 6. 315.
Quite the speech, but maybe Muller recognizes the nearly direct quote from Rounders because after mulling it over, Muller snaps off Worm's bluff like he's Mike McDermott. You've been called, sir.
Crazy? I don't have anything. You? I have a 3. That's good. Nice, man.
Daniel takes it on the chin like a champ, but if you ask me, we're the real winners.
And that was the tight
laydown.
No. Wow. That's a Stapes thing.
Sorry,
please.
Wow, we absolutely nailed that. Okay, moving on. David, how's that 250K super high roller looking?
Yeah, I did have the day off, but of course I was at home watching coverage of day 1 of this star-studded event. Let's take a look at the overnight chip counts from the 250K high roller. 10th place, Ding Biao seems like he's always there, along with Artur Martirosyan, Sean Winter, Daniel Negreanu, Brandon Wilson, and your chip leader, Samuel Muller, with over 4.3 million chips coming into day 2. Registration's still open for a couple more levels. Yuri, you know most of these names really well. You just smoked most of them. Of the registered players, who do you like to make the final table tomorrow?
Just one?
Just one.
Just one.
Should I pick with my heart or for a good show?
I like that. He does watch the show.
Whatever you choose. Whatever you choose.
So I'm going to pick for a good show. I think Artur Martirosyan. I think he's a fearless player. He's capable of creating some very good highlights for us because I think he cares about the money, but he can apply a lot of pressure even on the big stage.
Good pick.
David, who you got?
I'm going with my man, Real Kid Poker, Daniel
we go.
Negreanu. Perfect mix of GTO and exploitative style. We saw him playing fearlessly yesterday. Even though his table talk got looked up by Muller, I think he's going to make some adjustments. He seems focused and ready to win.
Norman?
Kristen Foxen
Yes.
is my pick. And forget the fact that she's been on an extended heater. 4 7-figure scores in the last 7 months. 23 final tables in the last 2 years. I'm going with the good karma factor. Yesterday, I went to a patisserie here at Paris to get a $12 cronut that Poker News' Mike Patrick told me was the greatest donut in world history. 2 fellows were complaining about how slow the line was, and Kristen told them to go ahead of her because she wasn't in a rush. That is old world, 19th century courtesy, unheard of in the 21st century. She's earned another 7-figure victory.
That is absolute class and no surprise. How was the donut, scale of 1 to 10?
It was an 11.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay.
It's a
Can't
cronut.
wait. Very excited for post-show activities now. Yuri, you've played in the vicinity of Martin Cabral plenty of times. It is quite the experience. And this is quite the video that we are about to show you right now. Let's roll it. Okay, fine.
Guy eating.
Yeah, you're just eating at a poker table, no problem.
Whoops.
No,
Oh, my God.
Wait, how much is he?
What?
Oh!
What is that?
Ugh.
What? Yuri, you can go for. I don't have much to say.
You got anything?
What should I say?
I don't know.
That's good enough. That's good enough.
That's great.
Okay, well, I hate to be in the position defending Martin Cabral.
Oh, no.
And I know he wasn't demonstrating game theory optimal binge and purge technique, but using just such a small plastic fork and some Tupperware, he didn't spill anything onto his shirt. He didn't spill anything onto the table. He didn't need a napkin. Plus, it stopped him from talking for 20 seconds. Why are we complaining?
Hey, that is an excellent question, and I have an excellent question for you. Why so mad, Norman Chad?
Why am I so mad? Where have you gone, Phil Ivey? Poker News turns its lonely eyes to you. Woo, woo, woo. What's that you say, Mrs. Robinson? No, home Jerome has left and gone away. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Yep, Phil Ivey is dead to me again. My man's got 1 bracelet in the last 12 years. Poker's GOAT and I have one thing in common this summer, 1 cash between us at the World Series. This is particularly disturbing on his end. He's F. Scott Fitzgerald on the felt. I'm Fred Figglehorn. What, you never heard of F. Scott Fitzgerald? Google him, you huckadoodles. To me, Ivey hasn't been the same since that Baccarat Punto Banco business back in 2012. No edge sorting needed when you've got sort of an edge. You're Phil Ivey, act like it. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Phil Ivey is never out of position. Just go back to basics. Darting eyes, icy stares, otherworldly shoves. I made you and I can break you. I'll give you 1 week to get your act together, or I'm shipping you out to Dubai to live with Jean Robert, and you're paying rent. JRB can probably use it.
JRB, big fan of Countdown, by the way. Yuri, we are big fans of yours. Thank you very much for being here today.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. You two are off to Big O. Wishing you both the best of luck. A reminder that tonight we will have feature table coverage of this 250K super high roller, Ali Najad and Jared Blesnick on the call for day 2. That sound means the blinds are going up. It's time for us to make our move and pray. So until next time, we leave you with these sweet, sweet moments from here at the World Series of Poker.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. beat the best, crush the rest.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction.
Doing his Umberto.
You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear on.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Monte, did he maybe fall?
Oh! Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God!
All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's thrown up in poker.
And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the 2026 World Series of Poker, coming to you from the Horseshoe in Paris. And the Paris Ballroom is our host for one of the biggest events of the year, the $250,000 Super High Roller. 56 entries, creating a prize pool of more than $13.5 million. That means our champion will receive more than $4.3 million, along with that coveted, that prestigious, that oh-so-stunning World Series of Poker bracelet, and that coveted, that prestigious, that oh-so-stunning title of WSOP Super High Roller Champion. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff Platt. Thank you all so much for being with us out here at the only table that's not on our grand stage in our main arena. And here we have Bryn Kenny, we have Jesse Lonis, TVK is in the mix here, and of course, we have a star-studded other 3 tables, which I will let you two get to as I send it to Ali Najad and Jared Blesnick in the booth, guys.
Thank you as always, Jeff. And hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 coverage of this $250,000 buy-in event, the summit of the summer in terms of price point. Ali Najad alongside fan favorite Jared Blesnick as we get a look at the stacks with 3 feature tables still in action. David Einhorn, the non-professional when you look up at this screen. The man at the top, Santosh Suvarna, also moonlights, but obviously puts in a lot of volume against the high rollers of the world. He's there in third, not to be overlooked, of course. And bookended by those 2 is Jason Kuhn. Jared, welcome into the booth. First chance you and I have had to work together this summer. And per the conversation that we're having prior to the onset of play, it seems like your focus is turning less and less toward the playing part of things, whether it be cash and tournament, and a little bit more toward parking your bones in the booth.
I love it here, Ali. I mean, we are here, day 2, the highest buy-in tournament of the entire summer. 250K buy-in, the best poker players in the world. Super excited to be here alongside with you.
India's all-time #1, Santosh Suvarna, amongst those players. And once upon a time, not that long ago, Santosh was the guy that we were asking some questions about with regards to his procedures. And in very short order, he has emerged as a force to be reckoned with, picking up a bracelet as well, Jared. And each year, it seems like the game gets more and more difficult, doesn't it?
100%. Santosh, though, is a guy that I don't want to say he studies, but he's constantly watching film, wanting to get better. Look at this, by the way. Mr. Einhorn. King Jack offsuit opens here on the button. Blinds are 40 and 80,000.
And Texas Mike Monchek has an ace, and it didn't take long for him to drop the hammer on this open. Mike's reputation precedes him, Jared, is a guy that likes to keep his chips dust-free.
Yeah, Mike's a guy that will get paid off constantly when he has a good hand. Einhorn here has a hand where he unfortunately can't really call here. It's about 1/3 of his chips, but it's so hard to call here with King Jack high. You're better off making the shove, even though Mike's range is so wide. And Ali, let me ask you, are they still in the rebuy's over, right?
The max late reg, I believe, was at the onset of play today. I will effort verification on that for you. It is a single re-entry.
The reason I asked...
Levels were played yesterday. I believe there may be a couple of levels at the start of today where the rebuy period was open, but we're, of course, picking up our coverage on the back end of that. With 26 of 56 players remaining, blinds 40, 80, and 80, we get a look at the blue table where GTO Wizard Ambassador himself, Samuel Mueller, anytime you see the Austrian flag, Jared, you know there's trouble, and there's 3 of them here. Eibinger and Clemens Reuter also in the building, as Reuter on the short stack jams under the gun, just 80K is a call.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at, it's crazy, Ali, because the game of poker has changed so much in the last 20, 25 years. There was a point in time where you wanted Euros at your table and you wanted to play with them. And now some of the greatest players in the world, I would say more than half this field has to be European of all these guys.
And among those Europeans, Stephen Chidwick, the Brit, on the puck, ace-jack, 3-betting. I guess it's not a 3-bet because Reuter is just all in for the 80 that's in the big. It's basically a min raise. Martirosyan.
Now look at this. Artur.
Jack just jamming?
And Artur, what he's doing here is using the leverage. He's using the leverage of Reuter under the gun. And it's such a good play with all this dead money in the middle. And Chidwick also called. Wow. So Chidwick actually called there. He sniffed this one out.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider the stack depths, though, blinds 40, 80, and 80, it isn't as though $1 million is as much as it once was in this event. In that kind of 13, 14 big blind range.
In the first 3 levels were 501k, 100 ante, 501k, 200 ante, 501k, 300 ante.
Getting confirmation, by the way, that we are picking up coverage of the event with the rebuy period closed. So these are very consequential exchanges now. Martirosyan covering Chidwick. No, forgive me. Chidwick covering Martirosyan. Bulk of the biscuits on the side, 2.5 million plus, 400 in the middle. Reuter a chance to quintuple up.
So every time it's like different. Yeah.
And what's crazy is if you look at the equities, Reuter's actually in second place here with 2 live cards.
9-4 Trey and the ace-jack. Slated to claim a couple of pelts potentially here. Oh, and the 8 of diamonds. Salvaging Reuter's hopes there. Of course, Chidwick not altogether bothered by that. It's the 10 or the queen that he wants to fade, and job done as Reuter ends up with 2 pair for good measure.
And we also just lost, in my opinion, one of the best players in the field, Artur Martirosyan. This guy just won a bracelet. In my opinion, one of the best players, no limit hold'em, in the world.
Well, he puts in the volume and he squares off against world beaters on a regular basis. And performs well against them. But the performance has the curtain drawn on it here by Chidwick as the Russian is showered. Good news, he was only in for 1 bullet, though.
Some of them were like 7. And folks, if you're just tuning in, this is the event, okay? I would not say it's the most prestigious, but it's the #1 event for the highest level of poker players that you want to win every single year.
You know, not that long ago, a 250K was a pipe dream, and now it just seems like a much more commonplace exchange. As the skull cracking continues, purple table being helmed by El Conquistador. Adrian Mateos. Not far behind him is Brandon Wilson, a player who, in my opinion, Jared, is perhaps the most improved, and not that he lacked skill, but he's really come on strong, and you know that he's putting in that work. When we say things like this, we mean perhaps coaching, the solvers, getting more and more polished, and each time out, I feel like Brandon grows stronger.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I haven't had the fortune of watching him much, but from everything I've heard Daniel Negreanu talk about him as one of the best players he's played with. But I'm excited to see how this all develops and how this plays out. Because right there on the right of your screen, you're looking at Adrian Mateos, and in my opinion, that is a top 2 or 3 no-limit hold'em player in the world with chips, Ali.
You're not going to get a lot of pushback on that opinion, Jared. Of those who have witnessed Mateos at just 31 years of age, by the way, would tend to agree with you.
By the way, is that Peter?
Peter Wang?
Peter's in this event. I don't think we've ever seen Peter in a no-limit hold'em tournament.
Now, is he mostly tournament or
no,
cash?
Peter plays in the biggest no-limit hold'em cash games in the world.
That's what I mean. Peter, not a lot of intel on him, just 2 million,
220.
a little more than that in career live earnings. Almost all of it coming in a single score at an FT at the World Series. So,
wow, it's
didn't
nice
win a bracelet.
It's nice to see Peter in here. Again, folks, we are going to sit here and watch some of the best play in the world. Sean Winters at this table eating his banana. Is that
potassium? You want to keep those cramps?
Stanley's there. Is that Stanley?
Stanley Tang likes to play a few cash games. wonder whether or not he and Peter were like, well, listen, everyone else is in the event, no cash game running. Why don't we hop in as well? Flick the cue ball.
So, you know, folks, we have about half the field remaining, a little less. Ali, what does it pay? How many players are getting paid? About, what is it, probably 9?
Top 9.
Okay.
A min cash is worth $518,000. But up top, Jared, how about 4.3 plus? As we see Stanley off of just 1.2 million, 15 bigs. Bringing it all, courtesy of 8s, and he's going to run into the aforementioned Mateos, who wakes up with ace-king. Nervy moments here for Stanley.
I could say right now the entire table is probably rooting for Stanley here. If Mateos wins this pot, he's going to have over 5 million in chips.
Yeah, perhaps if we were in the money, that wouldn't be the case where ladders are available, but a good bit removed from that point. You want to try to do your best to keep Mateos corralled as he tries to gore these 8s. Comes up empty on the 10-5 tray board. So far, so good for Stanley. Knows better than to celebrate, of course. Been around the block. Oh, add queens to the aces and kings before them as outs for Mateos. 10 of them in total, only the ace of spades occupied. And the 9 of diamonds will seal a double for Stanley Tang coming into today. That's precisely the kind of thing he knew he was going to need to spin.
Yeah, Stanley here. Excited to watch him play. Another guy that has very limited experience, I think, playing tournament poker. He's played really well in the high-limit cash games as well as Peter.
A look now at the green table. Bonus coverage here where we see Sensei Bryn Kenny, poker's all-time winningest player. Midfield, 28 bigs, TVK, neck and neck with him. But up top is Ding Biao, another super high roller crusher, followed by Dejan Karađorđević. Man of the moment, though, is Miki-san, Yosuke Miki, 39 years of age, University of Osaka, his alma mater, into poker and board games, and obviously into these aces as he takes it to 160, and a deep stack Karađorđević has ace-queen and issues.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots for Mickey where I expect him to get a full double up here. I can't imagine this guy not putting Mickey all in. Here comes the 3-bet.
Yeah, with just 720 left behind, Mickey gonna have to navigate 400. I mean, I suppose a man willing to make it 400 and leave us 320 back is a man not going to fold to the jam, so no need to get cute from here forward.
And I want people to understand why he didn't re-raise bigger. And the reason for that is because Bao Ding, the all-time money winner from China, in my opinion, the favorite to win this event.
Wow.
Bao Ding has over 5 million in chips. So the reason he made it with 400 with ace-queen is because let's say Bao Ding woke up with a hand, then he can fold for the 400,000. But he's not folding to Mickey. And here it looks like Mickey is 92% to double up here from Japan.
You know, anytime we draw too much focus on what seems to be a non-issue, it feels like the curse of the booth is sometimes delivered.
Yeah, Bao Ding, guys. For those of you that don't know, he's my favorite Ali. He's that good. He is that good.
Not so good as a 10-10-9 board for the ace-queen. It'll do just fine for Mickey as he has this nearly 2 million inching its way closer to him. Still 2 to come. Any straightiness? No, but the queen now means that ace-queen draws live. We had other preferences for this turn.
Yeah, he would have rather had a jack there.
And the 6 will seal the double as Mickey can exhale. And the oxygen coming courtesy of Dayan.
You're seeing a lot more Japanese players. Have you noticed that, especially in the mixed game streets, Ali?
Have I noticed it? There's an actual, like, coaching clinic somewhere in Japan, specifically targeting my regular streets, the 80 mix at Bellagio. And students are being sent our way. More on that in a little bit as we get some thoughts from Taylor Braun
talking about
Kriegenberg.
playing in such a prestigious high roller event.
I wouldn't have come to this tournament if David didn't want to come, Einhorn. But he really wanted to come play. I can see why, given he has 8 million chips and he's chip leader. I would prefer to be on the beach now, but here I am.
How's it been going? So you eliminated somebody pretty big at the table.
This is really hard. I prefer easier life. You know, before this, I was going to the gym or the beach. I'm trying to get healthy. And then I was watching a lot of basketball and betting on the Knicks. And that was way more fun than this. This is very hard. So, I mean, I'm not digging ditches or anything, but this is very, very difficult. Yeah.
Talk about the hand with Daniel. Obviously, it was a nice, cooler situation in your favor.
Daniel raised off of a short stack. I 3-bet small. I had a mediocre hand, kind of good, but mediocre good. And he ended up calling. I had ace-jack. It came queen 10-4. He checked. And I finally decided to look at all this simulation stuff and GTO stuff these people have been studying. So I thought I should check. I probably got it wrong. But anyways, I had a feeling. And then the king came. So then I had the nuts. And he went all in. So that's pretty easy. I called.
You're downplaying your poker, but obviously you've had a lot of success. It's all still coming back to you. You still got it.
Poker is like riding a bike. And fortunately, I've been taught by some really incredible people. Started with my family and my grandma in particular. And then I've had so many amazing coaches along the way. So many great players are my friends. And so, you know, poker, you get in there, you trust your instincts, you try to work hard when you're not playing and study and learn. And I'm just in here trying to have fun and make some good moves. I've already made some terrible moves. I could easily be gone, but here I am, whatever, we'll see.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Take shot, please.
Boy, life must be real good for TVK. Gym, tan, didn't sound like laundry, but 2 out of the 3 Jersey Shore bingo cards.
For sure. TVK, great guy. A lot of mutual friends.
Yeah, he and Einhorn have actually gotten quite close.
Yeah.
I don't have my
here to mention that it was David's desire to play the event that has him in here, torturing himself against this field. But, you know, Taylor's got the chops. Jared, you know, perhaps not as sharp a blade as those that surround him, but certainly a guy that can draw blood.
For sure.
Chidwick, meanwhile, draws up 200 with an ace-deuce in the cutoff.
I mean, right now it's effectively almost 0, right?
And now Reuter here looks like he only has 240,000. He's getting a great price with the big blind ante here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll never
and
forget one day I was playing with Dominic.
Again, it's interesting that he just flats here
Yeah, just
because of certain flops that he could actually get away from.
Because you get.
This one will be interesting to see if he actually folds. If he saw Chidwick's hands, he'd still probably have to call mathematically.
People were eating insane stuff.
Now he sees 10-6-4 and a C-bet from Chidwick, asking him for his last 120.
Yeah.
And Queen 7 isn't looking at this board and thinking slam dunk. It's just looking at this pot and thinking math, as you pointed out. Jared, at risk is Clemens.
Yeah, and if the flop came like ace, king, 5, maybe Reuter can get away. Really bad turn card. Now Chidwick picks up the nut flush draw.
John George's and everything. There was just they're just bringing on rooms.
Seven of spades taken off the board, and Clemens Reuter taken out of this 250K as Chidwick continues to ascend, nearing 5 million now, and the field whittles by 1.
Don't even get a seat, right?
yeah. It was like the easiest way to eat.
Not unlike Brandon Wilson, by the way. Clemens, another guy that is stronger and stronger each time out. But the strength of this man here, well documented, $78.7 million in career tournament earnings. He's going to break that 9-figure barrier before it's all said and done for him. That is for sure. All-time #1 for England, all-time #2 overall. Just 2 bracelets.
Imagine, like you have a date or something, and then
Doesn't
you just
focus
like,
a whole lot on the World Series,
When
but
you have that many
when the big
chips,
stuff
doesn't really
rolls in,
matter.
he's here for it.
Most people don't know this, Ali, but Chidwick has better poker results actually in PLO. As great as he is in No Limit Hold'em, his results are better in Omaha. Think about that.
Yeah, and by the way, he plays it all. He'll play short deck. I mean, just an absolute gamesman.
I'm telling you right now, Chidwick, when it comes to big bet poker, is one of the best two-way poker players on the planet, as far as No Limit Hold'em and PLO.
Who do you think's first to 100 million in career earnings? Bryn, Chidwick, Kuhn? It seems like Bonomo's not really playing.
Of those 3, Chidwick's the favorite just because he plays both of those games the best. The best two-way player in the world, though, is probably Ben Tollerene. But
You're not saying he's going to get to 100.
He won't because he just doesn't play enough.
Yeah. Well, TBK not playing around as the Gorilla beats his chest with Queen Jack of Hearts, that being Jesse Lonis, of course, the fearless and very aggressive presence.
Oh, and look at this for TVK. What a spot for TVK.
Yeah, Monchek finding an ace-queen and just ripping over the top of an under-the-gun open and 3-bet not far behind. Kings are covered, but
Did you have an ace?
the ace-queen is in a way.
I had a 3. Thanks.
I had ace jack.
So many good hands.
Seems like some of the aspirations of Monchek are being dwindled by revelations of cards that have hit the muck. You a fan of that, by the way? You like when people tell you, oh, I mucked an ace, oh, I mucked 2 queen. You know what I mean?
I actually do. I'd like to have the information. I don't know if it really matters.
Monchek would like to have another diamond on the turn. Instead, it's a 7 and just 3 outs in theory, 1 in actuality with the heart and club aces MIA. This would be a dirty way to go for TVK. And the ace of spades says hello. That is an actual one-outer, Blez, to take TVK out of this.
Wow. That is unbelievable.
I'd rather leave.
And I'll tell you right now, Texas Mike, when he starts getting chips, people don't realize he has different levels of the way he plays in these tournaments. He could play fast. He could play slow. Look for Texas Mike. If he can start getting momentum here, he could be a favorite Ali. If he gets to 10 million in chips, he could be a massive favorite to win this event. He's so dangerous, Ali.
And now he's so pumped up after taking 2 million plus off of TVK plus the open. And never mind the blinds and annies. 2-time bracelet winner, 4-time circuit ring winner, 7.3 million plus, and he is a fan favorite, as most who get their stacks in motion without having top-tier Group A type stuff are. Meanwhile, we pick one up between Stanley Tang, who found a double last time we checked in with him, now has found an ace-deuce of diamonds. Early position min-raise is being flatted on the button by Mateos as we get around to the King-Jack of Wilson in the small.
Now, King-Jack is a hand that plays really poorly multi-way. And that's why Brandon Wilson here, King-Jack's a hand where you want to 3-bet it, more likely, and you want to also fold it. You don't want to call out of position with a hand like that against 2 great players. Mateos, though, this is very interesting because Mateos and Wilson are deep, okay? And Mateos has the button. He's got 2 9s. He closes the action, and he's going to call Ali. Ali, there's over $1.5 million already in this pot pre-flop.
Yeah, Wilson trying to put that squeeze on, sensing maybe Mateos' chips were ripe for the taking as a flatter on the button. Does get through the opener, but now is heads up and out of position. Note that Stanley would have had trip aces.
Now this flop favors Wilson. The 3-better, when it's an ace-high board, favors Wilson. I expect him to lead here smallish, between 400,000 and 500,000. Maybe even smaller, maybe 350. see what he does here. 330 there, perfect. And I love this. Now, Mateos here, he has 0 raises on a board like this, and he should have 0 folds. That is an above average flop, I'd say, for 2 9s. I expect Mateos to peel one here and see what Wilson does on the turn. And look at this. And here Adrian makes the call. Now, Ali, this is where it gets interesting. I want to see a brick turn, and I want to see how Wilson reacts to it.
Well, that's pretty bricky.
And let's see if Wilson continues the betting. And if he is, there, there's over $2 million in the pot, Ali.
Well, talk to me, Jared, about how much Ace X is supposed to be flatting on the button for Mateos.
Well,
things like Ace 10, Ace Jack?
Here's the thing. Ace 10 would probably fold to the 3-bet pre, right?
Okay.
Ace Jack. Okay, Wilson shutting down here.
Ace Jack is a part of the range?
Yeah. Now, yes. Now, here's the thing, right? Adrian's thinking, I'm way ahead or I'm way behind. Do I give Wilson a free card if he has a hand like this? Is Mateos ever going to get better to fold here? The answer is no. You could do both here. I think he might take a card, and he is.
And that card is
okay.
Pleasant.
Now, Mateos checking the turn. It's going to be harder for Wilson to bluff the river. Mateos checking the turn is telling Wilson, hey, I have showdown value here. I don't have to bluff at it. Let's see what Wilson does here. If he bluffs, I'd like to see him go big on the sizing. He knows he doesn't have the best hand. He knows he can't win by checking. Look at this, Ali. He's going for chips.
Now, talk to me about how credible this line is for 10s plus and Ace X out of Wilson.
So here's the thing. It looks very milky, okay? It looks very milky. Now, the fact that Adrian checked the turn, he's almost leading himself up to try and call the river. One thing about Adrian is that he actually he likes to fold more than call on rivers. He's known for making more of these great folds, and Wilson knows that. Let's see if this gets through.
And by the way, this isn't a forceful sizing, as you pointed out. 800 into the 2.2, let's call it.
It's more than 25% of Adrian's chips. I could see Adrian passing here. Again, people under bluff in these high roller events, which makes people over fold. Let's see what Adrian does.
Incredible opportunity getting near 4-1 for El Conquistador.
I'll tell you this too, the way the board ran out, it'd be an insane play. But I could see Adrian raising here because Wilson is like, it's such a high-level play, but if anyone could do it, it could be Adrian.
Even at this point, after this much tanking, though, doesn't it kind of dwindle the credibility?
He's probably not in this spot, but Adrian is capable of actually raising because you can get so much to fold the way that this board played out. Because Wilson doesn't have a hand like pocket 6s, 7s, or 8s. He would flat pre-flop with all those hands. So he's almost never full. It's actually such a high-level spot to raise and merge and turn your hand into a bluff. But I still think Adrian's actually probably going to get away from this. The sizing by Wilson is really good.
Multiple time banks.
Yeah,
being utilized in the best hand goes down. Lay some respect on that name right there. B-Dub brings it and earns every one of those tokens.
So, and again, like I said, Adrian likes to fold a lot on the river in spots. Great sizing by Wilson. Very interesting hand. Very interesting. I will tell you this. That's the difference, Ali. You're watching the highest poker buy-in of the summer. In a 10K buy-in, in my opinion, Adrian would have called, or he might have raised and would have just said, all right. But they're playing such high-limit poker.
Kala-Djurdjevic, meanwhile, picking up Petrangelo as a passenger. Cutoff versus big. He was the opener, and flops top pair versus a gutter. I want to revisit what you just said, though, because as long as I've understood one of the core lessons that you're supposed to learn as you move up in stakes, Jared, is that you cannot think about the money. You are supposed to just play it in a vacuum as it is, but what you're suggesting is that maybe that's an impossibility once you push the envelope up to things like a 250K.
I'll tell you this right now, okay? I've been playing high limit for 17 years. People play differently at the highest level. Some of the great players play differently at the highest level. I've watched it. I've lived it. I've done really well playing high limit because I take advantage of the fact that people make folds like that. I'll tell you right now, that hand probably would have played differently in a 10K buy-in tournament.
Well, this one plays itself to the turn as Pietrangelo check called.
Now, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to have a lot of trouble pronouncing this guy's name.
You can call him DK.
Okay, DK. He bet the flop. And
Yes,
Nick
he did.
called.
Yes,
I
he
actually would like to see him check the turn here because his hand's almost a bluff catcher in a lot of spots. Especially that Nick has, look, and he does check, and I like it because now.
Sure bases for good measure on the end.
Yes, but now it's almost, this is why the turn check is so good, is because Nicky P is supposed to bluff the river.
Yeah, and we open the door for him to do precisely that.
You know. Great turn, and here he is going for a bluff. And if I'm KJ, the way the hand played out, I'm never, even though I made 3 aces, I made my best hand, I'm never raising here. Perfectly played by this guy, KJ. Wow, and Nick went huge, Ali. He bet 970. Wow. And that turn check got all the money. If he bets the turn, Nick would have folded. Great
Very
play.
little to no hesitation out of Dayon. Obviously, the check back makes him feel a bit more compelled, given the ace becomes a bit more under-repped to make that big call.
Wow.
Kala-Djurdjevic off and running here. First peek at Jason Kuhn operating. You know him, and you know what he's capable of. 2 10s, the motivating kid. Einhorn brings a flat with ace-jack offsuit on the button.
Ali, you know, you look at all these faces left. How exciting is it to see Santosh, Kuhn, Einhorn, Ivy, Bao Ding? You have some of the most talented poker players in the world, and we get to watch all this, and this is just unbelievable.
Jack 8-6, pretty incredible for Einhorn. Top pair, top kicker with the ace of spades for dessert. Suvarna has picked up a slice in the form of middle pair, which obviously has problems against Kuhn's 10s, which do not c-bet.
Look at this Einhorn.
Yeah, with 2 checks in front of him. Brings the 475.
Santosh hasn't folded a pair on the flop in 10 years. He is not folding.
No, he's a sticky boy.
Yes, he is.
Martin Cabral likes to put it.
Santosh will be in there for sure. And Kuhn is smart enough here. Kuhn will get away because his hand has no visibility. He can't really improve. Even if he had the best hand, it's just there's no improvement for Kuhn.
Take note of what you just saw out of one of the world's best there and ask yourself how often you don't just close the action by flicking in the call and seeing what's what. Jason Kuhn appropriately mucking the 10s for the aforementioned reasons. Board pairing 6 now, supposed to belong far more to Suvarna than anybody else in this pot. And you can see Santosh eyeballing his stack, but he does exercise restraint, checking it over to Einhorn.
And if I'm Einhorn, that's a great turn card here. And Einhorn he's moving Santosh all in, it looks like. Yes, and even for Santosh, I can't see him calling here. It's just too difficult of a call. Even if he has the best hand, it's such a draw-heavy board, Ali, but it's too loose of a call. You know, folks, when you're playing in a big tournament, you really don't want to call off a lot in spots where you have mediocre-ish type hands. You want to be the aggressor. You want to be the guy pushing the action. Einhorn here is a recreational player, but I want to make this clear. Einhorn is a phenomenally talented poker player.
He's just an intelligent and successful guy.
Einhorn is brilliant.
Diamond.
Okay, the most successful man that plays poker in these events. Well played by Einhorn.
Yeah, legitimate billionaire and finance guy, founder of Greenlight Capital.
Also has donated. Hasn't he donated an insane amount of millions of dollars?
He's donated more than I've made in my whole life, is my guess.
Yeah.
Without flinching, no less, as you saw that big sizing there on the turn, showing Suvarna the door. And we give you a glimpse now at this super high roller by the numbers. 13.7 million in total collected. Just 23 runners remaining out of the 56 entries. It's going to take another 14 bust outs before we break the seal and start issuing payouts at north of $500,000 all the way up to 4.3 million plus before it's all said and done. Not crowning a champion here today. Unclear just how long we're going to play, but the FT will certainly come tomorrow, and something needs to come Phil Ivey's way as he's down to 11 bigs at the black table. Not to be overshadowed is Kristen Foxen. Haven't called her name thus far, but already won a bracelet in that 25K. Very validating one for her, even though she had plenty in the jewelry box.
I want to say this about Kristen Foxen.
Talk to me.
Okay, she won, in my opinion, probably one of the top 3 toughest tournaments of the entire summer.
The 25K.
Yes. 25K, 2-day re-entries. So you're getting all the best players rebuying multiple days. Kristen winning that tournament, to me, is one of the most amazing things I've seen in poker. Like, she impresses me so much on so many levels.
Yeah.
Okay? People need to appreciate not just her,
No,
but the number one power couple in poker, the Foxens, Alex and Kristen. They are like, I was walking the other day. They get stopped by everyone. They can't walk 5 feet without getting stopped. They are so good for poker.
Yeah.
And they are so talented at what they do. And it's great to watch, Ali.
Yeah, and very classy, very humble.
Kristen is the most humble person I think I've met that plays high-limit poker.
Kuhn's top pair being humbled by the king kicker of Suvarna as Santosh follows through on his button open and finds top 2 on the turn.
Now, even though this is a card that improves Santosh, it's actually a bad card for him because now Kuhn, I apologize, Kuhn turned a flush draw. Kuhn has hearts now, but if it was an offsuit king, it's a card Kuhn can get away from.
Quite the opposite, though, when you do pick up this backdoor equity.
And I'm going to tell you right now that Kuhn has a spot here where it's 100% a call. There's no value in raising. He's never going to get a king to fold. And he goes for call. Let's see what the river comes. If he makes a flush, and he does, Ali.
Ace of hearts, catastrophic. But the kind of card that Suvarna doesn't have to get after with these kings and jacks.
Oh, my
no,
God.
he checks it back.
Ali, how good of a check is that by Santosh? Wow.
And Kuhn immediately laying praise upon it.
Unbelievable river check by Santosh.
I mean, I guess
Can't beat me with my
just looking up and thinking Queen 10's there, backdoor hearts are there. Maybe we expect Queen 10 to be heard from. Ace is up a possibility, so Suvarna sparing himself some carnage there.
And Ali, he didn't even think about you. He just snap checked there.
You're right.
That is so high level by Santosh. And again, folks, a lot of poker is losing the minimum. It's not always about winning hands. You just watch Santos lose the absolute minimum in a hand where everyone else, for the most part, would bet the river.
Well, everyone would open under the gun, precisely as the overall tournament chip leader, Samuel Muller, has done.
You realize if he bet the river there, he might be out of the tournament? He would have got raised, and he might not have folded.
I don't know. It just depends on sizings, right?
Yeah.
But he certainly would have lost a lot more than he did.
Now, Bryn Kenny here, you're watching one of the greatest Nolan Hold'em players ever. 3-bet, an under-the-gun raise with 2 8s. A lot of people here would probably flat with his chip stack. Raising, 3-betting here is also fine. I think once you 3-bet here with 8s If Muller comes over the top in 4-bets, I think Kenny can now maybe get away with 8s, if that's what he's thinking here. Ali, your thoughts?
I mean, everything feels
so
reasonably straightforward. We know Kenny has the appetite as he picks a fight here. And unfortunately, the test came back positive. Muller up to 2.1. I hear where you're coming from, Jared. I think with so many chips in front of him, Muller just has a lot of liberty to stick you in some blenders.
You know, it's funny. Back in the day in poker, when you raised under the gun, you always had like ace, king, queens plus. But now the under the gun is the new cutoff of raising.
Sure.
And that's why Kenny is taking advantage of the fact that Muller has a lot of chips, like you said, right? So his hand's supposed to be weaker than it is, but it's not. And I do think Kenny will get away. I cannot see him calling off his tournament life here with 2 8s. I think he's too good in this spot. Here's what Kenny's thinking, right? Is that I'm either going to be flipping or I'm an 80-20 dog. And in this case, he's 20%. Let's see if Kenny figures this one out.
I mean, best case scenario here, we have to be thinking we're up against a couple of overs of the over pair.
Wow.
You see Kenny making the call. Catastrophic developments here for Sensei. Just 19%. A 4-1 dog. Needs the snowman. Can't find it on the flop. Both are available. Muller, not one to celebrate until all cards are dealt.
Oh, and Kenny turns a flush draw, Lee.
This is precisely why we don't get overly excited as 2 outs become 10. 3 of those clubs are busy, but plenty of ways to snap off the queens, and that's exactly what Bryn Kenny does.
Wow. And again, this is what I love about poker tournaments. You can play poorly and get rewarded. There's just enough luck involved in poker tournaments where you're now watching the all-time money winner with $4.5 million in chips. And that is very scary for everyone else in this poker tournament.
Nobody said they'd rather be good than lucky, and lucky is precisely what a man who is good was on that occasion. New look, by the way, on Sensei. The trappings of a man who operates a Dagestani dojo.
Yeah.
Entered the octagon and came out smelling like roses on that occasion. Meanwhile, coming out at the top of this chip count where Ding Biao once held the lead is Brandon Wilson. Much of that having to do with binning 2 9s that were the best hand in a 3-bet pot with Adrian Mateos. And clicking folding correctly.
Folks, if you're just tuning in, that's the guy. Bao Ding. Okay, plays in all the Tritons, all the high rollers. No limit hold'em, PLO, all-time money winner from China. He's my favorite to win this whole event. And look at this, Sean, not my favorite to win this event, but has ace queen of diamonds. He's got over 4 million in chips.
I mean, did we have to establish that he wasn't your favorite
I love
to win the event? By default, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everyone suffers that plight, but going out of your way to say it felt a little needless.
No, I love Sean.
He is very funny.
He is.
Great dry wit on him. And obviously some great game as well.
No one better at playing 10 bigs than Sean Winter.
Well, you know, that's his comfort zone, his happy place, if you will. But operating off a 3.9 here as the opener versus Peter Wang's Jack 8.
And it's actually a good flop for Winter here. You know, it's a flop that's not really supposed to hit Peter's range a lot here. Really good sizing here by Sean. And Peter, you know, if you guys have watched him play cash games, he's very reckless. He is capable of a lot of high-level bluffs. He's deciding to float here out of position. Maybe he has plans later on in the hand. Okay, this is This is a non-significant turn here. I think Peter here is going to check. And I could see Sean checking back here.
Just mindful of...
And this is what, again, Ali.
Peter just peels with the intention of leading.
And we just talked about it. Peter is a guy that's very unconventional, has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He's very unpredictable. And Winter here is lost. And look at this. He's finding the call here. Now, if Peter doesn't improve, he's looking for a card like a 5 or a 9 or a 10. There's a 10. That's actually a really good card for Peter. He called out of the big blind. I expect Peter to continue the betting.
Yeah, I mean, he has the 8 in his hand.
Yes, that's
As you pointed out, it wouldn't be unreasonable to peel looking for backdoor equity with something like a 9-8, finding the open ender, and then seizing the initiative, knowing that that board texture is such that you really keep the cuffs on Winter.
Yes, exactly, Ali. And I expect Peter to continue the betting. It's almost like he didn't want to make his hand because he'd rather bluff at it. And this is going to be so hard for Sean to call if he does, in fact, bluff here. And he's giving up. Peter is giving up. And Winter here has no option but to check behind. And he's going to be sick to his stomach, Peter. Oh, my God. Peter missed a bet.
You know, it isn't a given that if Peter would have barreled there, that Sean wouldn't have given it a think, but certainly would have given him a much better shot to win the pot than showing down Jack high. So Winter accepts the pot as we take another look at the Chidwick-Kenny table where the two of them are involved here. Sensei was the opener pre-flop. Checked back on the 9-5-4 board, allowing Chidwick to hit top pair free of charge.
Flop went check, check. The turn is this is a good card for Chidwick, but I actually would like him to check here. Again, because it's not really supposed to be his, and he is checking. I love it. I love it. Why? Let me tell you something. On a 9-high board, okay, when the turn is higher than a 9 and you're in the big blind, it's a great spot to actually check because your opponent is more likely to bluff on a turn card after checking the flop because it's more likely Bryn's range than Chidwick's. Bryn elects to check. And now, at this point, I'd love to see Chidwick go for some sort of value. The fact that Bryn checked the turn, he's telling Chidwick I have some sort of showdown value, which he actually doesn't really. But I would like to see Chidwick bet something at this point, maybe 150,000, 200K-ish. They're both deep, by the way, so they're playing very careful with each other.
You know, Kenny is the kind of guy that if he looks across the way and feels as though you're light, king high is going to pay the money. And 375 is the figure dialed up here by Chidwick as both flop and turn went check, check. And part of the issue with checking back 2 streets, Jared, is you know that you invite these sorts of things to come from less than king high.
Yeah, I think Kenny here, I can't see him calling here. It's a little too light. Chidwick decided to size up, which is really good here. And Kenny does get away.
Nice lay down for him.
That's Jeff.
Send it down to Jeff.
Wanted to give you a sense of everything else that's going on in the World Series of Poker. We'll probably have to do this in 2 parts. Let us start with the $1,500 Raz final table, down to 4 players left, including Dennis Weiss, looking for his 2nd World Series of Poker bracelet just within the last week or so as he won the $1,500 limit hold'em. We look over here for the 5K seniors high roller. Felipe, I'll let you take a look at both tables that are there. We have Chad Lipton still in the field. He finished in 3rd in the 10K GG Millions. We also have my guy Wancho. I played with him in the main. Not about me, though. I got lucky on him. in that World Series of Poker main event. We'll get to that later. Let's go check out the 10K Big O Championship. Just another outstanding turnout. 456 entries, 100 players left. They're about 30 off the money. See a bunch of stars. I see Gus Hansen here in the mix. I see Was. No way Was knows how to play this game, but he's hot. He's running hot. I see our current leader in Player of the Year standings, and that would be Naoya Kihara, who won 2 10K championships. So devoted to Player of the Year that he even jumped into a daily deep stack. He didn't realize that wasn't part of the formula. That was kind of our bad for putting it on the website for a quick second. Whatever, we move on. And then the man of the hour, Frank Brannon, over there. Now, I'm a little bit surprised that Brandon is here because he's the biggest Knicks fan in the room. He's had quite the last week or so. He went to San Antonio. He watched Knicks Spurs. He watched his good buddy Nick Schulman win a bracelet. He's been firing World Series of Poker events, and then the Knicks got it done last night. He's good buddies with a certain A-list actor, I guess I would say, who supposedly is also a poker player. So shout out to Frank Brannon for being in the mix, being here for day 2 of the 10K Big O Championship, guys.
2015 or whatever is bad for the...
I continue to marvel at just the volume of information Jeff can pack into a tight space, and tireless in that effort. Thank you for all of that, Jeff. Is a bit of gratitude perhaps being expressed here from Mateos, who folded the 9s but now has been given aces, and maybe an opportunity for redemption versus Brandon Wilson, who flats on the button here. Ding Biao, small blind.
Yeah, and this is where once Wilson flats the button, unfortunately Bao Ding has to 3-bet here with his 10s. Yeah, and he goes to a 3-bet because his hand now with the button's money, his hand improves as far as the odds of him, you know, meaning that he's getting a better price now to 3-bet because he has to assume that he has Wilson beat here. And now the fact that Wilson's in, I would probably, well, Mateos just moves in. And Baus.
That's a lot getting tossed into the center there. I tend to feel the way that you do, Blez, about kind of maybe the trappy process is a better way to ensure that we get everything into the middle, but maybe picking up on something about Ding Biao and that appetite for risk. Oh boy, 7, 8, 9 open ender for Ding Biao now. 6s, 10s, and jacks, all problems for the Black Needles. 7.3 million chip pot. Board pairing 7 is kosher. Will the river be halal? Yes, it will. As the poker rabbis sign off on that one.
Wow, Ding, a little misstep there by Ding. I don't mind his 3-bet. I would have at least thought more before I called. That was, Ali, that might have been the biggest pot of the tournament.
And it kind of took shape in such a brisk manner. It left you kind of not expecting it to have been the biggest pot. Normally, such situations, chips get deployed across a multitude of streets. There's some tanking. Instead, it was just Rip City out of Mateos and a snappy call out of Ding Biao.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, Wilson flatting on the button made it harder for Ding Biao to get away from this hand. But again,
I love, by the way, you know, it was Bao Ding. Now I've gotten you to invert it to Ding Bao.
If he's losing, I'm going to call him Ding Bao. When he's winning, I'll call him Bao Ding.
I mean, Bao is, insofar as I understand it, is just a delightful little Chinese sandwich. You know, a bun. You know what I'm talking about? Biao. There's an I in there that we're kind of not giving justice to from your side of the booth. But you know what? Don't change, Blez. I like it. Meanwhile, let's see if 210s can do a little bit better for Texas Mike Monchek. Under the gun here. He makes it 160 to go.
Let's see if Mike can play these 10s better than Bing Dao.
Well, now it ain't right. It just ain't right.
There's the stickiest guy left in the tournament, Santos.
Jack deuce suited defense. C3.
Oh, my God. No. Ali.
10's full against trip deuces.
Wow.
Gentlemen.
Santos is eliminated, is what's about to happen.
It is time to eulogize Suvarna. You see the check back from Monchek. Very innocent turn card.
Santos, I love you. You are now eliminated from this tournament.
Yeah.
There is nothing at any point that he is going to be able to do to not get away from this.
We don't see her on the screen right now, but somewhere a corpulent lass is belting out a tune.
And now, I mean, Santos, is he just, and he's just calling, he's trapping himself here.
Are you suggesting that he is supposed to announce himself here? As the hearts do come in, might this be some salvation?
I'll tell you this, though. Santos still cannot fold his hand. It's just not possible. He will be out, Ali. He has less than a pot-sized bet left. Yeah, he can't fight.
Oh, wow.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
What is there to say? We always knew that a funeral was impending. And unfortunately, it is Santos's hopes in the casket as he is eliminated. Cold world there.
Yeah.
Jack deuce suited defense, though, for a single extra big. That's not where the problem happened. It was just the cooler after that, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can't, in theory, you're not supposed to fold any two suited cards to a min raise. But like we said earlier, Mike hit that one outer with ace queen to TVK's kings. And now he has over 6 million in chips.
But I hope it will be fold and fold. Mikey, think about it. No, I don't have 1 million. Mikey boy.
I hear Martin Cabral.
Hey man, this is so embarrassing. This is the Alan Keating hand. The Alan Keating.
This is Texas Mike.
3 times.
Earlier,
Mikey,
ace
prepare
king
300
queen.
for me that we don't waste time. Mikey, just prepare it. Mikey, 300, I'm telling you. Mikey, this is so embarrassing, man. Good luck, everybody. Good game. Thank you.
Cabral
Mikey, I would like to say
dominated,
I enjoy
took
playing
the
with you,
best
but
of it.
I don't know what to say about today. You just try to give me chips. Don't make it that obvious that you love me, okay? Mikey, we do one more cash game. I need to retaliate, okay? You don't play another? No, be serious. I won't be able to bluff Santos.
Over the shoulder, we're catching a glimpse there of Cabral. He fired up the WSOP live app and
like we played. You okay, Mikey? No, don't joke. Yes, I want to play one more.
I'm being told that he's snap registering for another event. One of the conveniences, of course, afforded us thanks to this new technology, which was rolled out yesteryear, last year, and continues to be improved upon. In no small part due to feedback. Hang on.
Yeah, he's got, you don't want to play him, period. Yeah, he's banned from Triton. He's nice to you guys because he thinks that he can hunt you.
Completely opportunistic.
Yeah, and that's his best behavior.
Oh boy, didn't take long for some stern opinions to be exchanged about Martin Cabral. Many of these high rollers take some real issues with his presence, mere presence in these events, as they feel as though he should not be entitled to walk among them based on some of his prior indiscretions. But we'll leave that to the court of public opinion. Meanwhile, ace king under the gun +1 for Emilian Pitavi. Leaves Kala-Djurdjevic chewing on pocket threes briefly before putting them into the muck.
It was a really fun endgame because, like Jean-Noël, honestly, I think he played a great strategy.
Petrangelo unable
but suddenly he switched
at that
gears
price point
and
in
put, like,
particular
every possible max
to
combo
escape his
strategy.
ace-4.
I really think it's a good strategy.
Dominated with finding a wheel draw on a 7-high board.
And KJ would have flopped 3 threes here.
DK, not KJ. But, you know, it's similar to Baoding and these things. I almost think it's on brand now for you to just slay these names with no mercy.
He won it.
Petrangelo does slip it.
Then I busted and there were 3 left.
This is a flop where I feel like you can be 50-50 here. You could bet, you could check.
It's like also completely reasonable. It's like that's the shot.
And Petrangelo, he's got a spot here where I would think his hand would play better as a raise. He's definitely not folding. He's going to decide to call here, which is obviously fine as well. Maybe he has ideas later in this hand. And a great turn card.
The king, a very comforting development for the man who just fired with the 2 overs. Petrangelo, of course, was on the hunt for the 5, checking once more after missing.
And for him, it really doesn't matter if he gets second or third. He might just get pissed off if he gets second. So, like,
I think it was like 10D from what I heard.
Oh, well. I wasn't sure about what the number is.
And he's sizing up here.
That's 6, so he might be more than Paul or not? No.
Case closed.
Because I guess Paul is in that area. And at least like multiple of that?
To those unfamiliar with Emilian Patavi, strong player with 2.7 million in career live earnings.
I love seeing
flip it back over to
Einhorn.
the black table where Einhorn holds court. Monchek not far behind. Talk to me, Jared. You love seeing what?
I just love seeing Einhorn with 6.9 million in chips, 86 big blinds. And again, this is what makes poker such a great game. The short stack at this table is one of the greatest, if not the greatest poker mind of our generation, Phil Ivey.
You know, I'm glad that you went to the other side of that leaderboard and pulled his name, because Ivey's been at it a long time. He has had his ups, he has had his downs, but he does seem to have a renewed passion or dedication to the game. You know, he's a father now. He's kind of cleaned up some of the leaks and issues, and you know, I really think he is of clear mind and playing kind of his peak.
You know, another thing, people don't know this. Phil Ivey's just a great guy. He does so much. He is the best tipper I've ever been around of anyone in poker. I want to make that clear. He tips better than anyone in poker. I've played with him this summer probably 5 times already in the last 3 weeks. He's generous with things. He has turned a new leaf, though, you know, in poker, to your point.
I agree.
He looks at the game a lot differently.
This turn, putting some leaves on what was an otherwise pretty dry branch for Texas Mike on the button. Double gutter decides, if you guys don't want it,
And
I'll have it.
What's
380.
What's crazy here is if Phil actually moved in, Edmiger would actually fold.
Wait, say it one more time for me.
Hold on a second. Phil calls. He calls.
Well, bang and call in front of us, and all of a sudden the pre-flop opener's King 10, which we know is the best hand, questions its durability.
This is really interesting, Ali. I apologize. It's Ibinger.
Yeah.
This is a really sick spot for Ibinger. He knows he's ahead of one of his opponents. He just doesn't know if he's ahead of both of them.
Therein lies the issue.
The flop was checked. He can't think that Ivey has a jack by checking twice on that turn card. What is Ibinger? What are you going to do? He's asking for chips.
Well, he knows that Texas Mike could just be riffraffing this.
850,000.
And if Ivey doesn't have a jack, then our King 10 is actually a lot more useful. And look at this reply.
Yeah.
850, the check raise from Ibinger.
But Ali, this is what I just said. If Ivey actually shoved on Mike, then Ibinger would have actually folded. But now he senses that Ivy is weak by just flatting.
But surely shoving for Ivy is easier said than done, even off of that fairly lean stack, which has been forced to commit nearly half of itself to the call.
And I'll tell you now, I mean, Ivy can't continue. Yeah, he has to fold.
Boy, you hear him just exasperated.
Ivy.
Never expected Ibinger to do this. Monchek, meanwhile, wants to really lay some shock and awe at Ibinger's doorstep, courtesy of a 6 or 9 on the end. Instead, it's a dry deuce. And let's see.
Now, this is what's interesting, Ali, is Ibinger, the way that this hand played out, Ibinger used the leverage of Ivy to get Ivy to fold. I would love Ibinger at this point to actually check the river to a guy like Mike. You probably have the best hand, but it doesn't mean you bet here. That's a turn card that is a likely card for Mike to bluff at. Check. I would love to see Ibinger check, and he does. I like it. And now Mike, what is he going to do with 8 high? Ali, Ibinger played this hand to perfection. And Mike had the discipline to shut it down. Well played by Ibinger.
Not going to be the last time those words cross your lips, my friend.
I actually think it might be.
Well played by Ibinger. Get out of here.
We'll see.
Maybe it's just because you said his last name correctly, and then in the future it'll be well played by Ebinger.
Yeah.
But certainly, we know Matthias has such things within him as top shelf stuff.
And again, you're seeing, you're watching deep stack, no limit hold'em, the middle of the earliest day 2.
And isn't it a treat, Jared, where we become so accustomed to a lot of these, streams coming with just final table ICM heavy moments? Here we're sinking our teeth into soup to nuts in every phase of this thing, and now Sam Muller sinking his teeth into a couple of kings. Chidwick, the ace-10 opener, a flat from DK with the 8s.
I think people need to see how these tournaments play out. I think you could make an argument that you're more likely to watch. It's more fun to watch now because as the tournament goes on, the stacks get shallower.
Right.
This is where you see a lot of next level play to get to where we're going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Even though we're not looking at payouts and we're outside of the money, what we are looking at is a phase of the tournament replete with opportunities for these players to show off what they're capable of.
Folks, if you're tuning in, you are watching a $250,000 buy-in. This is real money. First prize is over $4 million. This is the highest level poker tournament of the entire World Series of Poker, the most prestigious, the World Series of Poker. If there's one thing that you want to do as a poker player, it's win a bracelet.
If there's one thing that you didn't want to see if you were Chidwick is perhaps an ace-high flop. He doesn't know it's the best hand right now, and the monotone nature might have made it difficult for him to earn, but instead, Muller is left with the best hand and the nut flush draw, while Kalachurchevich has reasons to continue with nearly $2 million in the middle in a 3-bet pot.
200. Now, the only thing I know about Muller is Ali, did you see the hand day 1 where he called Daniel with ace-3?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Right away, I was like, wow, this guy has to be good.
There was some speech play that went into that, and I don't know whether or not Daniel leveled himself, but yes, that in a vacuum told you were dealing with a man with a great mind. And this is why, of course, the folks over at GTO Wizard have enlisted him to be among their ambassadors.
Oh, my God.
Spade on the turn now after DK peeled both players with the flush.
And I'll tell you right now, if I'm Muller, I actually would love a check. I'll explain why after, but let's see what he does here. I would love for him to check because his sizing was so small on the flop that KJ has to float the flop with everything, and a lot of bluffs are there. Let's see what he does here.
DK.
And he's
Not
betting.
KJ.
I'm going off of K.
His
and
first name is Dayon, so I'm
all right,
going,
DJ,
his
okay,
initials.
Okay.
I love it. DK.
Okay, DK. Wow, when he sized up, it's funny. I don't like it, but it's probably going to work right now.
Why is that?
Well, because people don't fold flushes in no limit hold'em. That's why. And I can't see DK just folding here. The problem is this, right, is that if he calls the turn, DK, okay, and when Muller moves in on the river, it's very hard to get called here on 2 streets. I would have rather seen maybe a check to kind of force DK in a way to bluff. I just can't see him getting called twice in this spot with his holdings.
One of the problems, of course, for Kala-Djurdjevic moving forward is that we make this call for 1.1. Pot grows to nearly 4.6. We've got 2 point some odd. And we can't guarantee we're not going to face this big barrel on the river. And the price that we're going to be laid here, as we see a 7 of clubs, an inconsequential arrival, it's going to make it hard. We're just bluff catching now.
The problem is, again, when you size up and your opponent calls, I expect Muller to try and go for it all here. And it's going to be hard for DJ because it's so rarely a bluff in this spot. DJ's got to assume.
DK, bro.
DK, I'm losing my mind. It's DK.
But talk to me. He's got to assume what now?
Well, I mean, let's see if Muller goes for it all. Let's see what he does here. Because I expect.
Surely, I mean, we don't assume that a check is going to yield a bet.
3.3.
You can't make your man hang themselves on a board such as this, right?
And he's.
Did he lead Kala-Djurdjevic with chips? No. Oh, no, he did. 1.4 of the 2.4.
Wow.
Oh, this is a bit nasty. Talk me through why he wouldn't ask for the full amount, Jared. Is there too much utility to keeping Kala-Djurdjevic at this table on a lean stack?
I don't really know. This is so interesting by Muller. I don't know what he's doing. It's so milky. And at the same time, it's like DJ just... The problem is this, right, if you're DJ. This is what's going through his mind.
Okay, wait, before you say it, I want just look at me. DK.
Okay, DK. What's going through DK's mind is this, right? Muller's not doing this with like the 9, the 10, the jack of spades. He could be doing it with the king, the queen of spades. So he's thinking, DK's thinking what he beats and what's betting here. I don't know, man. I'll tell you this. I like his river bet, Muller, better than the turn because it's actually kind of confusing. I think he's sized up on the turn.
Multiple time extensions being utilized as this man is in a cold press right now. I think he's really thrown by this 1.4 himself, Jared. We're a little bit scratching our temples in the booth. Obviously, difficult to question a man as studied as Sam Muller, but we genuinely want to understand why not 2.4, which would have been very normal, acceptable sizing on the end progressively, right?
Yes. Oh, when he does call.
Yeah, payday. Maybe the call is obviously made easier when it isn't for your tournament life, and you can retain some payoffs that perhaps for all 2.4 you wouldn't, Jared. I hope I'm not oversimplifying that from a speculative standpoint, but if things were going good for Sam Muller to start the day, they are now going great. An 8-figure stack, decimating Kala-Djurdjevic in the process, and just getting his man to pay the 3 streets.
It turns out that Muller played this hand absolutely to perfection. It's obviously easy to say that when you make the nuts.
Oh, he turned DK into an instrument there.
Yeah, but he got the absolute max. Well played by Muller. And Stanley here.
Tang on the button with an ace-7 suited has made it 5x.
And I really don't like that. Way too big. Way too big of a sizing. I think he's telling his opponents, I'm not folding.
Or he's trying to tell them that at least.
Yeah, but you... I will tell you this, though. I think Moron can actually fold to this sizing here.
We can't call him that.
No?
Moron.
A Moron.
You can't
Okay.
call him moron, Jared. That's not right, buddy.
Sorry, Moron. I listen, to be fair, I don't really know half these players.
Well, what you do know is Peter plus 2 10s equals Rip City, and maybe the sizing had something to do with that stack being 865 in the big.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense. I apologize.
We didn't know
Stanley.
about that
No.
before. Tang, of course, does make the call. 1.85 in the middle. Peter on his feet. Jack 5 deuce, and a step closer to retaking his seat is Wang.
And Stanley's got 2 outs here. Moron had an ace.
Seven's not going to cut it. Oh. So a chuckle and a double for Peter. Oh, well, there's the other given name. You want to take a swing at that one, Jared?
Sung Kwan.
That wasn't bad.
Yeah, Sung Kwan.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still not going to give you the menu when we go down to Din Tai Fung, but, you know, just Jasmine, wherever we're at, noodles, you know, I'll handle this. Meanwhile, 2 kings as Ivy takes a handle on his 470 and rips it from the small blind here over the top of the Ibinger hijack open. Plenty of reasonability behind the king-queen off. Now Fox in hard 8 in the big. Hard to feel proud of it, though, I assume.
I'm surprised Kristen's even thinking this long. She has a hand that she wants her opponents to have 2 overs. Yeah.
King, queen. Promptly puts the extra 310 in there, and Ivy in a prime spot to double after losing a lot of his chips in that Texas Mike Ibinger exchange that left us a bit breathless.
Yeah, and let's see if Ivy can get all his chips back here. If he can double, he'll be over $1 million in chips. He'll still be short, but he is Phil Ivey. He is one of the greatest in the world.
Check
wow.
on the turn.
Ace, queen, deuce.
He flops a queen and has backdoor hearts.
Yeah. Not amused as Ivy, by the way. You think he's staring at Matthias there or somewhere else?
I don't think Ivy's staring. He gives nothing away. Look at this man.
I thought you said he was a good tipper. Seems like he gives a lot away.
He does.
Well, that's the only other available card that could pair without incident for Ivy, as aces and kings officially will bring him to 1.1 million. All the fans, of course, thrilled to see him still in the mix. So beloved. You know, there was some pushback when I talked about him maybe playing peak poker right now, Jared, under the assumption that kind of, you know, not being in your 20s where a lot of that moxie, a lot of that invincibility courses through your veins might be coming at a disadvantage. What's your take on it? Do you agree with me that he's kind of at peak form of late?
I don't.
No.
No, I don't.
You think his best years are behind him?
Yes, I do. I love Phil Ivey. He is not playing his peak.
When would you say the peak of his career was? 15 years ago?
I would say Ivey's peak was 2012-ish.
Okay, so in that territory.
2010, 2012-ish. The thing is this, right? You know, we play a lot of poker. We've all gotten better. The problem is so is everyone else. Okay, so to me, what peak is, it's not about how great you play. It's about how everyone else is playing. For example, when we play mixed games, your best game is what everyone else's worst game. And the thing is with Phil Ivey is he's playing against some of the greatest players. 15 years ago, he knew everyone he was playing. Now there's so many different players from so many parts of the world. It's a lot different. He's still one of the greatest, but I think his best days are behind him.
Well, hopefully he can use that as some motivation.
And look at this by Kristen.
Using the baby-suited ace on the button as motivation. This is a common concept, though, is it not, Jared?
Yes, and we talked about it earlier, the under-the-gun raise. Foxen is 3-betting it. She has a hand that's very good to 3-bet. And more importantly, her stack size. And look at this by Ibinger. Ibinger figured this out.
Just dunking on Kristen's 3-bet there.
One thing that you all need to know about Kristen Foxen is she is very, very aggressive pre-flop. She likes to 3-bet a lot. She likes to 4-bet. She's very aggressive. Ibinger sniffed that one out to perfection. Marone here, look at this. He's got 2 8s, Ali.
Understandable hijack activation here. Min raise open.
Now Peter here, weighing, has a hand that, these are the type of hands that you should not be calling with. You don't have enough chips. Mateos happened to have the same hand on the button folded.
And they'll be happy that they got out of the way, given that Wilson has been delivered the goods. Ace-king in the small, mightily covering this remaining 1.6.
Now here's the thing with Wilson. He
just rips it, Jared.
Yeah, I against Marone's stack, I like it.
Note 1-8 just hit the muck. But will 2 8s as well.
And this is where a lot of times you're playing a guessing game.
And on this occasion, pleased at least to be up against the 2 overs as opposed to the overpair is Marone digging in. By the way, 20-some odd bigs. We're really holding our breath. Re-entry closed, 250K buy-in, but Ignacio didn't take too long here, Jared.
No, I don't really fault him.
.67 in the middle. Flop will bring focus, and it will also bring an ace. Wilson way out in front. We know that a single 8 is in the muck, and so just one remains.
Marone's got 1 out, and 1 out only here.
Calling for Frosty. And instead, it's the 10 of clubs, and adios to a member of the Spanish delegation, which runs so deep in the high roller streets. More often, the names of Mateos and Ido are the ones that we mention. But Marone making a name for himself, as Wilson making a stack for himself. 7.3 million now. Really off and running, trying to keep pace with Sam Muller elsewhere in the room, rather. Flipping it back over to Foxen. A couple of 7s in the cutoff. Takes it to 160. Einhorn with 2 paint on the button.
Raise. Got a 450.
Third scoop application.
10 change.
Oh, Ronnie, I got you. Okay.
Kiss, you pay a time bank that hand you check raise?
Yep, I did.
First time I've ever asked that question.
Another 290 on demand here.
Why not, yeah.
All in?
I'm gonna move my cards forward.
And she's going to play right back at David.
Yeah.
2.11 total, sensing that that big stack might be getting frisky. Sorry. This is quite a bit. For King High to call. Einhorn asking for the count, leaning in. Jared mentioned how aggressive Kristen can be. You wonder whether or not that's part of what's going on in terms of the decision-making process here for Einhorn. Ultimately does lay it down.
Nice hand.
As you called it, Jared. Chrissy, unafraid and profiting, courtesy of that attribute.
Okay.
Kristen is, like I said, super aggressive pre-flop.
Thank you.
Plays great post-flop and is not afraid to put the money in the middle if she feels like she has the best hand.
And you know, within this kind of small community of high rollers, there is still a continuum, a spectrum of play styles and appetites for risk. This is just maybe the youngest table of Raz players I have ever seen in my life.
Looks like everyone's under 40.
I mean, this is the AARP game of the decade, 2 millennia running. I mean, this is...
Ali, you love playing Raz, don't you?
I don't love playing Raz, man.
No?
There's no, you know, in terms of games in the mix rotation that are the biggest threats to the health of the deck when I'm involved, Raz perhaps is the one. If I'm going to crumple a hand, it's going to be in Raz. All right, back over to Sensei. New look Sensei, by the way. I may even have to come with an updated nickname. This ace-jack suited, making it 175 Mickey. Choose on an ace-jack offsuit. Because, you know, Sensei was when he was rocking all the Japanese garb. Blaise, you know, he's famously obsessed with Japanese culture.
Yes.
But now, he almost looks like a long-lost Castro brother from communist Cuba. You know, we'll get back to the image in a moment as we see the 3-bet from Mickey. You see it, right?
Look at this.
Or like maybe a guy with kind of a field walkie in support of Osama, you know, when OBL was still around. Okay, maybe that's a little strong. You could see him calling in an airstrike from a cave.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
What is he wear? What is that around his neck?
Always something expensive. That much we know. And how about this? Calls the 3-bet, finds himself the nut flush draw, free rolling against Mickey.
Now this is a great spot if Mickey decides to put money into the pot here. Bryn has a spot here. He has such a great check raising spot here on the flop. He can get so much to fold. I would love to see Bryn here put more money in and get, you know, the same hand here to fold. The question is the sizing, right? Because a lot of guys, you know, back in the day would just move in here. The problem is when you move in, it looks like a draw a lot of times. I would love to see Bryn make a smallish type raise here, maybe like 450, 500K. Let's see what one of the greatest to ever do it does. Oh, he does just move in, Ali. He does just move in. Great.
And that makes quick work of Mickey as Kenny keeps the decision-making simple from that point forward.
Kenny is fairly on the sticky side, I think, pre-flop, more than a lot of these guys. But it's okay because he plays that good post-flop. Ibinger here wakes up with a pair of 7s. Decides to just complete here, which I love.
Raised to 320.
And look at this, Mike 4X's with a King 4 suited. Now, Ali, this is where the skill of tournament poker comes into play, right? Because look how deep they are. Look at this by Ibinger. I love it. He's disguising the fact that he's got 2 7s. He's playing against a guy like Mike who's overly aggressive.
And I think Ibinger gets the sense that any given pot that you play against Texas Mike could be for the whole enchilada. And that is something tantalizing in terms of holding something like sevens. Meanwhile, Queen 8-3, that which is on offer. 2 overcards to the sticks.
Oh, sure.
After the limp call, check back from Mike, and bingo, finds himself a king on the turn.
Now, the problem when you flat sevens is because your hand is under disguise, it puts you in spots where you have to call looser.
Check.
And I'll tell you this by Mike, even though he has the best hand here, I'd love for him to just get to showdown. Because, again, a lot of times, and this is one of the biggest mistakes people make in poker, right? It's not only about if you have the best hand, it's about what are you going to get called by, okay? So the fact that Ebinger called a 4x raise pre-flop, I actually don't like this bet by Mike, even though it might work. You also have to be Ibinger's a guy that can check raise. What do you do? If he check raises to 1.5 million? You know, Ibinger has like the bottom of his range on this run out. Let's see what he decides to do here. But again, Mike's image is as good as anyone's in this tournament.
He is more likely to get paid in this spot by 2 sevens than anybody at the table. This much is clear.
Yes, but you have to realize is that he's targeting basically a queen here. He loses to all kings. He loses to all aces. He loses to all straights, all flushes. He loses to all that. So he's really targeting a queen here. But he could also have an ace and beat you. He could also check raise. He's also folding a lot of hands. He's folding a lot of small pairs. As good as Mike's image is, I probably would have just checked this back. All right, so we know Ibinger is definitely not raising here with his body language. And Mike now knows that he has the best hand. And what's interesting, Ali, is we're 21, right? We're 12 off the money. The play is going to start getting a lot more interesting as the day develops here.
Oh, look at this. Ibinger does pay. He hates it. This was a call that had everything to do with pots beyond the borders of the one being played, Jared. All that Ibinger knows about Monchek and his willingness to throw chips around far more recklessly than the opponents Ibinger is accustomed to playing against, forcing him into a payday, 2 checkbacks, earning Mike the payday on the river, and a northbound ascent closer to David Einhorn at the top of this leaderboard.
Yeah. And I'll tell you right now, you look at the bottom of that list, Lonis, Kuhn, and Ivy. And Foxen. Look at this. Winter wakes up with aces.
And let's see whether or not he can put some frost on someone. Nope. Picks up nothing but a few snowflakes. Third in chips, though, north of 5 million. What have we here? Raz action. Looks like a casualty. As Stephen Hubbard out of there in fourth. 42,000 plus going home with him. I believe I caught him saying, I'm really happy for whoever wins this. So suggesting that maybe those guys actually made friends with one another, commiserating over the plight of a Raz player.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, celebrating the suited baby ace is Patavi.
Great restaurant.
Which one is
it?
it?
450 Spago.
450 behind you?
Spago at Bellagio.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite restaurants.
What kind of food is it?
King
Like
Jack
American
8.
Steak and stuff.
Bottom pair.
There's really good
And an
pasta.
important queen of diamonds for Kala-Djurdjevic. Defended and now checks it over to Patavi, who isn't loving what he's seeing, but range-wise could certainly see bet into the 600 plus,
Yeah,
right?
I think Patavi here needs to go tiny. Just because, like you said, he has a range advantage here. The blinds are 50 to 100. I expect him to go really small, and he went as small as he actually could. He bet the minimum, 100,000 here. The blinds are 50 to 100,000. And now you have a decision here, right? You're not folding. The question is, do you move in and take the risk that you have the best hand and you win the pot here, or do you flat and see a turn card? And these are the decisions that the top players in the world make time and time again. And he decides to go with option A, which is he does move in. And he's protecting here against hands like this.
And now this is really incredible from Kala-Djurdjevic. You know, I think the common, more comfortable approach is to just flick in the 100 and hope to be able to get to a cheap showdown, but he just takes it by the horns.
Yeah, and Patavi now has to call 300,000 to win 1.5 million. So he's getting 5 to 1 on his money.
But no heart on board and naked ace high. Sure, we unblock the diamonds and some of those combos of straight draws, but even at that price, how are we feeling?
Yeah, with no backdoors, it's really close. I mean, if you could see on the graphics, he's 12%. If he saw his hand, Patavi would probably fold because he's not getting the right price. The problem is, though, Ali, too, there's so many combo draws out there, right? What if 9-7 of diamonds? What if 10-9? Queen 9. These are all hands that are going through Patavi's heads that he actually, in theory, beats. And he does decide to make the call. Again, I don't fault Patavi. He's getting such a good price. But he's going to have to hit an ace or running Queen 10 or he will double up here.
Pretty incredible opportunity here for Kala-Djurdjevic. It stays good on the turn. Does the Queen 8 and avoids an ace on the river. Somehow I feel like most of what's on DK's mind is associated with the pot he played against Sam Miller with those 2 8s on the 4-spade board, as opposed to this pickup here. But
when you're playing at this level, you can't make mistakes. There's no errors that you can make when you're playing this type of buy-in for over $4 million.
I mean, blunders have never been so expensive, both literally and proverbially, than they are in these sorts of fields. Meanwhile, we flip it back over to Ibinger. King Queen, prompting an open, and we know Foxen isn't going to settle at the 200K price point.
And now Foxen has a stack size where I'd like to see 600, 650. She's too deep, I think, to just move in. And I'm wrong. She moves in.
It's allowed.
It is.
And it does make quick work of the King Queen. You yourself said it, though, Jared. She skews toward the aggressive side, and certainly the image on your screen there consistent with that assessment, as we send it down to Jeff Platt with some assessments from outer events. What do you got?
One of the most fun events of the year. It's the 10K Super Turbo Bounty. It's a $10,000 entry. We're finishing this tournament in a day. You knock somebody out, you win $3,000. It's one that all the stars jump into. I see Ren Lin, Alex Foxen, Josh Aria. Martin Cabril's also here, but I'm going to be really quiet so he can't see me and he doesn't jump into our conversation and hijack this once again. Let's keep it moving. Let's go quick. Shout out Cabral. Love you kind of sometimes, maybe. As we move this way, I see Robbie J. Lou in the mix. So this is just an absolute blast. And it'll be done in like 8 hours or so. Phil Hellmuth won this tournament a couple years ago for World Series of Poker bracelet number 17. Hellmuth eliminated in that, but could jump in to this. This one is the $2,500 mixed Omaha high-low, stud high-low, 8 or better. I'm pretty sure that I got the name of this tournament right. That's the good thing about the WSOP Live app, is I can always check. Let's go see who we find over there. I've already been pretty long. This is a pretty lengthy walkthrough. Got to walk backwards, make sure I don't knock into any chairs or tables trying to pull up the app at the same time. It's a tough job, this sideline reporting thing. Not about me, though. And there we are. We have made it into the field. Did I get the title right? 2,500. A lot of events going on. Mixed, Omaha, high-low, stud. Yeah. This is great. Look at this field. This is awesome. Maybe not as fun as the 10K Super Turbo Bounty that finishes in one day. Maybe these guys and gals enjoy it more. Which one do you guys like more? Ali, Bless?
All right, I'm going to take this one first.
I saw you had.
I love me some bounty poker because the play is different. You know, the excitement is there. Super Turbos also, you know, it doesn't get grindy. The total opposite end of the spectrum is a stud 808 field. I mean, you're talking about guys that order their coffee black, no cream, no sugar.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you for sure.
Meanwhile, top pair versus top pair altercation here involving Kuhn. This one was a limp on the button from Ibinger, I'm being told. And then Kuhn check calling the understandable barrel. 6 still plays.
It does.
But it does not fire. And now on the river, the deuce
God.
shows up. So Kuhn is going to be outkicked at a showdown.
Ali, the 6 plays here. And Kuhn has to think he has the best hand.
Tend to agree.
I want to say this as Kuhn here is about to value bet himself here on the river. That is my favorite right there. Kuhn turned 40. If I had a vote, Kuhn is my vote for Hall of Fame. That's my vote for this year for the Hall of Fame.
Man, and you know what's crazy is nobody can argue with that. There's just so many wonderful options out there. It almost feels unfair to be limited in our ability to get, you know, folks. But I hear where you're coming from, and I don't think anyone's arguing.
We've talked about this.
We have the new rule, though, right? 4 votes. You know, everybody gets, you have to get a certain percentage or something. I don't really have the particulars, but we talked about what? Tell me, Jerry.
It's funny because a year ago I think we talked about how we want there to be more people that get entered every single year because you're now reaching that point where the guys that came up in our generation, they're all turning 40 in their late 30s. It should be 2 or 3 people minimum every single year that get into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the backlog is real right now in terms of qualified applicants.
Yes. But I'll tell you this, Kuhn, one thing about Kuhn is,
and you type real quick, Yosuke Miki with ace-5 is jammed over the top of Kenny from the small blind. Sensei says, let's dance. We're playing for 2.2 now.
You've covered a lot of high-limit poker.
Yeah,
Have you ever seen Kuhn tilt or play poorly? Ever? Ever? In all your years of commentating high-limit poker? Because you've commentated more of this than anyone in the world at high-limit poker. Have you ever seen Kuhn play bad? Because I haven't.
I mean, obviously, I'm not even really all of that seat time that you're describing considered, able to assess things through the same lens that he and his peers are. As
in
we
your
see
opinion.
Rendition here for Mickey out of there after being outflopped by the 7s for Kenny. I can't recall ever looking up at a screen and thinking to myself, this man's not playing well. And oddly enough, I do recall looking at him and going, this guy's not in great shape, sick, tired, you know, looked like maybe he could have taken the day off, still brought it, as so often we see this man do. All-time winningest player in tournament poker history. Biggest career score, $20.5 million. That, of course, was courtesy of a £1 million buy-in event in London back in 2019. What's going on here? More Raz? More razzle-dazzle, as Norman Chad would like to describe it. Dennis Weiss and Oscar Johansson
I know Johansson.
got intertwined, and it would appear that the
He's from Sweden, right?
Boy, that was one of the more enthusiastic GGs ever, as Dennis Weiss appears pretty amped to be playing for a bracelet there. The German retakes his seat, but sends the Swede out of here.
But I'll tell you, like, when you really think about it, right, in your opinion, you just said it, you've never watched Kuhn play poorly.
No.
He's always well rested.
Yeah. Well, again, very infrequent when he's not in peak physical form to be out there.
But Ali, that's such a big part of playing great. Being one of the best in the world is always playing great. And that's what Kuhn does. He's always playing great poker.
It's one thing to have the capacity to play great. It's another to turn up and execute that as often as he's capable of doing it. And some of these tours, I mean, it's grueling weeks on end, hour after hour.
Yes.
The big
Stanley Tang,
the 57
unfortunately, found an ace-6 and decided to target the under-the-gun open from Peter Wang, but loaded for bear was P-Dubs here with the Cowboys as he's trying to dismount Stanley.
It's so heavy. No flex zone.
Are we, Ali, I know, so tomorrow, are we playing tonight till 9 till the money, or?
I think it's kind of a fluid situation depending on how quickly we progress. So stay tuned for more on that as we tune into this Broadway gutter for Stanley. Board pairing Jack, though, wraps this one up. So the GGs are issued, and Stanley Tang is sent packing here, the 33-year-old co-founder of DoorDash, by the way. Hobbies include soccer and flying. Just got ejected.
I would love to see Peter make a run here in this tournament.
I think they'll bring us.
I would love it.
No, I think they'll bring us someone here, right?
So something
Peter
must be
looks like
correct.
he's wearing couture from the
Maybe the suited
Emperor's
part,
collection
maybe the
in Star Wars. I mean, that was a
Oh, Ali, look at
pinstripe
this.
future forward situation as we see forward will be the direction that David Einhorn is going to take things after a Kuhn King Jack open. Politely deposits a pile of lavender out there, 600 total.
Ali. Will we see Kuhn play his first hand of poker poorly? Will we see this?
Oh, I mean.
And I'll tell you, Kuhn is so good at getting away and knowing when he's beat. I could see him folding here. Yeah, he's definitely going to fold. Yep, and he's that good. Great fold by Kuhn.
And some great work from our production crew as they manage to grab a little bit of time with a man who doesn't have a whole lot of it to spare, David Einhorn. Let's hear what he had to say before play.
Seemed like the chips have grown today. What's gone right so far?
You know, I just had a 2-hour run, or maybe the first hour and a half run. I literally just got hit by the deck. Like, that's literally, I think that's the poker term. And it was premium hand after premium hand, and then flops and turns and rivers, and everything just kind of rolled my way.
It's nice to have that in a high roller.
You know, I feel like it's been a while, but I didn't have to have any runouts or anything. They were all won in the context.
Is there anything you do to prepare, like mentally or physically, to be playing these long hours?
You know, these hours aren't so long. I work a long work day too in my day job, and there's a fair amount of intensity and stress in what I do for a living. And so I actually don't find this terribly draining. And when it's going this well, you just get adrenaline, and it's just a lot of fun.
Any rituals? You have pregame rituals or anything you do that you know you want to do before you play?
Oh, I work out, I get a massage, I have breakfast, and I come over. That's what we do.
Keep it up.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
200.
Well, it's an aces-rich environment here as Einhorn took his turn, and now Pietrangelo taking his on the button at the blue table.
I can't emphasize enough how great David Einhorn is for poker. Such a class act, such a gentleman.
Call.
All in and call announced.
Not so great as having the one-legged aces here for Samuel Muller, who threw his weight around and runs into it, covering Pietrangelo, but Nicky P in a prime position to double up to 4.2 plus. Straightforward jam out of the big versus button open there?
100%. You know, Pietrangelo's opening a very wide range off the button. These are the spots in tournament poker where 20 bigs, Ali. If you have a pair, it's just, you're not folding.
Oh, no. Jack 4. A pukey board. Aces and jacks would do the trick for Nicky P. Oh my goodness, the ace as the favor is returned and Petrangelo wags his finger at Sam Mueller.
Wow.
First hiccup on the day for the Austrian.
Unbelievable.
Justice served. Just like that. Vaulting up to 42 bigs. And more navigable stack depth is Nicky P. Boy, as soon as I saw that flop, you know, I know you don't watch maybe as much as I'm forced to, being here in the booth a little bit more often, but it certainly feels like Nicky P's been on the wrong end of those more than he's been on the right end of them in terms of the beats. So nice to see him find that ace on the river and keep his seat here with 18 remaining in this super high roller. Day 2 action continuing to work its way toward the money bubble, which bursts when 10 become 9.
$18 left.
Oh my gosh. Aces again, and this time in the very dangerous possession of Texas Mike. Ace King suited for the gorilla. And he might be relieved of his bananas shortly.
17 bigs here. I expect the gorilla to just move in against Mike here. Yeah.
You know, we may have to embroider a U and an N in front of that hoodie for Lonis, which reads lucky.
That happens, though.
But
aces.
It's not looking that way here with 3.7 in the middle. Cold, cold world.
I'm telling you, Ali, if Mike gets chips, he is the most dangerous man in this tournament. Factual.
100%.
He's not the best, but he's the most dangerous.
Like that distinction. And Jesse might be liking this Jack 10-8, which gives him queens. No spade on board, obviously, is not great, but let's see if he can find one of the 3 available ladies. He can't, but now add 9s in there for the chop. Doesn't come in. As a 4 of clubs will seal Jesse and his fate.
All right, well, the only good news is Jesse was in on 1 buy-in. I'm telling you, Ali, Mike he's approaching, what is it, 8 million in chips?
Of the players that were remaining in the field, is Jesse not the one that would come up closest to Mike's DNA if we were running kind of a PokerAncestry.com moment there?
100%. With who's left, 100%.
Alex Foxen, also a guy who knows how to embrace some aggressive disposition, 3-time bracelet winner.
You're looking at 1/2 of the #1 power couple in all of poker. Alex, Kristen Foxen.
Johannes Straver, part of that Dutch delegation. Picked up 807,000 a couple of years back on the island, out in paradise. There's Ellis Parson, and love that he's in these 2-card streets with so much more frequency now, as originally he was a PLO sniper, but now he's taken to other ammo.
There's Kulev.
Oh, yeah.
He's cost me a fortune. I love him, but he's cost me a fortune.
50K high roller champ back in 2023 in Paradise. Has Cabral cost you anything other than kind of your sanity, or?
No comment.
No. Whatever happens, it's already good.
I actually like Cabral. I think people are 50-50 on Cabral if he's good or not for poker. I think he's great for poker. He's got to cool it down a little, I think. Look at this, Ali.
Ace Queen.
Christie's got 4.2 million in the small blind with Ace Queen against Peter. Oh, and you know what? Peter has to. Wow, look at the discipline of Peter to just flat blind versus blind.
Yeah, your sentence was going to be has to jam with something like King Jack off of this stack depth, and yet he found a different idea and now finds the best hand on a Jack 10-10 board where he doesn't want to see a king.
Jesse's all in.
Now, this is actually probably an above-average flop for Fox in here. She's got a gutter to the nuts straight.
200.
She's going small here. She's basically putting Peter in a spot here that he almost kind of has to call, which he does.
Texas Mike. 8 million.
Diamond on the turn.
And that's a good card for Christie. Wang has a pot-sized bet left behind. Christie can do a lot of things here. She can shove, she can check, she can bet small.
Goes with the knuckle.
And now, same for Wang here. These are the decisions in poker that make these are the difficult spots, right? It's you don't want to give your opponent a free card with a hand like this, but then you also don't want to risk your tournament life if you happen to be beat. And this is what Peter, I'm not sure he even knows what to do in this spot. He's confused. Look at him.
400.
I like it.
Brings a third of his stack out there, which equals a third of the pot.
Hi guys, do you have
And if I'm Christie, she really can't fold here. She's got too many outs. Decides to call. Let's see Fifth Street. A complete brick. And now, if I'm Wang here, I actually would not bet this. And he checks. I like it by Wang. And chat, you know, for those of you that are watching, this is one of those spots where we talked about earlier. He probably has the best hand, but he doesn't want to risk his whole tournament life on the chance that he does not have the best hand and he's eliminated from the tournament.
So keeping things a bit tidy over there, maybe a little more tidy than you were with Kristen's name. Chrissy or Kristen, no one says Christy. It's on brand though, Blez. I really think you've actually carved out a lane for yourself.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Who's this guy? Who's the guy with the 9 deuce suited?
DK, right?
Yes!
All right, I had to look at it. DK.
Circle gets the square.
DK.
Top pair on the 9-5 tray board. Kenny with King Queen.
I'm getting every name wrong, folks, and I'm proud of it. Let's go.
Kenny, not so proud, of course, of the King High. Check back after open raising. Kala Djurdjevic hates to see this ace on the turn. Brings a check again.
Oh, wow. And DK actually makes a wheel.
Pretty remarkable run out for the 9 deuce to find improvement in this manner.
Huh.
With 2 checks behind him, it's time to do his own bidding. And he's going to do so for an overbid into this 550. In the words of Gordon Gekko of Wall Street fame, greed is good, Jared.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny is more sticky than most in this tournament. I think he feels like he might as well just get it all. If Kenny has a hand that's going to call, he's going to call that amount. Guys, we're down to 17. The hands are going to get more and more interesting as The money gets closer and closer.
And the pressure ratchets up. Flipping it back over to the black table. Jason Kuhn under the gun. King 10 offsuit, showing some range. And Ivy being shown the ace-king suited. Snap jams his remaining 10 bigs. It's going to take another 775 if you do.
$1 million flat.
Mr. Kuhn.
Now again, Kuhn knows he doesn't have the best hand, but it's a question of the price that he is getting now versus Ivy. If he feels like Ivy has 2 9s or 2 8s, he's almost forced into calling. Even if Ivy has a hand like ace-jack, Kuhn is not doing worse than about 40% and is mathematically getting the right price to call here. He also knows that he doesn't want to double up Phil Ivy. And he decides to make, again, the right fold. And again, Ali, Phil Ivy's now, you know, he had under 500,000 in chips when he called off with 9-10 on the turn, and now has almost 1.5 million. He's got 14 bigs.
You know, there's always, it seems like in any standard run at a tournament, that kind of card dead phase where you're just trying to tread water, just trying to stay alive. Bob Weed, pick up a small one here and there so you don't get gobbled up by the blinds. And for Ivy, that is where it seems like he is. But looking for that breakout double as we flip it over to Blueville, where Patavi, King Jack diamonds, min raises, inferior diamonds, but connected is Mueller and deep stacked. He's going to flat. These are the sorts of hands that you're going to see a lot more participation from in deep stack poker at this time, as opposed, Jared, to when we get down into the money.
Now, I could be wrong here, but I don't know if I love Muller's call pre-flop. I would have wanted Patavi to be a lot deeper. He's only got 2.5 million in chips. Oh my God, Ali, look at this flop.
Top pair. And the gut shot straight flush draw for Sam. But diamonds would be no good unless they were to come in the unavailable 6 of diamonds form, as that card is nestled in front of Kenny, who's got a pair and an open ender himself in the big, looking up at this texture and thinking, this is me, fellas.
Wow. Look at this. Mueller doesn't know it, but he cannot make a straight flush. Bryn is leading for chips.
And you understand the decision, do you not, Blez?
I like the lead by Bryn. If I'm Patavi here, okay, I've got 2 overs. Now here's the problem. That is a flop of a board texture that does favor Bryn a lot, right? So if Patavi raises, what is he trying to accomplish? He also has Mueller behind. The fact that Mueller's behind, I'd like Patavi here to just flat. I don't really see the value in raising, because if you get it all in against an opponent, you're going to most likely have to make your flush to win, you know, having no pair. Mueller flatting is also, he could have a lot of that board texture, 7, 5, 8. He's flatting with 5s, 7s, 8s, 9s, pre-flop. I would love to see Patavi. He just moves in. Wow, Ali, this is unbelievable.
And now, if you're in Samuel Muller's seat, you found what you think is a dream sort of flop, but with this action in front of you, your pride in 8s and 9 high diamonds dwindles.
Ali, Mueller is going to think about it here. He's not folding. He's never folding here. Bryn will fold when it gets back to him. But again, this is the problem. I don't love this shove by Patavi, because if you get called, like I said, it's funny because he's going to get called by Mueller, and he's kind of going to be happy knowing that his king and his jack are live.
Right.
They're both live. And Bryn's 220 is going to be dead after he folds. This is unbelievable. We're about to see a 6 million chip pot with 17 left. And by the way, if I'm Mueller here, Mueller needs to reshove. I would not flat. And he does. He does reshove. I love it. I love it.
Easy becomes the decision for Sensei as he bows out. And unless Patavi can find one of these 12 outs, he'll be doing the same.
Yeah, and again, my problem with Patavi is this, right? Is you have Muller behind. If Muller has a hand like he has, which in my opinion is the bottom of his calling range, he has all sets, okay? He could also have the enough flush draw. You could have like ace-9 of diamonds, and you're in horrible shape. Turns a 7.
Shape becomes worse as Patavi fades to 27%. Needs a king, a jack, or a diamond. And instead, a double pairing 8, and Muller fills up and empties the field of a Frenchman.
I'll tell you, man, you can't truly fault Patavi there for shoving, but I would have liked him to call to see what Muller does behind. You don't have to fold your hand, but play it differently. Play it a little more cautious. A small misstep, in my opinion, by Patavi.
Okay. If he just flat, if it was lead.
Well, he went for high risk, but it is Mueller who claims the reward and an almost 13 million chip stack. Meanwhile, in progress, one between Kuhn and Ibinger, with Matthias on the attack from the button. Pretty one, not following through, but finding an open ender to go with the 2 overs on the turn after Kuhn's top pair turns into second pair and a gut shot.
Now again, I'd love to see Kuhn check the turn, and I'd like to see Ibinger start to put money in the pot on the come here. He's got 2 overs, he's got an open-ended straight draw, and he can get Kuhn to fold better by the river if he doesn't improve. It looks like he's wanting, I love this, he's going for chips, Ali. And now Kuhn, he's sized up here. And if I'm
80?
Yeah, and I'll tell you that right now, Kuhn picks up a straight draw. He's got second pair. He's not folding here. Okay, he's going to peel here. He's going to call one off.
7 would be catastrophic for him, by the way.
And a 7, he's out of the tournament. But there goes Kuhn with the call. And I'd love to see Ibinger continue on a brick. Okay, there's a lot of, an ace, a king.
Backdoor diamond arriving in the form of the 3. Can't call this one a brick, can we?
No, and Kuhn checked. And let's see what Ibinger does here. Is he good enough to put a lot of money in here on a bluff? He can't win if it gets to showdown. To Ibinger's credit, he's been playing great poker so far today from what we've seen.
Unsurprisingly, as we've grown very accustomed to that reality, he does end up shutting it down. Kuhn's a tough guy to get through. He's got that cape at his disposal. So Ibinger conceding there as Kuhn not put to a decision.
And Ali, what's great about poker is you're seeing so many different players have so many different styles of play.
Yeah.
That's what makes poker so great, is that everyone can play differently, and they could all be great styles of poker.
Well, I think a lot of people are fooled into thinking that there's only one style because they observe the commonality of affect being very much a lack of emotion, stoicism, silence, intensity. But beneath the hood, you've got a lot of different engine trims on those vehicles, as we've got 16 left here, working our way down to 9 and the money here at the 2026 World Series of Poker. Day 2 Super High Roller coverage will continue in about an hour. As Jared and I are going to step aside, but set your alarms and come back and see us in 60.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong. Never poke the bear.
All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go. The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
My daisy, did he maybe fall? Oh!
Oh my God! Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God!
All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's thrown up in poker.
The life of a professional poker player is unique. So I need a bank that understands me and what I do. And no one understands that better than Lexicon Bank. I wouldn't bank anywhere else.
Welcome to Las Vegas for the 2014 World Series of Poker. The main event is on deck tonight. It's the big one for One Drop, the richest tournament on the planet.
Day two, gotta get through today, that's for sure.
Antonio Esfandiari is here to defend his title.
It looks like the magician has picked up speed walking in the last couple of years. Good for him.
2012 main event champ Greg Merson moves at a different pace.
Greggy is laxed and looking for a big score while playing Angry Birds. Good for him.
2 years ago, this event made big news with its prize pool and field, and it's doing it again. Brit Sam Trickett is the chip leader, looking to better his 2012 runner-up finish.
If Sam wins this, I suspect Pippa will come calling. Good for him.
And there's the man behind this event, Cirque du Soleil founder Guy Laliberté.
He's been to space, he runs every big show in Vegas, and he's got $1 billion in the bank. Good for him.
Once again, the big one has the undivided attention of the poker world, and with very good reason. 42 players bought in for $1 million each. Yes, that's 6 zeros. First place prize worth more than $15 million. With me, as always, my $1 million broadcast partner, Norman Chad. Norman, we've seen big prize pools and star-studded fields before, but can you put this year's event into perspective?
Actually, I can't. What I can do is this. Where do these people find $1 million? And if I suddenly had $1 million, would I buy into a poker tournament? No. I'd buy an 800 square foot, 1-bedroom condo in Midtown Manhattan. At least I'd have a chance of getting my money back on that baby. Who are these people? They are well-backed poker pros and well-heeled businessmen. They live a life you and I are not familiar with. Heck, Lon still owes me $10 from his $12 sit and go the other night. Thank you. You just became my first backer for the next big one. Now all I need to do is find 100,000 more suckers.
31 players left in the event, 8 at our loaded feature table. Daniel Negreanu is in great shape.
At this point, anyone who doubts Kid Poker on the felt is a fool. Did you doubt Kid Poker, Lon?
No!
Huh, you're not a fool.
The dangerous Phil Ivey has the biggest stack at the table, and he spoke with Kara Scott before play began.
Phil Ivey is playing this on the back of a win for his 10th career World Series of Poker bracelet. First of all, congratulations. Was that as exciting for you as it was for everyone else watching?
Well, yeah, I mean, always at the end of the tournament, sometimes I don't seem as excited as I should be, but it's because I'm just relieved, you know, because I'm just thinking about every hand, thinking about the players, the way they look, everything. I'm putting so much into it that I just feel a sense of relief. But once I was walking away from the Rio, a big smile came on my face.
All right, well, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get it going. The blinds at 25 and 50,000 with a 5K ante.
Good luck, everybody.
Do we drop for the button, or we just gave it to Daniel?
No, I just get it. That's kind of how things work around here. You're shocked by that. What did you expect? That they're going to make me have the big blind? I wouldn't come back.
Yeah, I thought it was only on EPTs.
Yeah, they don't listen to me at all there, literally.
Well, the squeaky wheel got the grease. Doc Sands complains and has dealt aces.
Go figure.
A raise to 115,000. What a scene here in the Amazon room. All bought in for $1 million. 31 left from the 42-player field. Daniel Negreanu 6-5 off, gives it up to now 10-time bracelet winner Phil Ivey with ace-king.
I'd take even money that Ivy isn't actually listening to music. He just wears headphones so no one bothers him.
And he's going to re-raise it to 340,000.
We just are on our first hand, and we're going to get fast and furious early. Of course, Doc Sands does everything slowly.
The Doc Sands of time will come to a decision with his aces. Oh, a 4-bet to 820,000. Back at you, 10-time bracelet winner.
Well, if Ivy is listening to music, it just stopped. That re-raise gets his attention.
Recently caught up to Johnny Chan and Dora Brunson, and one of the few in the game not addicted to ace-king pre-flop. He folded. So Sands will take that.
Did my man just fold ace-king there pre-flop to a 4-bet? That's why he's my man.
So Phil Ivey remains in third place after folding ace-king. Doc Sands takes the pot, moves into 8th place, and it's 2012 runner-up Sam Trickett with a sizable lead.
Trickett knocked out the only woman in the field, Vanessa Selps, on day one. He earned $10 million at the first big one, shooting for $15 million this time.
4 chips in play right now. The purple chips are good to have. They are worth $250,000 each. All right, and number 2, action under the gun on Doug Polk, 25-year-old bracelet winner from Las Vegas. Ace-7 of diamonds. He's going to raise it up to 110,000. Now to Gabe Kaplan, former TV sitcom star and high-stakes poker TV host with King Queen off. He calls.
Here's some perspective that the last 6 main event champions were not born when Welcome Back Kotter went off the air in 1979.
Action around 2. Doc Sands in the big blind. Jack 5. And he will fold. So heads up with my favorite co-host, Gabe Kaplan and Doug Polk.
By the way, when Gabe woke up this morning, he was going to do some drywalling, but then he remembered he made day 2 of a $1 million event and didn't get a chance to change.
Here's the flop heads up. Jack 4, deuce, both miss. Polk still leads with ace high.
There's never been a more raggedy board in the history of poker than Jack 4 deuce rainbow lawn, though some might think it's Queen 6 deuce. Not me.
He bets 130,000. Nearly even chip stacks between these two.
Gabe trying to remember if he took his flow max this morning.
With king high, and here's a raise to 365. That is savvy. You never showed me anything like that, Norman Chad.
Boy, you're all over the Gabe Kaplan bandwagon today.
And Polk gives up the best hand.
And the 70-year-old schools the 25-year-old. Very nice. Welcome back, Gabe.
Well, Kaplan, and I will call him Gabe, now a bit above the 3 million chip starting stack. 4 tables in play. We've got them all covered for you as you take a look at the top 3 payouts. $15.3 million for first. A couple of players gained entry by being the top 2 finishers in a $25,000 buy-in satellite. Eric Lindgren was one of them, and Chicago-born pro Connor Drynan was the other.
By the way, Lon, how many shows did you work with your favorite co-host, Gabe Kaplan?
Just one.
That's what I thought.
All right. Antonio Esfandiari in the red, our defending champ. Action is on Daniel Coleman with ace-jack and a T-shirt. Thanks for dressing up.
He's a 23-year-old Boston-born online heads-up specialist.
And he's going to raise it up to 120,000. Gila Liberté short stacked all in with ace-king. Phil Galfond folds to Isaac Haxton in the big blind with 10-4. Haxton will give it up. Now back to Coleman.
Coleman's got the chips to call him. It's for less than 15% of his stack.
And Coleman will let Guy take the pot.
Well, that's polite of Coleman. You don't want to knock out the man who created this baby with ace-jack offsuit.
No chance for a double up for Guy, but he's happy to still be in the game. Guy La Liberté put this event together. Now he's working on putting his stack back together. The 2014 World Series of Poker Big One for One Drop is dealt by the WSOP social game on Facebook and mobile. Try our new high roller tables today.
This is definitely the, obviously the biggest buy-in I've ever played and the coolest tournament I've ever played. It's really sick to be a part of poker history and to know that so much of my buy-in is going towards helping other people, and there's still so much to be played for after the fact.
Yeah, I'd be upset if I had to miss this. It's obviously my birthday today as well, and it's all tournament around this, so it's just an exciting part of the year for me.
I've been playing probably 19 years now, so I always dreamt that I'd be at least in the main event. I saw Dan Harrington win it, you know, and I always dreamt of that, but I never dreamt that tournament poker would get so big.
The main event did not have a prize pool this big until 2005, 35 years after it was first held. Gabe Kaplan opened with ace-queen under the gun. Daniel Negreanu with ace-king makes the call.
Daniel loves small ball. Most players raise there. Daniel likes to see cheap flops.
Ivy with pocket trays makes the call. On the button is Scott Seaver with ace-king, 08 bracelet winner.
On.
And he says all in with his short stack, just over $1 million. Doc Sands with king-8 off.
I like Ivy's hand right now.
Folded to Doug Polk, and he gives up his big blind. Now Gabe.
Well, ace-queen, the original raiser, but with 2 calls and a re-raise behind him, ace-queen needs fixing.
I call.
Call.
It's 1,000,000.
75,000. And the water's great.
Yeah, if Scott Seaver were a lifeguard, I wouldn't trust him.
So Kaplan called. Now on Negreanu.
My general attitude tries to just be like joking around to it. It's the best way to go. Yeah, so Scott's very good at that.
Daniel has 8 cashes at the World Series this summer so far with one final table. He calls now to Ivy with the pocket pair.
The best hand will release, I believe.
It has been released.
No, this is the worst. I don't want it all or none.
3 players, ace-queen against 2 ace-kings. All right, here's the flop. 6-8 Jack Rainbow. All three come up empty. Good news for Seaver and his survival hopes.
Missed a lot of that Broadway.
Checked by Kaplan.
Daniel's tan, fit, fashionable, with a full head of hair. Good for him.
Seaver sharing some secrets with Doc Sands. Daniel now fits 450 into a side pot.
Gabe used to be tan, fit, fashionable, with a full head of hair.
Please tell me you're queens.
No.
It's even better news for Seaver.
Okay. I can deal with that too. I can deal with that too.
Is there a free roll available?
I was scared you were 3 jacks.
Yeah, I know. It looked like.
There's no free roll available.
You're happy with that?
They'll chop it up. Seaver will survive. Daniel tweeted recently, crazy how many people I know have told me that I'm going to win the one drop. Universe is sending a message to play my A game.
See, that's the big difference between Daniel and you and Milan. Even if we play our A game, we can't win anything.
Still a long way to go. All right, from Scott Seaver's survival with a chop here at the feature table to former world champ Greg Merson. He's all in at another table with ace-10 for about $1 million. Eric Seidel holds pocket sevens and Merson's fate.
Thinking about your flipping skills.
Seidel is a Poker Hall of Famer and one of the best tweeters in the history of the game. This would be for about 25% of his stack.
And I believe whatever Eric Seidel does is correct. And he does lay it down, and Merson will survive his shove.
Greggy is laxed, obviously.
So the past world champ gets a break and will fight on, but only with about 1,300,000 chips. Not much wiggle room for him. Greg put himself on the national stage when he won the main event, admitted publicly that he had battled a drug problem. He's been clean now for more than 2.5 years.
The only dream he had leading up to his November 9, he finished in 8th place. So dreams don't always come true. And now he's done 2 things hardly anyone's done. He's won the main event and he's gone bowling with Phil Ivey.
Merson at 28th place of the 30 players remaining back at the featured table. That's Talal Shakurchi from the UK. He manages pension funds for a living, but finds time for big money poker too. He has pocket jacks.
He played in the 2012 one drop.
A raise to 115,000. Negreanu now with King Jack offsuit.
Oh, King Jack is ace queen without the curb appeal. Dump it.
How about pump it instead? A re-raise to 300,000. So much for small ball. Now Seaver with ace queen suited.
Ace queen is just King Jack with a nicer front porch. Dump it.
Well, Seaver barely has Shakurchi covered.
7 years ago when Seaver graduated from Brown, people might have expected Scott to go down a path similar to Talal, and Scott even worked at Lehman Brothers briefly.
I'm all in.
He says all in for 2.1 million. Sands folds his small blind. Doug Polk in the big with ace-6. And his suited cards into the muck. Now back to Shakurchi with the 2 blackjacks.
Now, what do you do when you're a fund manager swimming in choppy waters between 2 high-rolling poker sharks? Shakurchi making a decision here for all his chips.
With Daniel on his left still to act. Talal gives up the jacks. I like this man. And Daniel folds as well, and Seaver will take the pot.
Seaver makes ace-queen work.
And with that aggression, Seaver gets a little richer.
You want to call him now?
Can't breathe.
No, I wanted to, if he didn't do that, I wanted to shove.
He had a good hand.
Yeah, I think he had a good, well, he must have had a decent hand.
He had 2 queens.
Ace king or 2 queens, I think. Yeah.
Something like that.
Shakurchi speculates for a living, and here on the felt, he's left to wonder if he made the right fold. This game can be torture. Each summer, tens of thousands descend on Las Vegas for what some players affectionately call Poker Summer Camp. The biggest events on the calendar, the main event, and a big one for one drop. Action on Greg Merson right now. In front of him, German pro Christoph Vogelsang raised with ace-king to 120,000. Greggy finds pocket queens, a great thing for a short stack.
This is Vogelsang's first ever World Series event. That's like having Kate Upton as your first kiss.
The blinds are up to 30 and 60,000, a 10K ante. And Merson is going to raise it up to 300,000. Folded by Kerry Katz, now back to Vogelsang.
Vogelsang, one of 5 young German poker pros who entered this event, and they are all dangerous.
Merson, the only main event champ in the field. And two-handedly, Vogelsang re-raises Merson all in. Merson makes the call.
And we will have a race. All of Merson's chips in the middle, half of Vogelsang's chips in the middle.
So Vogelsang trying to knock off one of America's heroes, Greg Merson. All right, here's the flop. 8-4-9, no danger in there for Merson.
You know, if Merson were thinking, he would have made Vogelsang put the scarf in the pot as part of the all-in. It's a nice scarf.
Turn card, 6 of clubs. Queen's holding up so far. Vogelsang still with 2 overs.
Vogelsang looking for an ace or a king to knock out Merson.
It is a queen, and Merson gets the much-needed double up with trip queens.
And Vogelsang now is next to last in chip count here.
Indeed, Norman, he gave up about half his bank to Merson, down to just under 1.2 million. Greg is healthier, but even after that double up, his $2.5 million only puts him in 25th place. So the big one for one drop remains at 30 players after that double up. We'll pay 8 places this year, 1.3 million for 8th place to a whopping 15.3 million for our champion. Back to Talal Shakurchi with another big hand, ace queen in middle position. There's a raise to 145.
The fund he runs in London has 3 billion pounds of assets. He's out of my league.
By about 3 billion pounds. Ivy folds his button. Seaver with pocket aces.
You always want to see Scott Seaver at your poker table, not because you're going to take his money, you're not, but because he's such a positive and friendly fella to be around.
Seaver with the aces. Re-raises to 305.
What's the initial raise? 145?
305,000.
You had the initial raise?
Sands has it all wrong. Look at your hand first, then decide what info you need. That's like going into a car dealership and asking 1,000 questions, only to realize you're not even looking to buy a car.
Uh-oh.
Call.
Snap call, and Shakurchi in a deep hole and few ways to climb out.
Shakurchi is running into some big hands. Swimming with sharks, you eventually get bit.
So Talal at risk, and that's what ace-queen looks like up against pocket aces. Scott Seaver looking for the knockout. The flop, 8-jack-8, that's an empty cupboard for Shakurchi.
You might be ahead here, Scott.
Man, you have so much fun. I respect that. I really do respect that.
There's a queen, a little help for
That's
Talal.
a queen. It could come a queen.
Wait, I don't see it. What are you talking
Queen
about?
and you lose.
Oh, I didn't.
You figured it right out. You just saw you figured it.
Yep.
Shakurchi has to have a queen.
The river card is a tray. Seaver will take the pot and score the elimination of Talal Shakurchi.
He's now 0 for 2 in the one drop. So far, big investment, 0 return.
Talal Shakurchi says his goodbyes out in 30th place here at the 2014 Big One for One drop. At least he can say he was taken out by pocket aces. Little comfort, I know.
Call.
The Rio has played host to the World Series of Poker since 2005. This is the second edition of the Big One for One drop.
Never been so excited to possibly outrun King High.
Jean-Robert Ballon hoping his weak ace will provide him a double up against the King Jack of One Drop satellite winner Connor Drynan.
Ace baby would be, or 2 6s would be the best flop, please. 6-6 on the flop would be awesome.
With two diamonds.
Ace and 2 clubs?
Runner, diamond.
Ace and 2 clubs.
I believe Ballon used Kickstarter to raise his $1 million for one drop.
All right, he's at risk. Here is our flop. And top pair for Drynan, but Ballon did pick up a flush draw.
Yeah, but the lovable loser, JRB, at risk of going broke again.
Close it out, come on. Give me that baby club. 3 of clubs right there. 3 of clubs.
Turn card. King of spades, 2 pair for Drynan, stealing an out.
It isn't a poker event till JRB is begging for cards on the flop or the turn. He needs one here.
The ace comes too late, and Ballon falls victim to Connor Drynan.
Ballon busted the big one? Never saw that coming.
He busts in 29th place. No money for Jean-Robert Ballon.
Did not cash is JRB's Tinder screen name, I believe.
Dryden, the 25-year-old, now lives in Vancouver, sits with just above the current chip average of $4.5 million. So JRB gone, but one of the biggest names in the game didn't even enter the big one for one drop in a series of tweets sent out before play began. Phil Hellmuth explained he couldn't get the financial backing to enter this $1 million event.
Geez, I would have backed the poker brat for 100.
$1,000?
No, dollars.
All right, we caught up with Jean-Robert Belland after his knockout.
I'm not sure if I'll ever make it into the one drop again. I'll definitely be deep in main events, though, and you and I will be having a few more of these interviews.
Most of the poker pros here have backers because $1 million is just too much risk for their bankrolls.
Back at the featured table, Daniel Negreanu with pocket queens. He has witnessed Doc Sands open for $150,000 with Jack 9 off. Then Doug Polk calling with pocket nines. Negreanu in the small blind.
The Global Poker Index currently ranks Daniel Negreanu and Doc Sands 3rd and 4th in the world for best groomed beards.
Beards are so hot right now. Daniel with chips in hand. And that is a re-raise to 550. Ivy folds his big blind. Back to Doc Sands now.
Well, no more small ball from Daniel with 2 players already in and out of position. He decides to re-raise with queens. He'd gladly take it down right here.
Sands does fold now with the pocket nines. Doug Polk.
Not only was Polk born with a full head of hair, when he came out of the womb, it was styled just like that.
Polk calls again, this time for $400,000 with pocket nines. He'll go heads up against the queens of Daniel Negreanu. The flop, deuce, 6, deuce. Both like that flop, but it's Negreanu holding the hammer. 6-time bracelet winner, bets $400,000. The one-time bracelet winner thinking about it. With his overpair to the board, he calls.
Well, many amateurs go nuts with pairs pre-flop, and then as soon as they have an overpair to the board post-flop, they go even more nuts, Polk playing it cautiously with good reason.
Well, that ace may slow them down a little bit. Both like the flop. The turn, not so much. Daniel does check. Does Polk see an opportunity? Ooh, he's reaching. And that is $200,000.
Polk just bet 10% of the pot on the turn. I don't understand the game of poker anymore, Lon.
You never understood the game of poker.
Good for you.
Well, Daniel just with a call. For that price, he can't go anywhere. Plus, he's got queens. River card, 6 of diamonds, double pairs the board. Daniel is best with queens up. He checks, Polk checks. Daniel turns over the best hand and will take the pot.
Smooth sailing for Negreanu here at the big one for one drop.
Daniel Negreanu up to nearly $5 million now, good for 11th place presently.
Wow, so much clapping for Negreanu. It's unbelievable.
What about me, guys? You didn't make a great play.
Damn.
Make a great play and maybe they'll clap.
I know. I need some great plays. Wow. Gabe, you know any good plays?
Not trying to get a cheap showdown when your hand is never good anyways, maybe? Step 1.
This home field advantage is absurd. It's like...
All right, let's head to an outer table. It's been folded around to Guy Liberté on the button with pocket queens of his own. He's the short stack here with $1.2 million. He raises to $140,000. Galfon with ace tray of diamonds.
I feel threatened intellectually by seeing Phil Galfond and Isaac Haxton sitting next to each other.
You feel threatened intellectually at a crosswalk signal. Galfond calls for $110,000. Now Haxton, and these are 2 of the brightest minds in the game.
Haxton and Scott Seaver met each other when they attended Brown.
They've won untold millions between them in the game. Haxton with the re-raise. Guy shoves all in. Galfond folds. Guy exposes the queen, but Haxton hasn't acted yet.
It's okay. I'm in good shape against a queen.
Haxton with a call, Guy at risk.
Haxton was always calling there, getting almost 3-1. Didn't matter that Guy exposed his hand.
No problem.
Guy looking for that 2.6 million chip pot.
So excited to have 2 queens, right? I get it.
Same old story.
So the 28-year-old Haxton trying to take out the big one for one drop host here. Here's the flop. La Liberté at risk. Tray 4-10. Haxton pairs is 10, but still trailing.
So we're going to hit 5 of spades and then an ace.
Turn card, another 10. That's a crushing card for Guy.
Paxton just lost his lifetime comp to Cirque du Soleil shows.
Queen left, I don't. Holy shit. Queen, get on queen one time.
River card, no queen. Haxton's tens full will send Guy Laliberté off into the night.
This is bad news. I think he holds all the prize money for the big one. You can't let him out of the building.
And Guy held queens in 2012 when Antonio knocked him out of this tournament. So Guy Laliberté will now watch the conclusion of his tournament from the sidelines. He may have organized the tournament, but he can't control the cards. Guy Laliberté out holding queens once again. This September, catch the World Series of Poker main event on its new night, Sunday. Our search for a champion is on. Welcome back to Las Vegas. Kara is with Guy Laliberté.
We've just lost Guy, who is the founder of the One Drop Foundation and the man to whom this all really is due. What was the experience like for you this time?
It's always good. First of all, I'm already a winner because we raised over $4 million for One Drop, so I can't lose in that game. Second, always have fun to challenge myself with the best player in the world. Last time I did the final table. This time again, I got kicked out with my pair of queens. So listen, it seems that those ladies are not good for me.
Maybe next time. It's always great to see you here playing poker. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
There is an Antonio Esfandiari, the man responsible for Guy's elimination in 2012, an elimination that helped him win $18 million.
I think that when I won, it was a great opportunity to be an ambassador for poker. It was a euphoric high. It's coming.
No, it's not.
It's coming. I remember the moment it actually happened when I realized I won. I actually went ghost white. I literally had a weird outer body kind of experience. I mean, it was incredible.
The barefoot magician walks away with 18 million plus.
And to share that moment with my father and people that I loved, it was really special. It was a beautiful experience for me. I almost feel like I'm always chasing that high because, you know, unless I win the main event or something or the One Drop again, it's really hard to get that feeling back. Since then, I have become the guy that won the $1 million tournament. Just One Drop. It's never anything else that I've ever done before. So I think everybody just kind of associated me with that victory, which I don't mind at all.
Antonio says if you don't believe you are going to win, you have no chance to win. He always believes he's going to win.
Antonio in the big blind laying a trap with pocket aces for Daniel Coleman, who open raised to $150,000 with 7-6 of clubs. We are heads up going to the flop. The flop, Jack 8-8-1 club. Antonio checks his aces.
Antonio hoping Coleman will take a stab at the pot. You know, I believe most $1 million buy-in events have a dress code.
And the man with the t-shirt bets $160,000, does take a stab at it. The man with aces up now, just a call.
Antonio keeps slow playing his aces.
Turn card now. Queen of clubs. Antonio better be careful. Coleman with a flush draw. And Antonio checks again.
Antonio opting for the pinky check. First utilized by Doc Holliday in 1880 at a Tombstone, Arizona home game.
And Norman, it looks like Daniel Coleman's going to take another stab at this. Now this time $420,000.
Coleman goes for the double barrel bluff. Coincidentally, first utilized by Doc Holliday later in 1880 at the gunfight at the OK Corral.
And again, Antonio just with the call.
Antonio slow playing these aces into the desert twilight.
River card, 6 of spades, no flush for Coleman, but a third spade on board. Another pinky check from Antonio.
Coleman lived with Connor Drynan, one of the 25K satellite qualifiers for this event, in Mexico when they both were playing online there.
Coleman also lived in South America to play online poker, Montreal to play online poker, quite well known in that online world. And reaching for more chips, 1.1 million, a strong bet. Antonio's a little worried now.
Such a luck box.
Antonio fears Coleman hit the flush, and he's probably bemoaning the way he's played the hand. If he check raises the flop or the turn, it might have been over. Now Antonio's got a tough river decision to make.
There's the call. Antonio will take it with aces up, but not without a little sweat.
Good call from the one-drop specialist.
Our player tracker graphic shows you the impact of that correct river call on Antonio. He started the hand with 7.3 million. He's now in second place overall with over 9.2 million. Daniel Coleman still has 110 big blinds, a very healthy stack. All right, let's get back to the featured table where two of the biggest names sit with the two top chip stacks there. Phil Ivey sits behind 7.3 million. Daniel Negreanu with 4.8 million. Daniel with king, queen off, raises to 150,000. Scott Seaver folds. Now Doc Sands. Ace, king offsuit.
For those of you familiar with the theory of continental drift, most of that glacial global shift occurred while waiting for Doc Sands to act.
Just a call from middle position. On the button, Polk folds 6 deuce in the small blind. Gabe with 7-5 of hearts.
Gabe, the only player who registered for this event after it began. He was delayed, converting all his Welcome Back Kotter beta tapes to DVD.
He's looking for a long shot flop. Gabe did call Brandon Stephen with ace king of diamonds.
The inside of his cuffs looks better than the outside of any shirt I own.
This Wichita businessman loves the high roller events. He finished 12th in the last one-drop event, and he's going to re-pop it to 475.
Stephen, a car dealer mogul and quite a good poker player.
Daniel, the original raiser, folds back to Sands now. He looks a little offended at the re-raise from Stephen. Well, Doc not going anywhere with his ace-king off. And he's going to 4-bet it to over 1.1 million. Gabe thinking, I wanted to play those, but not for that price. Back to Brandon Stephen now. Brandon Stephen, never one to back down from a challenge. And he makes the call for 645 more. Ace king off, ace king suited. The flop 9 deuce 6 2 diamonds. Stephen with a nut flush draw, but odds are they will chop the pot.
Stephen was the 2010 bubble boy for the November 9, and you may recall him from a memorable hand at last year's main event against Beverly Lang, where he laid down the best hand.
Brandon Stephen checks.
Sands has taken some time off recently from poker to work in the real world. And trust me, no one in the real world appreciates the 5-minute wait after asking David if they can borrow a pen.
He just celebrated his first wedding anniversary to Erica Matino. He bets 470,000. And a raise, a check raise to 2.6 million from Brandon Stephen. Wow. And Doc Sands folds, and Brandon Stephen will drag that big pot.
Very nicely done by Brandon Stephen. I'll be honest with you, if I'm buying a car from him, I doubt I'm getting the best end of the deal.
Well-earned chips as he has boosted his stack to over 6.6 million. Good for 7th overall. That one hurt Doc Sands, who gave up over 40% of his stack to Brandon Stephen. So Doc picked up a big hand, but he could not turn a profit with it. David Doc Sands reeling here at the big one for one drop. Stay tuned for continuing coverage of the $1 million buy-in big one for one drop coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Good flop. The turn wasn't the best.
This is the worst. I don't want it all or none.
Welcome back inside the Rio. I'm Lon McCarron here with Norman, Chad, and Kara Scott. Let's get back to our featured table.
It was a good hand. I had a feeling you were going to do that. Check raise before. Yeah, I just had a feeling it was like a good spot to do that. I was thinking if I had aces or kings here, best play is to call, check raise flop or something like that. Maybe not.
Real, I mean, what I had is, I mean, he can't call unless he has aces there.
No, he could never have it. That's the thing.
He can't. I know.
He could have. He has like
Jacks or queens. 100% check raising there.
Yeah, even if you have nothing, you're supposed to like. Good play.
I played it like I had kings, so.
You could have anything. I mean.
I played it like I had kings, but that's not what I have. That's what I played it like.
Yeah, I'm saying he only has like jacks or tens. That's it.
Easy fold.
Two well-heeled cat burglars discussing their craft.
Three-way post-flop happenings. Chip leader Sam Trickett on the left, bet 925 with ace-4 suited. Noah Schwartz in the black hat called with pocket nines with an open-ended straight draw. Daniel Coleman on the right leads with pocket queens and a gut shot. Turn card is a 9. Wow, trip nines for Schwartz. A queen-high straight for Daniel Coleman. Trickett's drawing dead. Schwartz checks. Coleman now with that turn straight.
And Coleman can't count on Trickett betting again here, so he probably is going to want to fire out.
And Coleman bets 2.7 million. Trickett quickly folds back to Schwartz.
Schwartz turned a set, and he can't like it much.
Wow, Schwartz looking a little nervous, but he does make the call, needing more help.
Noah's thinking, pair the board, 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 pair the board.
Needing a full boat to take this pot. He doesn't get it. The 4 is a blank. Schwartz checks a third time.
I guess it's possible Coleman spent his entire budget on the buy-in and had nothing left for wardrobe.
Now, how much does Daniel Coleman think he can get out of Noah Schwartz? Those yellows are worth 100,000 each. 10 of them equals $1 million.
Another 10% of the pot bet? That bet is crying for a call. What, does he think Noah Schwartz was born yesterday? Noah was born in 1983. That's a lot of yesterdays ago. 10% of the pot. Where do these people come from?
A lot of warning bells going off inside that black hat. Schwartz folds.
Thank you, Noah.
Show the ace-king. Ace-king, one time.
They can't get Coleman to show. He's now the tournament leader with 14.4 million.
A kid in a white t-shirt has the most chips in $1 million tournament? Doesn't seem right.
To the feature table once again.
By the way, if Phil Ivey's going to wear headphones at the table, someone should get him a Barker lounger to sit in.
He is the chip leader at this table with nearly 7 million. King, queen of hearts. And there's a raise to 185.
That's why I get so anal that I'm touching chips when I'm not at the table.
Seaver now. Jack 7 quickly into the muck. Doc Sands on the button. King, Jack offsuit.
This is exactly how Lord Rutherford looked just before splitting the atom.
Sands the short stack at this table with just 1.3 million. He says all in. Doug Polk with ace king off.
How much is this?
1.325.
Polk has it right. Looked at his cards, then asked how much. Thank you.
Oh, look at Doc helping things out. Polk, the second shortest stack at this table.
I'm all in.
And now he says all in for over 3 million.
Ivy frustrated.
All right, Bill gives it up, so here we go.
What is it, 5?
Heck, Ivy should be happy now. He'd be crushed here.
So Doc Sands with over 1.3 million. His whole stack in the middle with King Jack against the ace king of Polk.
That jack does feel very live.
It does feel like I'm going to hit it. If Scott and I both think I'm going to hit it,
it's
like
just
80%.
fresh. It's just a fresh
Here's the
bet.
flop, 9-4-6. Polk's ace high still leads.
Jack of hearts seems fair.
You can't say it's unfair.
It would be reasonable.
Like the ace of spades is unfair.
Turn card, ace of clubs. Doc Sands drawing dead, eliminated by Doug Polk. And a heart on the river would have given Ivy the flush.
Man.
Boy, Doc Sands does nothing quickly, except when he busts, he hightails it out.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
Doug Polk with nearly 5 million chips now. That's good for 15th place. He's still a force here at the big one for one drop. The 2014 World Series of Poker Big One for One Drop is dealt by the World Series of Poker Circuit Tour. Looking for live tournament action at a casino near you? Check out the schedule at WSOP.com. A look at the 42 players who bought in on day one of this event, along with Caesars Interactive CEO Mitch Garber in the front. 25 players left in action. Back at the featured table, the dealer accidentally exposed one of Negreanu's cards, but he'll get a replacement free of charge. Doug Polk with ace 10.
When Doug Polk takes off the California Highway Patrol shades, we get along real well.
He raises to 215,000. Polk has vaulted over Daniel Negreanu on this big one leaderboard, and Negreanu with aces.
Well, he would have gone a 6, instead pocket aces.
And there's a re-raise to $500,000. Folded to Scott Seaver in the big blind, and he gives it up. So back to Polk, the original raiser.
One of my cards got switched. Weird things happen in these spots. It's always weird, right?
You had a card switch?
Yeah, because one of them flashed, then I got a different one. And then weird things happen.
I didn't even know. You announced it?
Really weird things.
Too focused. They should just keep flashcards up the whole time.
Oh, wait, because you didn't see.
Yeah,
you didn't know.
Exactly.
And then you might have picked up 6s and been like, oh.
Yeah.
You'd rejam me here, of course. Like you always do every time I do that.
Only Daniel Negreanu can 3-bet you and then casually have coffee house conversation with another player while waiting for you to act.
Polk, well, Daniel tried to warn him, but there's the re-raise to $1,230,000.
A bad time for a 4-bet from Polk.
Yeah, Doug, obviously a non-believer in Daniel's recent monologue about be careful.
Daniel with a little Hollywood here. Actually, a lot of Hollywood here. He's acting very bothered by the re-raise.
This game is played on so many levels.
All in.
There you go. And Polk quickly folds.
Good read. He put Daniel on a Kevin Costner bad acting impersonation.
Good cards.
I had 8s this hand. It's so funny as you said that. I'm like, come on.
I mean, I had a hand both ways, but this one was better.
Ace of spades,
Ace of spades.
Yeah. That's right, I would have ace 6 of spades.
Or ace king.
Or aces or some. Huh?
I appreciate
it. I might not have 3-bet it, though.
If I were Daniel Negreanu, I'd wake up at 5 o'clock every morning because I know it's going to be a good day.
Elsewhere with ace-king, Greg Merson missed the flop, but it's been checked to him as the pre-flop raiser. In a hand with Rick Solomon and Christoph Vogelsang. And Merson bets 275. Rick Solomon has top pair. Yes, that Rick Solomon, forever tied to Paris Hilton and two-time wife Pamela Anderson. He calls. Vogelsang, never married to Pamela Anderson, a pair of trays and a scarf, and he folds, so we're heads up. 4 of spades on the turn. Solomon still best. He checks again.
The main event champ against the sex tape champ. I think the tape made Solomon more money than the main event made for Merson.
I think you're right about that.
I'm not sure what Greg's thinking right here.
He's thinking, is that the guy from the tape? Merson bets 525. Solomon makes the call. Merson in trouble here. River card now. 8 of spades. Solomon's queens are best. And he checked it a 3rd time.
Player bets all in.
Merson all in.
Boy, the champ bluff shoves. He's trying to push Solomon off a marginal hand. Rick with top pair on a raggedy board.
And Rick with the biggest stack at this table. Plus, he's going up against a main event champion.
I call.
Solomon calls, and the game is over for Greg Merson.
Good stubborn call.
Greg Merson eliminated in 25th place.
Well, he only had to pay $1 million to get into this baby. He'll get it back at the cash games in Macau.
Merson couldn't get Solomon to flinch with the all-in bet. Solomon now over $9 million, good for 4th place overall.
Of course he played himself on Entourage. Who else was going to play him? Morgan Freeman?
Greg Merson gathering his belongings. A bluff gone wrong will send him to the rail. Greg will now look ahead to the main event. Merson's exit leaves 24 players. Heads-up specialist Daniel Coleman leads the way with businessman Hong Kong Tom Hall right behind him. Trickett and Esfandiari trying to make back-to-back one-drop final tables.
We started with 42 players, 12 businessmen and 30 pros, but it's a 23-year-old online savant in a white t-shirt, no less, who's gotten the best of it so far.
Tonight, the most exclusive field in poker got a little more exclusive.
My call.
Wow, Kid Poker chipped up and chatted up.
Weird things happen in these spots. It's always weird.
You got a card switch?
Then I got a different one, and then weird things happen.
Heads-up specialist Daniel Coleman asserted his dominance.
Such a luck box, kid. You are such a luck box.
For Norman, Chad, and Kara Scott, I'm Lon McCarran. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
200.
Texas Mike, 8 million, maybe 7.
Check.
Hi guys, do you have a tip?
Check. Check. Good. Check. Check.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study, they train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong. Never poke the bear. All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Montes, he may fall.
Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh!
If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God!
All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
The life of a professional poker player is unique. So I need a bank that understands me and what I do. And no one understands that better than Lexicon Bank. I wouldn't bank anywhere else.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 250K Super High Roller here at the World Series of Poker. Let's do a super quick walk around, Felipe, and let's set the stage. Nick Petrangelo here from Cash Games to Tournaments. Peter is here. Ding Biao, our short stack, seated next to our chip leader, Samuel Moore. We have a very soft rest of the table in Chidwick, Kala Djurdjevic, Foxen, and Bryn Kenny, too rich to take. No, here he is. Bryn Kenny has arrived. He has arrived. Good to see you, man.
Oh, come on. Of course I'm going to arrive. Maybe just a second late. But
I thought you might miss one hand, not care, be it some nice dinner.
They're friendly around here. They'll wait, a minute or two. The mic's got to get set up.
Where'd you go to dinner? Nobu or something?
Spago.
Okay, I was
no,
close.
Nobu's dust. Spago is great.
Oh, wow. Okay,
but it's hard to get. You need someone to, order for you. And then you need the food on the table when you get there to be able to make it in 60 minutes.
Gotcha. But you've got a guy, I'm sure.
Oh, it was hard actually, but one of the floor guys who I really like, he's like, "Oh, I'm heading home for the day." I'm like, "Well, you're heading to Spago actually."
Okay, Brian, best of luck rest of the way. Let's go real quick to the main table. We'll hustle. We walked through this different colored lighting. Shout out Solana, our brand new presenting sponsor for this wonderful setup. Real quick because we got to be fast. Einhorn here, Mateos, Officer Eibinger, Brandon Wilson, Texas Mike, perhaps a future Poker Hall of Famer next to a current Poker Hall of Famer, just saying. Jason Kuhn, Phil Ivey, just saying. Sean Winter is here as well. Let's get the action started. Send it back to you guys in the booth. Who will win that $4.3 million in this World Series of Poker gold bracelet? Guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Jeff, and a warm welcome back to continuing coverage of this 250K Day 2 action as we march toward the money bubble. Ali Najad alongside Jared Blesnick. Set to get the cards back in the air. And Sean Winter, Jared, not often we give you a chip count when we find him at the top, but 80 bigs deep with the blinds at 50 and 100 is where we find him as Ivy continues to run at the back.
You love to see it. So many great young, talented players left in this field. 16 left, 9 pay. First is over $4 million and a gold bracelet, Ali. Let's get back to the action.
When can I start talking soft bubble? Are we already there 7 away from a payday?
No, I think with a 56-player tournament, I would say let's start talking about it when we're down to 12.
Okay. 3 away.
Yeah, let's do that.
Meanwhile, 2 away from the button is where Eibinger opens with King Jack. Kuhn with an ace in the small, doesn't make a meal of things whatsoever. Steps aside, and now Ivy dominated, but for just 100K more, he is going to understandably defend.
Look at this. Eibinger flops top pair, has Ivy pretty much dead here on the flop. I expect Eibinger here to go really small on a dry texture, maybe around 150,000 or so. He can keep it really small. Look at this, and he's listening.
So they're super
130.
there, but we can't.
Great sizing there by Eibinger.
Straightforward check fold for Ivy.
Again, the blinds are 50 and 100,000.
Be able to do that.
Yeah.
The stacks, well, look at this. Muller's got 129 bigs, and no one has over 55 bigs.
Only I can shut him up, though.
Wow. 16 remaining of the original 56 entries with 9 paid. Min cash just short, or just over, rather. $500,000, $4.3 million plus up top. And, we talk a lot about these massive stacks when we're in the money and all the ICM pressure can be thrown around. But here, with 16 remaining, it's still a sweet setup for Samuel, is it not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially in a field this small with the buy-in being this big. I expect players to make the right play, but Samuel has a lot of chips and can do a lot of damage here from here on until the money. And he opens here with ace-jack, and look at this. Chidwick's got kings behind him. Now, again, when you're Muller, okay, you're going to open a lot, okay? And now, when you're Chidwick, you can start 3-betting more because you know your opponent Muller is going to open more. So this is where it gets interesting, the dynamic here. As Chidwick goes for a 3-bet, it's harder for Muller to actually fold bigger hands because everyone knows that he's going to be opening so much. having more than double the amount of bigs over everyone else at this table.
Of course, Chidwick's range more than durable enough to face
and his sizing, Ali,
examinations.
He actually went fairly big on the 3-bet in position. A lot of people would go 550, 600 here. He's going 675 with kings.
5 stacks from like 3 to 4.5.
And let's see what Muller does here. And he gets away from. It's a great fold by Muller. It's a lot harder to fold there than you think.
You think that ace-jack is more interested at the lower price point?
I think so. He actually just said, he made a tight fold, the GTO wizard there. But again, the dynamic, and this is what makes it so interesting, Ali. With 16 left, the play starts to get different. We're down to 2 tables of 8. No one wants to go broke here. And let's see, and Muller folds there. I expected the play to tighten up a bit, Ali, in general.
Well, I mean, it certainly depends on how deep your chips are, where you're seated, what the stacks to your left are looking like, and
when we have 2 tables of 6, like I said, when we're down to 12, that is when this tournament gets very, very interesting. And you're going to see things we haven't seen all day. And look at Peter here. He doesn't care. He calls with queen 6 of diamonds. Kristen's in position. She's the better player. And she has the best hand. And she flops a wheel, Ali.
5-4 deuce. Wang with backdoor diamonds and a gutter to go with his 2 overs.
And I'll tell you right now, the way that Wang plays here, he is in a lot of trouble because he is not going to be folding. And this is a flop where he actually might check raise. And Christie has flopped a wheel.
Dreamy spot for Foxen. She brings 300 into the 590, slightly north of half pot. Peter Wang.
Oh my God! Do not give Peter a queen. Do not give him a queen.
9 on the turn.
Now here's the thing: if I'm Kristen, I would actually kind of like sizing down here, just because the board is completely monotone, and she's not really worried about much here. She wants Wayne to improve and make a pair. You know, obviously you could see that he only has 3 outs here, but I wouldn't go that big on a board like this. And she's going actually fairly big, Ali, here.
700.
It seems a little too big, again, based on the board texture.
And that does bring the exchange to a close.
The way I see it is in a spot like that, I would go cheaper and kind of let my opponent somehow improve. And if I get beat, I get beat. But I mean, you're just winning there. So.
Well, Foxen on the black side of the ledger at Wang's expense as we head over to the black table where we find Phil Ivey with the blackjack 8. Mateos inferior clubs. Climbs aboard. Five-4 Trey. Gut shot in 2 overs versus Jack High.
Now Ivy here has a decision.
150. And he's made it. Jared, 150.
And now Adrian has a decision. He's got a straight draw. Decides to just call here. Fine with that.
And some of it is associated with the fact that cards like this are the ones that belong more to him than they do Ivy and might give him a means by which to win this pot unimproved, correct?
Yes, and now actually that 5 is actually a really good card for Mateos in a weird way because Ivy doesn't necessarily have a ton of fives in his range, and he's still betting. And it's going to get through. That was a great read by Ivy there. I love the fact that he continued to bet. A lot of players in that spot would have checked the turn, but you're seeing greatness by the Phil Ivy.
And now you're seeing Kristen Foxen back at it, ace-10, the inspiration. And Kenny is going to be inspired himself with this ace-king direct left, a covering stack.
5-10.
Now notice how Kenny went a lot smaller than Chidwick did with ace-king. Chidwick went 3.5x. And notice how small Kenny's 3-betting. Why? Because he has Foxen covered. So he has an advantage here in position. Okay, the other hand, Chidwick did not have his opponent covered. It changes the whole dynamic of the hand. Kenny can size down because of the covering stack. And let's see what Kristen does. She's played perfectly so far today. And again, she makes another great fold. Well played by Kristen.
You know, we accept that there are occasions on which, especially given that which we know about Bryn Kenny, that ace-10 is going to be the best hand. But the mission right now, the task at hand, is to kind of get yourself into preferable spots with better visibility and not suddenly end up in some overinflated situation against a feral beast like Bryn.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like we said, the play is definitely tightened a lot. You just saw a fold pre-flop with ace-jack to a 3-bet. You just saw Kristen fold ace-10 to a 3-bet. Remember, we're 8-handed too, so the ranges are different than they are 5- and 6-handed.
Another ace-10, this time for Dejan Karađorđević, the Montenegrin. Early position. Nibbles.
And Bryn has thoughts here.
Keeps them relegated to simply thoughts and not actions. After a brief pause, back around to Muller.
You can tell Ding Bao is beyond frustrated right now.
Yeah, you know, he hates when he's dealt out, when he's just an empty chair, not given opportunities and situations with which to kind of get into the mix. He likes to play pots.
Yeah. Ding loves, you're exactly right. Ding loves playing hands, hates folding.
Muller, understandable with this king 4 of diamonds, simply defending, looking up at a 7-6. This is all DK.
And again, look for the small sizing here. Look for like 150. Okay, based on stack sizes, he wants to limit his amount of risk in each hand here. And again, look at the sizing, Ali. Pretty much right there, 130. Again, it's all board texture and it's all position and stack sizes. That's what these tournaments are all about. You don't have to size up to get the job done here.
Always relieved, though, when that big boss stack that's wearing the Reaper cloak
I'll tell you
puts
right
down
now.
the scythe and steps aside.
Ali, who at this stage of the tournament, who are you rooting for to win?
I mean, rooting is a little richer. Now, hang on real quick, because some riches are being pursued in this $1,500 Raz final table by Sebastian Pauli of Germany and his fellow countryman who already has a bracelet this year in Dennis Weiss. 1,500 streets in Limit Hold'em, where he picked up the jewelry.
Oh, look at this.
Who am I rooting for? Let me think about that real quick. But Ivy, 2 9s. Not a lot of thought required to make it 200 to go off of 16 bigs.
I'll tell you who I want to see. I want to see Ivy somehow win this event.
Well, you said he's not at peak form, so,
No, but he could still win. And Wilson here, he has a great hand to call out of the big blind with.
You know what? As I look up at this screen, and this takes nothing away from all of the respect and all of the ease with which I could root for just about anybody in this field, but A Texas Mike run at a bracelet in this thing would also be excellent for business.
For sure.
Wilson finding the 3-bet with the Queen Jack suited and finding a patron in Ivy, who is going to be all in and at risk here early on the back of the break, hunting 3.4 million and doing so with slightly more equity than Wilson. Ace-4 is cozy. 1 spade on board. Stretching himself to 69% is Phil.
Great card for Phil.
Yep. No backdoor Broadway or flush draw to worry about. Now it's just the 6-outer. Actually, 7, because that ace is available for the dirty path, and that's the one piece of artwork that Ivy can safely look up at on the river as the king does seal the double.
Folks, you are watching that man right there. That is the #1 most famous human being that's ever picked up a poker chip right there. Phil Ivey.
I think Phil Hellmuth would have something to say about that, Jared. I think perhaps Daniel Negreanu could make a case.
You know what's funny is that our dear friend Was and I had this argument, okay, recently. We're playing in a game, and we said, who's more famous, Daniel Negreanu or Phil Ivey, right?
And you're talking about like walk through an airport terminal and just tap someone
not the
on
poker
shoulder.
world, right?
Okay.
I'll tell you what I said. I said, this is, by the way, Phil Ivey's at the table. We're talking about this in front of Phil Ivey.
Okay.
I came out and said Daniel Negreanu. Eric Wasserson said it's Phil Ivey. He goes, I'm around both of them all the time. Ivey just gets stopped everywhere we go, okay?
Not that Negreanu doesn't.
Yes, but you know what's funny? I did a lot of homework. I ended up apologizing. I think Phil Ivey is the #1 guy. And we can get more into that later. But it's very, I'm talking about the world, global.
You know what's interesting is more often than not when we're witnessing these guys being stopped, it is within the walls of a casino or a poker room. But how much time are you spending with them outside of those arenas and outside of Vegas, perhaps even more importantly, where someone looks up and goes, I know who this is. Meanwhile, Ivy looks up and goes, I know what to do with 2 aces as Kuhn's ace-jack of spades open, being evaluated.
Let's get back to that in a second here. Look at this Ali. Ali, the most famous man in poker, has got aces, and one of the greatest no-limit hold'em minds is ace-jack suited. And wow. Ivy just won an all-in, too. Kuhn has made so many good folds pre-flop, but it is so hard to fold ace-jack suited here. Look at this. He's going for chips. I will tell you this, though. I think Daniel Negreanu is as good for poker as anyone in the world. I want to say that. He's so good for poker.
10-8-6 and a couple of hearts as Kuhn peels, and I think this is some texture that could relieve him from deeper losses.
Now, Ivy here has an interesting decision, right? He doesn't love the flop with aces. It's a below average flop. Does he want to check here and make it seem like he has like ace king and he could fold on further streets? He's going for chips. And this is where I talked about it earlier. Ivy's prime is behind him. It's a little too big on the sizing probably there, Ali. I might have went smaller. Maybe you could check. Maybe.
Well, he'll accept back-to-back pickups regardless of the means by which he manages to do so as Kuhn caps his losses on the flop. And we get back over to the blue table where Nick Petrangelo has a suited 1-gapper and Peter Wang has the club edition of the same kit.
Peter, it pains Peter to fold 10-8 suited there. A lot.
Of course.
It pains him. Yeah, he's never folded that hand.
In a cash game?
$50,000 pre-flop?
Yeah.
I call.
Sure. You know that the biggest of pots when we're playing deep stack poker, certainly in cash games, but even in the right phase of a tournament, are the products of hands such as that.
Yeah.
King Jack now in the big blind, defending.
And
the extra $1.25.
And the good thing with Chidwick here, he has a very under-disguised hand here at King Jack.
9-6-4, a gutter and a heart draw right away here for Pietrangelo.
Yeah, probably. Do you like it?
And Pietrangelo flopping the world here with 10-8 suited. And he's slow playing it. Oh my God, and it's going to backfire on him. Look at this.
The king on the turn, free of charge, connecting with Chidwick for the lead.
But Ali, this is what I talked about earlier. I think Chidwick is going to check this turn because it's a higher card than the 9, and it's a card that's supposed to hit Pietrangelo's range more than Chidwick. And I'm wrong. And I love it. Look at the size. It's tiny. But this is what makes Chidwick so great.
Jared, is it ever so tiny that Pietrangelo turns this into a semi-bluff?
I mean, it's so tricky here. What Chidwick is doing is so next level. Yes, Ali, look at this. This is unbelievable, this hand. Chidwick got his opponent to do exactly what he wanted, which was to raise. And now Chidwick here should never 3-bet. He should never fold. He has a call here like 100% of the time. And remember, he called out of the big blind. So his range of hands is so wide right now. There's 2 flush draws on board. And now the problem is once he calls for Pietrangelo, if Nick does not improve on the river, he could be out of this tournament.
Well, let's see. As the extra 600 demanded and deposited, not exactly how Pietrangelo was hoping the street would go. Needs help and gets it. Wow. 5 of hearts on the end.
Now, Ali, okay, what's so interesting here is that Pietrangelo checked the flop. What does that mean? It means that he's not really supposed to have made a flush here by checking the flop. It looks more like Pietrangelo turned a flush draw with a straight draw combo because that's when he raised 4th Street. He bet nothing on the flop, and now Chidwick has top pair, but he also has a jack of hearts, which is really important here. Will Pietrangelo get paid off here?
Important and potentially costly. North of 1 SPR by 600K. 27 bigs with 21 in there.
2.1.
And full pot. The declaration here from Pietrangelo. Remember, this was an open from the hijack. Chidwick defended, and Pietrangelo checked back that 9-6-4 2-heart board. Then on the turn, when Chidwick came with quarter pot, Pietrangelo 5x'd it up to 750. Chidwick hung in there. And now is being asked for a big commitment.
This is so next level by both of these players, okay? The problem is this for Chidwick, is when Pietrangelo sizes up that much, it's never 1 pair for value, right? So the minimum here is 2 pair plus. Chidwick has a great hand that blocks that. I don't even think Pietrangelo's going this size if he had a hand like 6-5 suited and decide to raise. And he calls. He calls. Wow. Beautifully played by Pietrangelo.
I'll tell you what, it's that flop check back in particular. And then couple it with the raise on the turn, I suppose, where maybe he had backdoor club combos more on his mind than he did front door flush combos. And so a non-believer is Chidwick, and Pietrangelo surging to 68 bigs.
I'm telling you, the fact that Pietrangelo checked the flop got him to get paid on the river. And it's interesting. Imagine if he missed, he would have had to bluff at the same size, and he would have been almost out of the tournament.
So very fortunate.
Minute 30?
Development there for Pietrangelo as we flip back over to the black table where Mateos has ace-9 of clubs and problems given Kuhn's kit in the big.
960.
Intently looking on. Mateos floods his ears with 960.
Kuhn going on a big size.
Mateos, in spite of that big sizing, making the call here. Benefit of position, of course.
Wow. A little sticky by Mateos.
Let's see how much further adhesion there's going to be on a club-free 10-10-4 board. Given a Kuhn C-bet.
Now Kuhn is going to have to continue the betting here, and he's going to go small.
Yeah, just north of 1 SPR from here forward for him. Small means what, 400?
Ish, 350, 400-ish, give or take.
25.
He has to continue here. 625-ish, good. Now here's the thing, right? Mateos made a massive call pre-flop in position. Okay, he sees a flop that, for the most part, is not going to hit either opponent. Kuhn only has 1.5 million back.
Mateos.
I gotta say, Ali,
pass.
I'm a little surprised by Mateos' call pre-flop with the stack sizes.
Yeah, it was a costly decision. But again, these two bump heads so regularly. We're not privy to all the pots that have been played in similar situations. A lot of history sometimes factors into these decisions, but no further factors other than looking down at two red aces lending to this open from Bryn Kenny. Note the blinds up to 61-20.
So pretty.
And this is not how Bryn wanted to earn chips.
The last one. Hey, Bryn.
Two tables left. We're going to see every single elimination. The blinds are going to be going up here shortly. Over $4 million for first prize. The biggest buy-in of the entire World Series. Bryn Kenny's got ace-queen offsuit under the gun.
Ace-queen.
Mr. Bao is so frustrated.
BK heating up. You touched earlier on the idea that once upon a time under the gun, the ranges were super narrow. Now it's more regarded as kind of a cutoff.
And Muller with his stack has a great calling hand here in position. You know, small pocket pairs, you want to see flops with them. You want to try and make a set. They're very disguised in a lot of spots.
993, above average board texture for those sixes.
And Kenny now, the pre-flop raiser here. Muller is not supposed to really have any nines in his range. I'd like to see Kenny continue the betting here. Decides to check. And now when Kenny checks this flop, I think for the most part he expects to probably check call a bet and play his hand as more of a protection. But Muller decides to check back.
That check back, delivering a 10 to the turn as we witness Kenny come off the throttle on the flop. Not sure this development is one that's going to get his foot back on the accelerator.
and Kenny playing very slow against the chip leader of the tournament. And Muller here, I'd like to see him put some sort of money into the pot here. He wants to try and protect against hands like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack. And he's checking behind. And there is another reason why I probably would have protected on the turn.
Yeah, he's counterfeited by this river 10, and I confess I am a little bit surprised that across both of those streets, Muller was unwilling to barrel. Maybe a little bit of that is player dependent, Jared, given it's Bryn Kenny who's so capable that we're across from, or no?
Yeah, and I think if I'm Kenny here, I actually would love to see him check again the way that this hand is played out. And I hate this by Kenny.
7-10.
The way that this hand played out, you know, it just doesn't really make any sense. You're checking the flop, which eliminates a lot of your bluffs. And you have to ask yourself, what's calling you on the river, Ali?
Well,
you're gonna get you're trying to get king, queen, king, jack to call you.
Can he not fairly safely remove 9x and 10x from Muller's range, given 2 checkbacks, and then, you know, come with the barrel and hopefully some sort of curious king high?
Yeah, but I think it's more likely that
250.
You know, you get more money there by checking.
An induce from Muller, but at the end of the day, the pot delivered to him, and that's all he's going to care about. As we see Einhorn in the care of a couple of 8s, early position open. Ivy, ace-5 in the big here, has spun it up to 4 million.
What's up?
Jack 10-7, the flop.
Check.
After the defend from Phil. 2 quick checks as 8s turned into a gut shot. Don't mind this second jack on the turn.
$325. Just occurred to me what you had. I had to think about it, but I figured out what you had. It just entered my brain.
What the hell?
Ace jack of clubs.
Close.
You really think he's folding the flop with that? Given my cards, I think it's very likely.
I have clubs.
Einhorn able to pick it up with a bet on the turn. Well, we turn to all the ways in which you guys can connect with us here at the World Series of Poker and here in the booth. YouTube has already figured things out. Twitch, of course, out there. We feel you, but we don't see you, as that stream is not open inside the booth, but we certainly appreciate those who are soaking it up in those streets. Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram also available to you. At Harrington25, by the way, the Twitter handle for Jared Blesnick, alongside yours truly, Ali Najad, at Ali_Najad, my handle. Certainly drop us a line. 2 queens dropping 250 into the middle, and it looks like Ding Biao, who you pointed out has been antsy and frustrated, Blez, has decided now or never. Sub 10 big blind stack. It was single decision point sort of territory for him. Pocket 8s now for DK.
Well, hockey's fun. It's like the first year I watched like a good bit of it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Wants to chew on it. Is this a worthwhile deliberation for you?
I don't think it is at all. And again, it's because you're facing 2 opponents here, and you have to assume that one of them has you in bad shape, right? As loose as Bao Ding is, this is the bottom of his range, and if you look at it, he's flipping against the bottom of his range. You don't want to call it off in a spot. You also are worried about Kristen in the small blind and Bryn Kenny in the big blind as well. They haven't even acted yet. And he decides to end up folding here.
Keeping things uncomplicated for himself.
For Carolina.
So Peter makes the call as he's woken up
He had nowhere to play. He was in the minors.
with a problem.
He's the back. He's the
For
back.
Ding Biao, who is at
Their
risk.
starting goalie got hurt 2 games ago. He came in, played his first playoff game ever, and he won. He's like, he was making like zero money. He just got signed to his first ever real contract. Makes like $2 million.
And then just has like 2 sick games now in the finals.
$2.5 million chip pot.
He had a 6 stretch when the other guy
Peter not at risk, but he's the one on his feet, feeling the pressure of this moment. Less familiar to the tournament streets, more a cash game player for Ding Biao. This is business as usual.
like a 4 or 5 year deal.
9.75 though. A poor board, and it gets worse for him. Needs to find an ace. And he does. Peter can only grin and lament the run bad there as the 3-outer slides right in for Ding Biao, who never flinched, Jared.
No. And, you know, folks, you're looking at it. China's #1 all-time money leader is Biao Ding. This guy is a flat-out star. Okay? You want to compare this guy to a sport? In baseball, you compare him to Ohtani. Basketball, you compare him to a Wemby. This guy is generational out of China.
We can't go with Yao Ming.
He's above Yao Ming, all things relative. He is Dao Bing. Bing Dao.
No, he's not that.
No, it's a contract.
What he is wondering how many more permutations of his name you're going to come with before the night's over.
The best part is I don't even think he knows who Victor Wembanyama is or Shohei Ohtani.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I know.
He might be a card collector on the low, Jared. You have no idea.
You know, it's funny. He actually reached out the other day. He's looking for a couple cards.
Stop it.
I swear.
True story?
Yes. He texted me. He's looking for a couple high-end cards.
Nice.
And look at this. Kristen opening the button here. Again, we've talked about it. She's very loose pre-flop. Plays very well post-flop.
Ace 10-7 on the heels of the Pietrangelo defense. He's got himself second pair. Checks with the flow. Foxen with backdoor diamonds and the opportunity to represent, should she so choose. And she does make that choice. Half pot exactly. Now for Pietrangelo, we've not defended with the purpose of just automatically thinking all the button opens are ace X and or queen 10. Needs to be exceedingly concerned. Does make the call, and he's going to enjoy this turn, given it makes it a little less likely that Kristen has the ace, Jared, but she does have the diamond draw.
Yeah, and, you know, as good of a card it is for Foxen, Foxen now I would love to see her bet again if she plans to continue on the river. She knows that Pietrangelo's calling the flop with any 10, any 7. And look at this sizing, Ali. She goes 900. It's a very, very unique type of bet here in this spot. Okay. And look at Pietrangelo here. Wow. What a read right now by Pietrangelo. Oh my God, and look at the river. It doesn't improve Foxen, but it's actually a good card for her range.
So another 1.8 came in on the turn. Foxen with just 2.3. Is she going to go ham to try to get the cheese?
That is a really good river, unimproved by Foxen. Can she pull a bluff here? Can she do it? Can the #1 woman in all of poker run a high-level bluff here? And she can't.
Well, I would push back and say we know she can, but she chose not to on that occasion, and obviously it's unclear whether or not it would have gotten through. That's something we'll always have to wonder as Pietrangelo's upswing continues.
I'll tell you right now, Ali, if Foxen was able to make a massive bluff on the river, it probably would have worked.
Starting to freak out.
Well, it's mystery hand time back here with Phil Ivey.
Something.
We know he's got an ace-king of diamonds. TBD whose hand is going to get blocked out, but it's down to just Mateo. So there are the question marks, and the task for those of you soaking up the stream live now is to do your best to narrow down the range of El Conquistador defending against that min open. Additional data points will help inform us as it comes deuce, deuce, 6, and the help is in the form of a diamond draw
Time of my life.
for Ivy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if I'm not enjoying this, what is the freaking point?
Yeah, this is it. That's what it's all about.
150, the C-bet.
I mean, this all work for you all. But
Yeah, it's a hard
Ivy with great
What's that?
sizing
It's a
here.
hard gig sometimes.
I understand.
Wants to double through your
But it's
board.
still a lot of fun.
This is just a fun little hobby for me. And
Yeah.
if I can't enjoy this, I just shouldn't be here.
Totally.
And Mateo's here is 3-betting. I'm sorry, he's
Couple of our
raising
mutual friends keep
Ivy
trying to pull
here
me
on
into
the
your
flop.
world.
Is
But I'm-
that right?
Yeah, but I'm like, I like my job. I have no idea if I'd be any good at it or not, but
Well, happy to talk to you about it, but
100%.
I'm not unsympathetic to what you're saying.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Not at all.
So
Always-
Ivy
always down there to
with
talk.
the check raise here,
I mean, it's a lot.
trying to tell what story exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, for sure it is.
we're watching the GG mystery hand, okay? The problem with Mateo's here when he check raises his flop, he has very little deuces in his range, right? Would he check raise like a 6 here? I don't know, okay? Unlikely,
That's my target.
right?
One
So when
day
he
to
check
call it a
raises the
little hobby.
flop, it's heavily weighted towards a lot of draw,
250K, a little hobby.
a lot of different draws here.
It is for him.
Turn
know,
going
I know.
check, check, and then a 6 planting itself on the river here.
You should take
Ivy's
that into
ace
account.
high certainly has some durability,
Yeah, my hobby is
but he
fly
interferes with the
fishing
diamond draws in
and running,
the event that
hanging out with my kids, and yours is playing
Mateos
250K.
were to have been check raising with a flush draw.
Yeah, 15
Yeah,
years.
you know,
I do, yeah, I got a while.
it's like Mateos knows that Ivy's not supposed to have any deuces or 6s in his hand. 4 million.
Oh, that's a big difference. As initially we thought it was 1 into 1.7, and instead it is all of it
And
being demanded.
And you know what,
A
Ali?
big overbet. Talk to me, Jared.
I'm going to give you my thoughts. I don't think Mateos has it.
3-4, 3-5, 4-5. Is that what you're
No,
putting him on?
I just, here's the thing. I don't think he has it, but Ivy's not going to call in this spot, right? What is Mateos actually doing this with, right? It's like so hard for Mateos to actually have a hand here. But he almost knows that Ivy has ace high, and he can't call his tournament life with ace high in the biggest poker tournament of the entire World Series. Ali, your thoughts? Do you think Mateos has it?
I don't know, man. I don't feel as though 6X would have been a check raiser on this flop. I'm sort of leaning into those inside straight draws and a whole lot of heart from Mateos.
I think he's bluffing.
Okay, so do I. But if he isn't bluffing, what is the value range here? Just deuce?
That's what I'm.
Why would he check the turn?
It just doesn't make any sense.
Something is odious about the line, but the ace concedes, and what was it? It was 5 deuce.
Wow.
The check on the turn is what threw us off. We felt as though
Put me out there with a touring pro.
maybe Mateos would have been less inclined to let a streak go by
That's the
without
beauty
chips
of
getting
golf.
into the middle, but also opening the door potentially
you
for
go.
something like an
Do I
overpair
get a handicap in poker here?
to speak up.
Give you the button
Wow.
twice.
I
Good
gotta
laydown
say it
from Ivy.
Great laydown, but Ali, I don't really know
Sick
if
of them or whatever, just change it up.
I don't know.
Came in for the playoffs and won it.
Yeah, almost happened.
He's like one of the best coaches of all time.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you end up producing a value hand that nobody put you on, I feel as though you've done a pretty good job
Yes.
of disguising.
It's one of those spots where Ivy is never really going to end up calling in that spot with ace high.
They like
or,
denied media access.
I don't know.
After they won one series, and the league penalized them.
Meanwhile, another
a
ace high
second-round
diamond
draft
draw.
pick,
The developments here at the
which
blue
is
table with Sam Muller
Yeah.
defending
Just so no one else does
against an under the gun open. The follow through
I mean,
comes to the tune
league
of
is taking this
400.
growth seriously, and the media stuff is a big deal.
Yeah.
Pair of fours for Sam. Another 800 heads toward the middle as the ace high remains just that.
Now this is a card for Chidwick here. It's a really bad card for Chidwick in a way. He has a little over a pot size bet left. If he saw Muller's hand, he'd obviously bet the turn here. Does Chidwick want to take a card off here, or does he want to try and get his opponent to fold a better hand here?
We await his decisions. Poker's #2 winningest player of all time.
You're looking at one of the top two-way players in the world. And he does decide to check.
Ensuring he can realize the equity.
And now
free of charge, but the 6 of hearts doesn't help him.
No, and if I'm Muller here, I'm happy to try and get to showdown. I would check here if I'm Muller. Hope my opponent has a hand like ace-king, ace-high, ace-deuce like Chidwick has. And the problem is with Chidwick's stack, it's hard for him to really bluff into this board. Muller happens to have like the bottom of his range, but Chidwick doesn't know that. Now Chidwick knows he can't win at showdown. Yeah.
So it does get shut down on the end as Sam not faced with a decision there, although we learned during yesterday's coverage that he is very capable of finding the big call when it counts with not a whole lot of hand as his stack trends north. Meanwhile, David Einhorn has been parked toward the top of the leaderboard here at the black table for a good long while, off of his high water mark, but high on this ace-queen. Makes it 250. Texas Mike with the boxcars in the small flats. Nice price here for Queen 8 of diamonds. In comes JK. Ace-Jack Trey with the diamonds. Top pair for Einhorn, the opener. Kuhn with the queen-high flush draw. 2 checks in front.
525.
Brisk follow-through. 5 1/4 into the 870. On the heavier side.
Now Kuhn has flopped a flush draw. But what he knows is the fact that Einhorn is fairly tightish, and so that he probably did hit this flop. I'd love to see a card that that brings Kuhn a straight draw as well here.
Instead, it's the 7 of clubs doing no such things.
Another one.
And I would like to see Einhorn continue the betting here.
Was Einhorn's size on the flop at all associated with the presence of another opponent beyond just Jason, the three-way aspect?
Yes.
We did see the 6s, of course, folded uneventfully, and now we see Einhorn contemplating with 1.9 in the middle as to how best to proceed.
And Einhorn here doesn't have to go that big, right? The thing is this, he can bet an amount where he could actually fold if he were to get raised. And he's going really big, Ali.
And the brute force of 1.4 preventing Jason from fighting on. You've been impressed with David on the day, haven't you, Jared?
David is playing, he's playing very aggressive. He's playing great poker. He's very comfortable in this situation. He loves playing high roller events.
Well, so does Ding Biao, but he may not be playing it much longer. He did manage to find an ace on the river against Peter Wang for a double, but here he is once more looking for one, and unfortunately doing so against a couple of 7s with ace 7. $3.37 million in the middle. Will it be another dose of sorcery? Sure looking that way. Ace 8 deuce. Finding another necessary ace is Ding Biao, and Chidwick with just one out. And that ain't it. So a double-double earning the cheese.
Maybe I can.
And Chidwick showered. You know, I confess, I thought Ding Biao was covered. I overlooked the reality that it was Chidwick at risk. Biao had him by 445,000. And I'll tell you what, Jared, that is a roadblock removed from this 250K.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a guy like Bao who has actually gotten the money in really bad back-to-back times. He's been all in. Gotten very lucky.
Well, Juke Stridewalker in the YouTube chat bringing us that famous saying, in such situations, it's better to be lucky than good. And I don't think many people would disagree with that in those moments. Obviously, we'd like to be good as well, as this ace-king is on a Jack-10 deuce board against King-9, with the queen being the dynamite development. Winter in the small, decided to flat. Flop goes check, check, and that is a really nice card for Sean's purposes, as he goes from just the gutter and king high to a spade draw as well.
And I'd like to see Sean put money in here on a checked flop here. He has a lot of outs. He's got to assume his 9, his king is good. He's got a flush draw, a straight draw. Oh, and look at this, Ali. He's going big. I really like this sizing.
850K.
Now, it's very big, but if I'm Kuhn, right, I'm asking myself, what type of holdings does Winter have, right? It's very unlikely that he has any sort of 2-pair here. The only 2-pair he can really have is jacks and 10s, okay? I have ace-king. I'm drawing to the nuts. But, wow, look at this, Ali. Ali, Kuhn is making the call with ace-high here.
Obviously, there are paths to improvement, specifically the queen, the one on his mind, and instead it's an 8 of clubs, and let's see how much further an appetite Jason would have for some heroism, as Sean Winter is unimproved, and that big bet failed to dislodge the opposition.
And I know it looks easy as we can see the cards, but this is such a great river for Winter to actually bluff at. He almost bet, he bet a pot-sized bet on the turn. Kuhn called. Can Winter move in here for Kuhn's, and he
brings the judo chop check, which signifies a shutdown. And as soon as you get shown the ace-king there, Jared, you've got to be asking yourself whether or not that wasn't a missed opportunity. You see the smirk on his face there.
That was, I'll tell you this, for all the river cards for Winter that you actually have to bluff, that was the #1 river card for him to actually bluff
the
at without
offsuit 8?
Yes.
It's holding a 9 in his hand, no less?
Yes, because it's such a great card for Winter's range.
Well, it's such a great check for Kuhn's purposes as he's able to show down ace high for a big one. Meanwhile, we show you action at the blue table involving Ding Biao, who's on this spin. King, queen suited, looking to keep the gravy train rolling. Kala-Djurdjevic, however, with the ace-10 suited, is going to move all in over the top of it. The 4s wither away. Another ace-10 suited, by the way, for Kenny. Promptly into the bin. Now Peter weighing in the big. Ace-Jack offsuit. He's got about 12 bigs.
Now, we had a similar spot earlier. It looks like Wayne should call here, but I would actually fold his hand. Again, when you're up against 2 opponents, okay, when you're under the gun razor, and then an all-in in front of you, and you have ace-jack off, it is the correct fold, even though he would have been right.
1.6, right?
And now Ding, and Ding just loves to gamble here. Again, somewhat loose. He's not in bad shape. With all the cards dead, Ding actually is almost a coin flip here.
Well, you know what's funny? These acronyms that we give to certain poker players, tag, tight aggressive, lag, loose aggressive. Somebody put SAG into the chat the other day and said, you forgot about this one, sick Asian gambler.
Yes.
And here is Ding Biao with the king, queen, definitely gambling, has backdoor clubs and a couple of overs. Board pairing tray. And not a problem for Kala-Djurdjevic.
Peter is very frustrated.
Yeah, ace-jack would have scooped, and you can see it. Actually, forgive me, the double-paired board would have chopped. So,
but again, I don't fault Peter there for folding. He has to assume that one of these guys has a pair.
65, right?
I think it's right.
So how about it?
DK.
I'm still shocked that Winter didn't
25 more, I think.
bluff the river there.
That one's really bothering you. You're surprised, knowing what you know about Winter, that he didn't get after it? Maybe that's the Kuhn effect. Jared, is it possible that he's seen so much heroism out of Jason and he felt like, oh, man, you called full pot on the turn. How likely is it I'm going to get one through on?
Yeah, well, the thing with Winter is he's very good at pulling off very high-level bluffs when a lot of people don't think he's bluffing.
Okay.
I've watched it time and time again, and it was just such a great spot because the amount of hands that Kuhn has there, it's so hard for him to call on that river. Kuhn almost never has more than a one-pair type hand, and he never, you check the flop. You have to follow up there.
Onwards we march.
We got to the cold, it seems.
Yes. Oh, you have it too. Yeah. So annoying, like your throat and nose.
No, just nose. Yeah.
It started with the sore throat, just like scratchy, and then my nose today has been runny. Like
I was almost yesterday. I felt like I'm gonna choke.
Yes.
And
yes, exactly.
All
it's the
in.
exact same thing.
His
And
way.
Alex had it,
1.6
with his sixes. Ding Biao wounded in the prior exchange, but ready for another spin. Peter happy to be in front. 6% advantage for him.
Yes.
But in Monaco,
good catch, bro.
someone got it. They got better in one day. I got it. I also got better in one day. I don't know what it was.
Ace trade deuce.
In Monaco?
One of those occasions in which
I
the
was-
ace is
I was,
unproblematic
like,
for two
completely out of
sixes
commission
here.
for one day.
Yeah, same.
Interesting. But then you were fine.
opportunities
Yeah, it
now.
happened to be
No,
day
forgive
100K,
me. The
and I
5
just
would give the
completely
sixes
Yeah.
a bigger straight. So just the kings and jacks to fade. And job done here for Peter Wang.
But exactly, and I'm always sick for 5
1.5,
days.
30?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a tissue?
I mean, I have like used ones. I don't know. Let me see if there's any clean ones.
It was good. It was weird. Not like
I don't think
I got there, fine. Day 100K, completely couldn't get out of bed. Then I just late regged perfectly fine. To day 2. Felt great.
They're not like that
Up
used.
to 3.2 goes Peter and down to sub $500,000. Goes Ding Biao. That chip graph has been looking skits. Peak now at a robust attendance in the 2500 mixed 08 studied. Is that Norman Chad? I don't see a ton of chips in front of our man. Suppose we don't need to ask why so mad. He's got the bell there. Is that functioning sort of, you remember Breaking Bad, the guy? Oh, hang on now, more countdown host involvement here. I see what they're doing with their off days. D-Dubs, who's been in this booth alongside me quite a bit. Rumbling.
What price would you lay that Norman Chad wins that tournament?
I mean, name it.
500 to 1?
No, come on, 500 to 1 is wild. That's wild. Show me a book that gives you 500 to 1 in that spot. You know, I'm on the nittier side. I'm not putting up the juicy lines. You know what I mean? I almost lost my house one time on a 100 to 1 on 10K bet that a B wouldn't. Anyway, it was a close shave, and I think I've learned my lesson. Thankfully, I didn't lose my house on that bet. But
I might offer 500 to 1 at some point. I don't think it's a bad line.
I'm sure Norman's flattered. Meanwhile, ace queen raising it up from the hijack here. Mateos flatting on the button with the inferior queen. Wilson also with a queen, but suited. Climbs aboard.
Sean's the opener here.
10-9 tray open-ender for Mateos. The tastiest interaction.
So Mateos flatted on the button here. He's
surprised at that choice?
No. I mean, great flop, and he's slow playing it.
Now he picks up jacks, but everybody making the same open-ender except Winters takes him to Broadway if the king rolls off.
Really good card for Winter here. Obviously, Mateos as well. Winter decides to check. Now, the thing with Winter is, right, look at Mateos checking again.
Keeping a lid on this particular pot in the process, as no chips have entered post-flop.
I'll tell you right now, is that Wilson here, I could see him bluffing at this. The way this hand has been played out, Wilson has a queen. We've watched him run some bluffs here. He's very aggro. And he is going to it looks like he is going to bluff at it. And his sizing, it's probably not going to work, but I actually like it, Ali. Now, the thing is this, is that Adrian, the way that he played this hand, he played it so sneaky that he's almost forced to call here the way that this hand is played. He knows he beats no value. Okay, Wilson is never doing this for value with a worst hand, but he has to assume that he's capable of bluffing here. And I think Mateos is going to eventually look this up. The way this hand's played out, Ali, he almost has to.
Does the fact that we check back 2 streets obligate us to keep an eye on Wilson, who could be so easily tempted to think that these 1 million in chips are ripe for the taking?
Yes.
And
there it is.
Agrees. So caught with his hand in the cookie jar is Brandon. Valiant effort, but surprisingly being shown Queen Jack, I would say.
You call him what? The
El Conquistador.
Conquistador.
Just, you know, I like it. There you go. You got it.
I call him the best no-limit hold'em player on planet Earth in a tournament. In a tournament format, I don't think there's anyone I would bet on over the Conquistador.
Wow, that's
I really
high
believe
praise.
that.
Meanwhile, a lot of betting has been going on between these two. On this occasion, it was an open raise from Peter. Show me the rest, said Ding Biao. And
there he goes.
Ace-Jack covered and the 5s holding on.
The #1 all-time money winner from China.
Yeah, cannibalism out of that delegation is they were always going to lose a runner in that spot. Boy, that is surprising, man. Ding spun it up. Remember, 2 big pickups back-to-back, and then all of a sudden, big bites were taken out of him.
Ali.
With this one, fatal.
He played abysmal. When it came down to it, he got it all in. Okay, who I thought was the favorite, he didn't show up today. He
Is
didn't play
it
his
the
best
king-queen you're zeroing in on?
The Ace-7 offsuit just open shoving. There was a couple hands. He did not play his best poker today.
But you're still a believer.
Big time.
All right, so with the loss of Ding Biao comes the inability for Jared to butcher the name any longer, and just 14 runners left in this field. You want to say it one last time?
Ding Bao.
It's just not right. Closing in on 9th and north of $500,000. You mentioned 12 is the point that the soft bubble conversation begins for you, as the thoughts of relieving Mateos of chips begin for Matthias Eibinger, facing 4 1/4 here out of Adri. Queens in the big.
And King 8 here is a good hand to open with in the small blind. Having that king is very powerful. Eibinger with a standard 3-bet there. But, you know, I want to talk about that Queen-Jack hand, right? Look at the way Mateos played that hand, okay? Check the flop, flopped it open-ended. Check the turn when he turned top pair open-ended. And then got Wilson to bluff off 1,000,000 chips on the river. You could not have made any more money than what Mateos did in that poker hand.
You know what's crazy? We've been on the receiving end of those sorts of lines where we thought for sure that million just takes it. And then you get shown something like Queen Jack, and you feel used.
Yeah.
You feel in a weird way like you need a shower. You know, it's just...
You're so right.
You're annoyed.
You're so right.
Moncheck. Pocket 4s.
And the way Winter plays here, he's probably going too flat. Wow.
Excuse me?
Wow.
Sticks in the bin versus Texas Mike. No less. That under-the-gun range likely contains a few more combos than the average.
I don't know if I can get behind that call there, behind that fold with 7s.
You're allowed to fight clean. This much we know, and that would have been a clean flop for the pocket 7s. Instead, it is Moncheck who has the lead in position. Wilson still sporting the wounds left behind by Mateos. Ace-Jack with a spade.
And these are
facing
the spots.
240, just a single, 2 bigs rather.
Yeah, these are the spots where I'd love to see what Wilson does. Okay, he has a marginal hand. It's more his flop than Mike's. I love this guy.
Think about the amount of heart required in context, Jared, after, I'm not going to call it the embarrassment because it's poker and he's doing what needs to be done and no one's judging him. But this check raise, right after that dress down from Mateos, takes
I like
some
this
heart.
guy. This guy Wilson can play. This guy is one of the young upcoming stars of this game. Look at this play by Wilson in a $250,000 buy-in, 5 off the money against the most aggressive player in the field.
Yeah, I think that part of it for me makes it even more impressive as he says, "Give me that," to Texas Mike, and the 4s wind up in the bin.
I was there in 2016 when I saw young Alex Foxen as the future of poker. This guy Wilson is the next version I see of the Alex Foxen of 10 years later. This guy can play poker at the highest level. Wow.
Yeah, I've been on Brandon Wilson for some time. Has on to a couple of 10s at the blue table.
And you know what's funny is they talk about how much luck there is in these high rollers, but I'll tell you, when you watch this, and Ali, you've watched this more than anyone in the world. You've seen these tournaments play out. There's a huge difference between a guy like Sean Winter folding 7s when he has the best hand and seeing Wilson raise the flop on 995 with ace-jack.
Out of position against an under-the-gun open.
There's a huge difference there, and you're seeing it in real time. You're also seeing a guy like Mateos check back, Queen Jack over and over. There's levels to all this.
Yeah, and upwards from the 250 level is where Einhorn is going to be taking us with this ace king suited out of the small and elevator up to 1.3.
And folks, if you're watching and you see Wang, this is Wang's inexperience of tournament poker. Okay, 8-7 suited is a phenomenal hand in any sort of cash game. The problem is that you're not deep enough and you're so close to the money that you can't afford to risk chips calling here pre-flop because you're basically opening up yourself for an opponent to 3-bet you when you call pre-flop. And these are the mistakes. That $250,000 of chips he might regret when we're right off the money, Ali.
So Einhorn managing to dismount.
I got to tell you, Ali, this is getting really excited. For all the viewers watching this, do not go anywhere. We are going to play. We don't know when we're playing to, but probably 9. We're going to play down to a winner tomorrow. Over $4 million for first prize, a gold bracelet. This is one of the top 3 events as a poker player that you want to win every single World Series. The main event is number 1. You can make an argument the 50K PPC is number 2, and this would probably be number 3. But again, a lot of these guys just play no limit. So a lot of these guys that are playing, this would be the second event behind the main event.
Number 2 is where Monchek finds himself as he got a quick glimpse at that leaderboard. Back over to the blue table. Einhorn not going to be involved in this one. Petrangelo, the party starter. Kala Djurdjevic painfully folding those 2 10s moments ago. Now in the big with a defendable 10-7 suited.
And he has a hand here he's very happy to see a flop with. He's going to probably call here out of position. Petrangelo's been playing great poker.
A couple of hearts on an ace-high board here as the stage is set for a further collision. Dayon checks.
And again, I expect Petrangelo to go to about quarter pot here, give or take.
150.
A little less than quarter pot. And now this man, who I cannot pronounce his name, has a decision. He's not folding, okay? What does raising look like here? What does calling look like here, right? I would probably lean towards raising.
660.
And I like this, and I'm going to tell you why. Because Pietrangelo is pretty much going to fold everything that doesn't really contain an ace in it. He happens to have an ace. But what's good about this raise now is that if you're Pietrangelo, your only play here is to call. Okay, so you're not really worried about Pietrangelo putting more money in. So you're raising in a spot where Pietrangelo now can fold, but if he doesn't, you see a turn card. And here Pietrangelo calls. Let's see a turn card, Ali.
Pot inflated as Kala-Djurdjevic.
And this is actually
initiative. And yes, two-tone texture and 4 to a wheel. A card that is dynamite for Pietrangelo to stay in there, but also could allow Kala-Djurdjevic to carry on.
It's a great card for JK, KJ, whatever. DK. Okay. It's a great card for him. Pietrangelo's not going anywhere. But what's this? And if you're asking why it's a great card, okay, he didn't improve, but he's in the big blind, and he can have a lot of 4Xs in his range. He can have a lot of hands like King 4 of Hearts. He also knows that Pietrangelo almost never has a 4, okay? A lot of poker is about ranges, not necessarily what you have. And look
Half
at this.
pot, by the way, 1 million out of Kala-Djurdjevic as he doesn't come off the throttle. Pietrangelo does make the call, of course, having picked up the diamonds. Now a pair of 10s for Kala-Djurdjevic. Is it the kind of card that gives him enough showdown value, or is it fake?
It doesn't. He doesn't. He cannot win this hand by checking, and he knows that. He knows that. Okay? The question is, will he risk his tournament life here with 14 left? Because if he checks, Pietrangelo is going to be thrilled to check back, and he's going to win this pot. Are you good enough to move in here? And you're not.
10's no good.
Yep. And that's the thing, Ali, is that the worst card for him was the 10, because the 10 made him surrender. He felt in his mind he was probably 10% to win that pot, maybe. And look at this. Pietrangelo, Ali, is up to second in chips.
Yeah, an 8-figure stack in front of him as Kala-Djurdjevic unravels to the back of the pack. 5K seniors glimpse here. Third day of this one, which of course feels like a lifetime, I would imagine.
Yeah.
10th place finish for Manish Mandan. I can't talk that mess, Jared, because 50 years of age is all you got to be to play the seniors. And I, for one, would like to campaign that we increase that to like 60 to 65. But then they call that the super seniors.
Yeah, I think, I have no opinion. I think poker is just, what's to me the best thing about poker is all the different unique type of people you get to play with.
Yeah.
I think that's what makes the game so great.
Not so great as 8-9. Up against Texas Mike here, who's got kings up and an improved kicker.
Now Mateos here.
He was the attacker pre.
Yes. The problem is, and this is a great check by Mateos, the problem is, and now Monsek should probably also check the river here, because I don't think there's any value in him betting here.
Note that the second queen does bring the 10 back into play for him. So Mateos did check back the turn with his 9 high.
I do think this is a spot where if Mateos was ever going to bluff, this is a great card to do it. It's not going to work, most likely, unless he sizes really, really big here. It looks like Monsek could have a hand like ace-high, and he is doing exactly that. Yep. And that was a great play by both. Mike with a great check. Mateos, I think he felt like his opponent had a hand like ace high and would have gotten him to fold. Well played by both. You know, a great man once said, Ali, is you know you're playing great poker when all your bluffs are getting through. That's when you know you're playing great poker.
Can I expand on that and say you know that you're not bluffing enough if you're not getting caught bluffing?
Yes.
sometimes.
Yes.
I think that, for me, was a turning point.
You're exactly right.
Turning over to the blue table again, we find DK down to just 1.4 and a Jack-10 suited, sub-10 big blinds. It's a pretty combo. And he does declare all in as the war cry works its way through the field, and perhaps there will be tears as a result. Kenny, ace-king. And
I'll tell you this right now, is that Jack-10 suited is a very good hand to move all in with here. Again, even
in turn,
against,
Kenny moving all in his 6.1.
Yeah, and again, Jack-10 suited is, you know, if you look at the equities here, you're still 40% against ace-king. I'll tell you right now, if Bryn Kenny wins this pot,
Oh yeah, looks like it.
But I think it's better.
I've gone through a lot of fire alarm situations in my day, final exams, in college. And, I'm a favorite to end up crispy because I don't think I've ever evacuated a building that had an alarm going off, which is precisely what's happening right now in real time here in the booth. I don't smell any smoke. I do smell an open ender on the turn for Kala Djurdjevic. It does not come in, however, on the end. And just like that, DK, who probably had much higher hopes a few hands ago for a deep run in this one, gets showered.
Big size.
Jared has just, on the heels of me saying that, no joke, run right out of the booth without so much as saying a word. I'm alone in here, man. What just happened? You know what, guys? I'm committed. If this ends up being my last assignment, well, I know many of you will be excited about that. Just know that I wasn't one of those captains that left the ship. I'm going down with this bad boy. Meanwhile, going up to 300,000 is Mateos. King, queen, offsuit. Early position. Nines for Wilson. Flatting. Apologies, by the way. I know how annoying this is. This is brutal. Jared, where are you? I think everyone's gone. I'm dead ass. Everyone has left, and I'm here by myself. I ain't going nowhere. Remember this. I'm a soldier. Should I text my girlfriend? I don't even have a will. Oh, hang on. No. Oh, wait. Two checks in front of Brandon as Mateos came off the throttle. Oh, look who decided to come back into the booth. Oh, yep. It's Blaise back in the booth. You completely bailed on me, man. You left me alone in here. What happened to leave no man behind? You just say something, Jared.
Fire alarm glowing.
No, we know that part. But you just quietly dipped on me.
I was just making sure everything's okay.
Yeah? But what if it wasn't okay? Were you going to come back and be like, Ali, we got to go?
Yes.
Look at me. Okay. I'm not sure if I believe that, as Wilson.
What happened here pre-flop?
Being made to believe that nines are no good. The opener, Mateos, while you were out there saving yourself, Jared, picked up a couple of callers in Wilson's nines, which flatted, and then Ivy taking the price with 10-8. It came 7-4 deuce. It went check, check. Wilson bet. Mateos tried to dress him down with the raise, and Brandon wagging his finger and perhaps giving you yet another data point as to why it is that he is one to watch as we get down toward the business event of this 250.
This guy Wilson, I'll keep saying it. Poker world, watch out for this man.
Yep.
Watch out for this man. I'm going to make a comparison right now. This guy could actually end up being the Alan Keaton of tournament poker. I'm telling you right now.
The Alan Keating?
Yes. Yes. Alan is the best.
In terms of Alan in cash, what he does?
As good as Alan is in cash game poker. Okay?
Right.
He is the GOAT in cash game, no limit hold'em poker. This guy Wilson has it. He's not there yet, but he has the potential to be the guy. I'm telling you.
15 million plus in career tournament earnings, yet to win a bracelet. What a juicy one this would be.
I'm telling you right now, Poker World, watch out. This guy Wilson is the stone cold nuts.
Well, Sam Muller better watch out because he's got second pair against top pair here as we flip it over to the blue table where Sensei got busy in the hijack. Follows through for a $1.75 on the flop. Sam, of course, going nowhere.
Wilson, if you're ever selling, I'm buying. Call me.
High praise, by the way.
I'm not kidding.
For
If
one
you
to
are
put money
ever
where your
selling, call me. And I don't like buying action. What happened here on the flop, Ali?
This was just a check call from the jacks. The 6 of clubs, very dry, and as such, Kenny comfortably reaching out and touching 545 as a follow-up.
And again, you're now deep in a tournament. The dynamic changes on every single hand that is being played. You are watching, brought to you by GG Poker, you are seeing the day 2 coverage of this tournament, and you're watching all these hands develop. These are the spots in tournaments that matter way more than being all in pre-flop as a coin flip. You know, this is where poker is being played at the highest level, folks. You're watching the #1 all-time money winner in Bryn Kenny. And look at this. Bryn makes kings and 8s on the river.
Unnecessarily, but obviously he'll love it as it makes this river barrel a lot easier.
And now if I'm Bryn, I'd expect him to size pretty big here on the river. And he does just that. And now, the reason why this is such a good river bet, Ali, is because Muller knows that Bryn is not most likely doing this with one pair. Okay? He wouldn't go this big with a hand like King 10, King Queen, King 9, etc. Muller has a really good hand to block a lot of the 2-pair hands, having the jack. The question is here,
do I believe 2-pair plus?
I'll tell you right now, we haven't really seen Muller in tough spots on the river. I would not fault Muller here if he elected to call. This is sometimes the problem when you are the chip leader of the tournament. People sometimes like Bryn are going to go after you. And right now, this GTO wizard is very confused. It's a great size by Kenny. It's great sizing.
These are the pots and the spots in which Kenny sometimes will get action that other players won't, though, Jared. Give action, get action is the old school philosophy, and Kenny's given plenty throughout the years.
You know, there's a handful of guys left in this tournament that I would never pay off. Kenny would be one of the few that has earned this. This is why he's made so much money playing poker. And I'll tell you right now, this Mueller wants to call. And I think, Ali, he will. He's really in the tank. And when someone uses this amount of time banks, they usually press the call button.
Well, the most recent hero calls we've seen from Sam Mueller have been correct. This one would not. Can he spare himself the 1.8?
And
he cannot. And boy, you see the brief glimmer of hope when you flick that chip out there and you're like, and you hear kings up and take my money.
But again, this is what makes Kenny so difficult to play against, okay? How many people are playing hands like king 8? You know, how many times, it's like we said, right? Having that jack is such an important card to block Bryn from having a lot of two-pair combos. And now Bryn has over 11 million chips. There's no one that shines more in high-limit poker tournaments than Bryn Kenny.
This is a large part of why it is that he is the winningest player of all time. Granted, a lot of that was won in a historic and unprecedented million-pound buy-in event back in 2019. But facts remain that he has been getting after it and performing on the biggest of stages in the biggest of buy-ins for years since. Meanwhile, the biggest of unpaired hands belonging to Wilson here, who's got the wind at his back and 320 in his face, direct right from under the gun. Ibinger with the 7s.
You know, Ali, you see it in sports, you see it in poker. There's a lot of people in poker that can win playing a $1,500 event, a $2,500 event, a $5K event. And then there's guys like Bryn Kenny that win at the highest level. There's not that many people in poker that have won at the highest level consistently. Bryn Kenny has done it for over 2 decades. He has beaten all the toughest opponents in the world for 20-plus years. And I've watched it. I was there 21 years ago.
Beating the drum here is Wilson, predictably, as elevator up to 950. Now if you're Ibinger, direct left taking you upstairs when you open from under the gun is supposed to be our narrow range.
Now the thing is this, right, is that Wilson is almost rarely ever kind of bluffing in a spot based on the stack sizing, and it's an interesting fold by Ibinger. I don't hate it. I kind of like it.
Are you okay with the 7s opening under the gun?
Yes.
Look at this guy. He's walking through the fucking white.
Oh, I wish we could have heard the tail end of whoever it is that Kuhn had caught a glimpse of. Back over at the blue table, Pietrangelo, and under the gun,
and
open, 325.
And Ali, you know, I'll tell you, at this stage of the tournament, it's all about who's not going to make a mistake, okay? We're going to see someone here make a massive mistake. And I'll tell you, a lot of playing great poker is just sitting there, being patient, letting it come to you.
You know, I want to push back on the idea that someone's going to make a big mistake. Granted, there are some, I feel, that would be more capable of such things, perhaps due to less familiarity with this tournament, you know, poker in general, and stage. But, I mean, we shall see. Ace-Jack, meanwhile, on the 10-6-6 board here, did not follow through for Pietrangelo. Kenny's King-4, unimproved, checking once more.
And Pietrangelo has a card where I could see him checking the turn as well.
Uh-oh.
And Kenny now gets there.
Smacks a cowboy.
Now, again, you talked about it earlier, Ali, about Kenny's image, okay? He has an image of getting paid off more than most. This is a river card where I'd love to see Kenny put a little bet out there and try to target a hand like Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen. And he's going big.
Well, obviously, there were some bigger sizes available to him, but these two big stacks that are not supposed to tussle wind up,
I'll tell you, these
a little collision, and
these guys are so good. These guys are just so good.
the Colossus.
4 p.m. players should be making their way to
Is that
their tables.
is that the biggest field of the summer? The 16,269 entries. That's wild. I mean, the Millie Maker gets plenty, right? I don't know. This has got to be it, right?
I mean, this is just such a massive.
I mean, the name says it all.
When's the last tournament you've played, Ali?
I played the main event twice, back-to-back years, both times busted kings into aces pre-flop, and I was like, I'm good. Take my 20 dimes. Good night. Of course, very much enjoy bringing coverage of the main event, which we will be doing this year on ESPN, no less, with Nick Schulman on the night shift. David Williams, Maria Ho, Norman Chad, Lon McCarron, all available for the day shift.
Can I say something about Nick Schulman?
Of course. You guys know each other well. You don't need my permission.
You can just run it.
I mean, be careful, though, because if it's anything critical, you are going to be
Nick Schulman
blowtorched by chat.
Let me tell you something. That man right there, he is the #1 most talented all-around poker person in this industry.
Cash, tournament, all disciplines, big bet, limit, mix,
announcing,
commentary.
Everything.
Yeah.
He is the #1 most talented man in poker across the board.
Yeah.
I will say that on record. I gave him a hug for a second today. He just won another bracelet. And I'm going to say one more thing.
It's a lot of diamonds.
I think when it's all said and done, I think Nick Schulman will end up breaking Phil
You're
Hellmuth's
the math guy.
bracelet record at some point.
Strong claim.
I think he will be the first one that does it.
I think a diamond 10 or a tray would spell trouble for Peter Wang, who is all in over here. 15 outs, a few of them grayed out at the top. Can Peter hang on with just king high? Yes, he can.
970?
Boy, he's been a piston there in the 2-seat. Up and down.
I love Peter.
Have you played with him?
I've never played with Peter. I never want to play with Peter. But
that's a compliment.
It is, but I will tell you this. I don't think there's a better feud in cash game poker than Peter and Alan Keaton.
They go so hard at each other.
Oh, they do. And they're very close friends, but they battle, and it's so much fun to watch.
That ilk, the gamblers' ilk, they recognize each other, and they have a lot of respect for one another, win, lose, or draw, when they get after it like that.
Oh, yeah.
King 10 suited getting after it here. Early position open from Mateos. Ace 9 for Monchek on the button. And here he comes. 8-figure stack in motion, as we would expect. This is what makes him exciting, and as you put it, Jared, dangerous.
Yes, and I said it earlier on the telecast that if Monchek gets to 10 million in chips, he could be the favorite to win this event. This guy has so many different modes. We've watched it. He's fearless. He wants to win this. He doesn't care about the money. He wants to win a bracelet. I know Mike very well. He cares a lot about winning this tournament.
But you know what? His style implies that he doesn't care at all about going broke at any given moment. And yesteryear, the name Amir Vahidi is the one that brought us the idea, in order to live, you have to be willing to die in these streets. And that's precisely what it feels like Monchek is at any given moment. As his ace-9 doesn't improve, paired flop, he reaches for chips. Mateos with the spade draw, not going to be going anywhere.
And this is a spot for Mateos, okay? You can call here and try to make your hand, or you can check raise and try to get your opponent to fold a hand like ace-9. If he saw Monchek's hand, he'd probably put in a raise here, okay? The problem, though, is with Mateos is if you raise here, okay?
Which he does.
Which is great. The only problem with raising is that if you get played back at it, you have to call off your tournament life with a bare flush draw on a board pair.
All in. All you can eat.
Oh, my God. Look at this.
What?
Look at this.
El Conquistador being forced to call it off with king high against ace high, and these are not the sorts of visuals you expect. And look at Mateos' face. Welcome to the Texas Mike experience, my friend.
And Ali, I just told the world that someone is going to make a major mistake in this tournament, and you're watching it right now by Texas Mike, okay? But what's crazy is he's still 44% equity here in this spot, and now he's dead.
Yeah, that was a short-lived 44% as a three of spades gives this one to Mateos, and Monchek will fight on with 4.7. But if you're at this table, you loathe this development because it's a lot harder to get Mateos' chips off him than it is to get Mike's in motion.
But again, Ali, this tournament is all about not making a mistake. You watch the most dangerous man in this tournament literally bluff off more than half of his chips to, in my opinion, the best player left in this field, Adrian Mateos.
I'll tell you what, Mike Monchek is the honey badger of poker.
I'll tell you what.
He don't give a fuck.
I'll tell you this, Adrian Mateos is now your new favorite to win this tournament.
All right. Les laying it down as the 8-figure stack in front of El Conquistador poses real problems for the remainder of the field. He is a tactician of the highest order.
I'm okay, thank you.
You want anything?
I'm okay, thank you.
Petrangelo
I said the thing before. I was just
on the button.
Yeah, but I said, hey, Dave, did you want something to drink?
I'll tell you, man, that Texas Mike, I said it, Ali, he is fearless. He is aggressive. He doesn't care.
No.
But you know what? Again, the world just saw that. It was a mistake. It was an error. But I promise you, before this summer is over, he will get back all of that because someone's going to pay him off in a spot. Again, poker is all about your image. Texas Mike has the greatest image in the history of poker.
Oh, unlimited action gets delivered to his doorstep as the diamond draw gets delivered to Einhorns after he defended versus Petrangelo, who brings 225 courtesy of jacks and a king of diamonds on this ace-high flop. Oh, and it looks like Einhorn.
And I love this by Einhorn.
Yeah, he's check raising it up, trying to see what's what right here and now versus this button range.
Now, here's the thing with Einhorn, right? It's a very good raise, but what are you actually representing? And this is what Petrangelo is smart enough to figure out, right? Because if Einhorn had a hand like ace-7 offsuit, he would just call the flop. He wouldn't raise. And look at this. He makes a flush. Einhorn makes a flush, and Petrangelo picks up the nut flush draw.
Yeah, we're not done here at 3.1. Einhorn 3.9 in front of him. Could easily get it moving. Oh.
Oh, my God.
The scent of lavender fills this air.
I love the way Einhorn's playing, by the way. I want to point that out. Einhorn is playing great poker here.
Man, officially 1.7 into this 3.1, and with the redraw to the nut flush and the jack, Petrangelo cannot dismount. Pot grows to 6.5. Einhorn doesn't have it sewn up as Petrangelo had 16% equity. Fails, however, to produce the diamond. A second 7 pairing the board. Not Einhorn's favorite, but he is going to just accept fate as he moves all in. And Petrangelo snap folds.
Wow. I can't really fault Petrangelo here. He picked up the nut. He knew he was drawing the nuts. This is unbelievable, man. You're watching Einhorn compete with the best players in the world, and he's more than holding his own.
$1,500 Raz bracelet in the balance here. Dennis Weiss covered, all in, and he survives. Don't ask me what the hands are. I have no clue. All I know is Dennis
back
done fighting for the jewelry.
Back to the action here. Petrangelo The blinds are now 100 and 150,000.
Am I a small blind?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. What's the bet?
325.
I thought.
I'll tell you, man. This is where Einhorn shines. High limit tournament poker.
You know, the thing is, he's just unbothered by the stakes, which is something that you suggested even the best in the world cannot totally eliminate from some of the influence.
I'll say this, right? And I don't know everyone's situation, but I will say this. This tournament is very, very small for
And
Einhorn.
contains just one billionaire.
Yes.
There's no other billionaires
Okay.
in the field right now.
So, you know, if it was up to Einhorn, he'd probably want to play a $10 million buy-in tournament every,
listen,
you know.
Famously, Andy Beal came in, and it was play me as big as you can, because that's where he felt like he could find some parity against the best in the world. Meanwhile, finding the gutter on the flop was Petrangelo. He was on the attack from the cutoff. Flop went check, check. Third club arrives. Muller with both king high and the only flush draw has the best of it, and now makes the clubs while the 7 pairs.
And the thing with Muller here is he made a flush, but the way the hand played out, his hand is very likely it's a bluff catcher. I'd like to see him check here, knowing the only way he can make money on this hand is by checking.
Really?
And I really don't like this by Muller.
Oh, like earlier or recently?
I would have liked to check just because
3.5 now or something.
your range is so wide here when you check if you're Muller, and you just have to try and find a way to make money. And this is one of those spots where you probably have the best hand, but you actually make more by checking.
Well, Sam collecting that one as we collect our attention and focus it upon Jason Kuhn on the button here at the black table. 10-9 offsuit. Goes to work for 3.5.
And now, a lot of people in this spot, if they're Ivy, and again, I'll say it, this, in my opinion, I think this is a somewhat small mistake by Ivy. And look at this, because the problem with Ivy is, right, you have a pair of 2s, so you're obviously just set mining, okay? You don't have enough chips in this tournament. You're not deep enough to set mine out of position. And you're also worried about a guy like Winter in the big blind who just woke up with 2 queens.
Ivy caught in the crossfire in this small blind, and the issue in these spots is when it goes button open, small blind flat, you gotta wonder whether or not these 3 bets are just people trying to snack. But with those 2 holdings,
but I'll tell you this, right? The reason why it's a bad call by Ivy in the small blind is because let's say Winter had a hand like King 10 suited, right? He would also 3-bet it a lot because he sees Ivy's weak calling in the small blind. When Ivy calls in the small blind, he's doing it with a weakish type holding for the most part. And Winter knows that. He's smart enough to see that. So Winter happened to have queens, but if he had a hand like Ace-5 suited, he probably also would have 3-bet. Oh, we have a mystery hand, the GG mystery hand. Ali, I love this.
Brandon Wilson raising from under the gun +1, picking up Mateos for the ride here.
You are watching the best no-limit hold'em player in the world in a tournament setting in Mateos, and you're watching one of the future best no-limit hold'em tournament players in the world. Guys, this is classic with 13 left. It doesn't get better than watching these 2 talents battle it out.
I asked if I shoved if you was called.
Wet board as Mateos finds bottom 2 and a check.
I'm telling you because, like, when I folded the 10s in the small blind when you raised the button, you told me you had it, so I'm telling you I had it.
I can check 375. Thank you.
Okay.
75 the follow through here from Wilson.
Now, Mateos here has a very vulnerable 2 pair.
Didn't have 10s,
okay.
but I had a big fucking hand.
notice how he elects to call here. Okay, why is he calling here? Because he knows that there's so many bad turn cards for his hand. He's also calling to disguise his hand to the fact that he wants to make his hand look a lot weaker than what he actually has.
Okay, a 6 of hearts on the turn. Adding a flush draw to Mateos's hand after the flat. 1.6 in the middle. Action on Wilson with the second check.
Glad he opened.
Four is so much smaller. It's crazy.
Look at this. Wilson continues.
Is it heat? 830, half pot territory.
Now the fact that Mateos called the flop, he's going to most likely call here on the turn. He has no reason to ever raise here in this spot. He has 2 pair. He has a 9-high flush draw. But he also doesn't want to get blown off his hand and build the pot with a very vulnerable holding. And he decides to call. And let's see a river card, Ali.
I go by vibe.
Whole lot of cards the 8-9 does not want to see. How poor is a king of diamonds for Mateos?
Now it's a Mateos has 2 pair, but there's so many hands that he loses to here. And the way that Wilson is playing, Wilson has already shown that he's capable of bluffing on a high level. Ali, there's nothing better in poker than watching this on a GG mystery hand. I mean, this is like next level, folks. I've said it before, the fact that you're all watching this on YouTube for free, this is some of the greatest entertainment you will ever watch in your entire life. What is Wilson going to do? This guy's giving nothing away, Ali. Nothing. Can you imagine if Wilson just moved in?
I can imagine the look on Mateos' face is not going to be a happy one.
Mateos is giving nothing away. Neither is Wilson.
Early position open from Brandon. Big blind defense. Check call across 2 streets. And the gun hasn't been holstered.
Oh my God, Ali.
Instead,
oh
it's
my
been pointed in the direction of the Spaniard.
Ali.
This is Chateaubriand off the menu. We're not looking at a petite filet. 3.3.
He bet exactly full pot. Wow. Chat, can you put a poll in there and see what... I'll tell you right now, Mateos is going to be thinking about this. He's probably going to use 3 or 4 time extensions, minimum.
Okay, walk me through, Blez, if indeed Wilson were to be bluffing.
So
what would check out? Ace of hearts,
Ace
10?
Ace 10, exactly. Ace Queen is a hand that he could be bluffing with. Here's the thing. Mateos knows that Wilson is not doing this with anything worse for value than 9s and 8s. Mateos knows right now that he only beats a bluff, right? What type of hands does he lose to? Okay, he loses to all straights, all flushes, all sets, all better 2 pairs. Okay, what types of hands is Wilson bluffing with here? He's bluffing with hands like Ace 10, Ace 7, Ace Queen, King. He could be turning a hand like King 10 into a bluff and try to get a hand like this to fold. He could be, you know, Wilson is capable of so many high-level moves here. Wilson can have a jack and you know, just turning like Jack 10 and turning that into a bluff. What is Adrian Mateos going to do? You're watching the future and the current best in the world at what they do. Ali, this is unbelievable.
I got to tell you, I'm so happy to be in here and not in Mateos' seat with 9s and 8s. The brutality of this spot. Granted, we have 9.6. Get it wrong and fight on with 6.3. But
this guy, Mateos, is one of the most likable men in poker. I consider him a friend of mine in the poker world. He's one of the most gentleman-like human beings you will ever meet. He probably loves poker more than anyone you will ever meet. He is in the toughest spot I have seen in a $250,000 buy-in.
And he's got all the time extensions laid out over here. This one's going to be given a serious chew.
Ali, he's going to use probably 3 or 4 of them at the minimum. At the minimum. He's lost right now. It is almost never where you see Mateos the conquistador in a spot where he doesn't know what to do. He is so confused right now by Wilson.
Both shaken and stirred. Let us sit back and see what Mateos decides. I heard the word pass. He has laid it down, and it was Queen 10. So a straight on the flop for Brandon Wilson as an excellent fold costs him a payday. And you see, Adrian, that hand's going to be swirling through his head until the moment he learns that he did the right thing. But excellent execution there, unsurprisingly, from Adrian.
And again, you watch it over and over again. Adrian making the right decision. Folks, when you're in that moment, it is so difficult to get away from 2-pair there, especially having a heart in your hand as well.
Well, the show goes on as we flip over to bluer pastures. Pietrangelo with ace-7 in the cutoff.
Yeah.
Takes it up on Muller's big.
And now Muller here has a hand that is most likely going to call. Like we said, anything suited in the big blind to a raise is most likely a call.
9-7-6 gives Pietrangelo a pair.
I didn't see
Muller with the backdoor diamonds and jack high slips it.
Pietrangelo electing to check here. Muller here with nothing. I don't expect him to get out of line here. I expect him to most likely check here, but we'll see. Again, he has a 2-to-1, almost a 2-to-1 chip advantage on Pietrangelo. And Muller is going for chips. It's not going to work. Pietrangelo is going to probably call one off here.
I know.
Poker's beautiful.
Right?
300 a man as we book a date with the river,
oh my
which
God.
gives Sam a jack.
I actually think opposite. I think everybody else.
Can he remove a king from Pietrangelo's range? Likely not, right?
If I'm Muller here and I led the turn
and got called,
here's the thing, right? This is what I like to call like a reverse free roll. Okay.
What do you mean?
What I mean by that is I'd like to see Muller bet here because he has a hand that he's going to bet, and I'm going to explain why this is great. He went small. I love it, but it's a reverse free roll because he's calling a bet, but his opponent most likely is not going to bet a hand like ace-7, ace-9. So instead of
You got a lot going on
checking and let your opponent check behind, you're better off betting and getting some sort of value from a worst hand. It's an old saying of like a reverse free roll. It's hard for me to explain it. I don't know if I did a good job explaining it. But if you're calling a bet there in a spot where your opponent has showdown, you're better off betting and getting your opponent to call with worse. Because let's say Petrangelo had a 9, right? Like 8-9. Would he bet the river if it was checked to?
Right.
He would check. But if you bet, he's more likely to call than check.
I see. I understand.
Yes.
You're able to get value out of hands that wouldn't pursue
Yes.
value themselves.
That's why you're better off betting in a spot where you're the chip leader and you're not going to get raised.
Gotcha. Meanwhile, raising it up is Ivy out of the cutoff with a 6. Sean Winter on the button with an ace-jack says, we're going to play for 7 1/4, sir. We await Phil's response. And the fold seems sage.
Ali, we are 1 away from what I would say is like the soft bubble. Like I said, 12 left.
Okay.
There'll be 2 tables of 6. We have not seen. Kristen is still in, correct?
Yep.
We haven't seen her play a hand. I mean, Ivy's been playing. You know, we're not watching all the hands, obviously, but.
Well, listen, if you're kind of in that midfield to back of the pack situation, you got to be pretty selective.
Yes.
Right? But these blinds come around quickly. It's costing you 400K in orbit. You do need to pop your head up out of the sand every now and again to try to do some snacking. As we see Ivy right back at it, this time with the 8-9 of diamonds out of the hijack. Mateo set mining with 10 cents on the button. Wilson with an ace-jack of diamonds, content to close the action from the big.
Oh, I saw that glove. I thought that was his face.
9-6-3
that was
board.
covered in blood.
No, not yet.
Top pair for Ivy.
Now, on a board like this, I would love to see Ivy size up a little. I'd love to see him go like half pot.
Nah, you can't.
He has the best hand, but he really, in theory, doesn't want action. He wants to win the pot right now. There's over 1 million chips in the middle.
Did I use one?
We're 4 off the money. And what is this?
Ivy brought the heat.
I do not like that at all, Phil Ivy. 2 million. Not a fan of that bet.
Reasons being?
Well, the biggest reason being is that it's almost never a spot where Wirtz is putting it in with you, right? So if you get it all in, you hate your hand. That you're praying that your opponent has 2 overs and a flush draw. Is what Ivy's praying for. If the money goes all in, he accomplishes the same with 500,000-600,000. You don't need to risk all your chips there.
Could he have gotten better to fold? That's another attribute that we pursue when we bring such sizings.
That's an interesting question. I don't think so. I will tell you this: it was sneaky of Wilson there to flat with ace-jack of diamonds in the blind there.
And by the way, 5-5 could have been a set easily if it was 6-6. But we move on to 3-3-8 on the flop, where Kenny doesn't mind it whatsoever. In the small blind, he flatted the aggression from Sam.
So did Kenny just call pre?
Yep.
Oh my God, I love this.
Double paired board now, making the ace-6 more valuable. It's
Can you just take it from me somehow?
still not a winner, of course.
So Kenny just flat pre and then called a raise?
Kenny flatted Muller's open from the cutoff.
Oh, he flatted his open. Okay.
Yeah.
His open. Okay. Okay.
And now he leads for 385.
This is such a high level lead. Why? Because now Muller, with the hand that he has of ace-6, in theory, Muller is supposed to call here. Okay, having ace high, Kenny and Muller gets away.
9.
And okay,
Good fold.
notice how Kenny shows that. He's wanting to show the chip leader, hey, I'm not messing around. I've got 2 9s. I'm not playing games here. He's setting him up for later is what Bryn's doing.
That is certainly part of the meta of what's going down here in this 250K as we inch closer and closer toward a money bubble. That is the entirety of the remains of the day here in this 250K. Jared and I are going to be stepping aside for roughly 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to come back and maybe, just maybe, we're going to get down to this FT in the next frame. Keep it close. See you in a few.
Centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Say it to gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it. It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
Uh-oh, empty net.
200.
1625.
Guess I got this, so I don't have to look like a bum.
You have like 4?
3-7.
Thank you.
Yeah, probably. Do you like it? Yeah. Oh, awesome. It's fun too. Yeah. Yeah. I usually like to sit backwards at least, so my back is straight, because I feel like it's so hard to not just go like that.
Yeah, this makes it just easier.
Yes. Yeah.
150.
$750.
750.
$2.1 million.
2.1 million.
think it's game 6.
60.
Raise 165.
265.
265.
2 something.
Okay, wrong. That's 240. 240.
You having a good time, David?
I am having the time of my life.
Oh yeah.
150.
I mean, if I'm not enjoying this, what is the freaking point?
Yeah. This is it. This is what it's all about.
I mean, this is all work for you all. But
Yeah, it's a hard gig.
what's that?
It's a hard gig sometimes.
I
Nick
understand.
wants to double through your
But it's
board.
still a lot of fun.
This is just a fun little hobby for me. And
Yeah.
If I can.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study, they train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move, the position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision and the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Monte, did he maybe fall? Oh!
Oh my God.
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of this 250K high roller as we roll deeper into the evening here at Paris, Las Vegas, the ballroom, playing host to the mothership, and the highest buy-in of the entire summer with over $4 million up top. But no money being distributed just yet as we are outside the money bubble. Ali Najad alongside Jared Blesnick burning some midnight oil, level 17.
It's just like rough
100, 200 with a 200K big blind. Annie, $500,000 in orbit, the price of poker, as Adrian Mateos has fought hard and earned this 9.1 million plus in front of him. Sean Winter, deep stacked as well. Brandon Wilson in that territory. We got to look at the stacks.
$13 left. We're going to see a lot of blood on this level.
Well, certainly, if it's up to Mike Monchek, hemorrhaging will be a part of the process. Min raised with the 10-9 suited, understandable. Ivy opened and then was forced out with an ace-6 just before the break. Here he is defending, understandably. And flopping himself top pair. Monchek zeroing in on that 7 of spades. Check call of 350,000 brings another 700 into the pot. Deuce of hearts is as dry as it gets on this turn. Monchek does find the check back. Second ace on the end fills up Ivy, and I wonder whether or not he might be tempted to slip a little rope to someone like Texas Mike in position here, Jared. Is that ever an idea?
It is. Mike doesn't have any 7s. We probably would have heard from him on the turn.
Not looking to induce. Ivy brings forward the barrel and takes this one. We were pretty displeased last time we saw Ivy's chips in motion with that 2 million overbet onto the flop. Did get away with it as we get away from his table and we come back over to Peter weighing at 6 big blinds, 1.4.
The floor can show you the stacks if you want.
Down at the back of the pack with Samuel Muller, the chip leader coming into today, holding on to that lead ahead of Bryn Kenny. Sensei, the only other 8-figure stack with 11.5 million.
Yeah, well, I kind of did. I'm confused by it a little bit, but crazy. Crazy hand, right?
And somehow get it in with ace-9 high and be ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Word has come down about that king 10 of spades that Mateos doubled with against the ace-9, which, as Kenny pointed out, was somehow ahead. Technically, but not from an equity standpoint.
Calls a 3-bet.
All right, let me try again.
No, but I think he calls it out of position, so maybe it was like...
All right, Petrangelo says, what do you got,
Yeah.
Peter?
Hijack.
And nothing more than 8-4 is the answer.
Adrian check raises and calls it off with king 10 flush draw and queen 4. And Mike just rips it in with ace-9 off.
Wow. How many big
Good fold.
It was like 11.5
Can't call.
mil pot.
You don't have one of those, right?
Ace shown.
Mike almost had 15
Wait, how-
million. He just holds with ace high.
8-4.
By the way, earlier I was claiming there's 1 billionaire left in the field. I got some pushback from the chat who was saying maybe Peter is a B-man.
He plays like he's a billionaire.
I knew it was coming. Ace 10 of spades. As the raise is coming. The minimum, says Ibinger here. Off of 5.2. No takers.
With the limits being 1 in 200,000, you got some guys that are off of, you know, Peter is most likely the next guy to be
I thought that was
eliminated.
going to be part of your stalling routine. Whoa.
Once it goes to 12, the strategy
Box
will
the
change
card. I'll do it.
again even more. And on top of that, you're going to start seeing guys like Bryn and Muller get even more and more aggressive here. And look at this. Peter has picked up 2 4s.
All in over the top of the under the gun ace-7 open at a Kenny. Einhorn's deliberations should be short-lived with an ace-8.
1.390.
And, you know, Kenny's not going to be happy about this, but I think he is priced in to call here. He's got enough chips, he can afford it.
Let's play some roulette. Couple of natural 8s.
A7's lucky hand there.
Intertwine. 3.3 million in the middle. Again, we find Peter Wang at risk.
Guys, from a tough day.
High stakes cash game streaming beast.
You got to love Peter. Look at his attitude.
Have it continue.
He's smiling.
cheated.
7 in the window. That puts Kenny well in front as the demiking process begins. 4 hearts still in play despite being up against a nut flush draw, courtesy of a pair of queens on board, but Peter Wang no longer in play. As the knuckles are bumped,
he's like, yeah,
he is bounced.
I got to give Peter credit, though, Ali. He played great.
If we for
not really playing tournaments, I mean, he made most of the right decisions.
And we're 6 and 7, and they didn't
stop at 1 point. They have to.
Then they're not
You know, he didn't really get a stack that was deep enough to put him into awkward spots kind of down the streets.
Slow pots.
And we're snap playing free every decision.
I hear you.
You're playing snap every spot.
Like the biggest pot we played was David, and we got to the river in 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Me versus David.
I know it's probably not the case, but is there any world in which that's Bryn on his own shirt? I don't know if you clocked it, but it was definitely a likeness. Meanwhile, a liking to 2 8s under the gun for Ibinger.
Oh, look at this.
2 queens for Mateos, the antidote, a covering stack.
Now, in this spot, if Mateos was in position, I'd like him to go to 2.5, 3x. And like I said, the fact that he's out of position here, he's going a little above. He's going almost 4x being out of position. When you're out of position, you want a 3-bet larger to make your opponent pay for the fact that you have a disadvantage that you're out of position. When you're in position, it's a lot easier to play. Ibinger here, this guy has been playing, for the most part, perfectly. Will he decide and make the right decision here? He can, I mean, he could call here. He could see a flop in position and maybe see a very favorable flop for him.
We have deep concerns, though, given that we're under the gun, about Mateos re-raising us, but apparently those concerns are not as deep as I thought, as Ibinger declares all in and finds himself in a possible guillotine.
And this is another massive error by Ibinger. Okay, you're putting in a lot of chips into this pot pre-flop in a spot where you're risking so much here in a spot to just get crushed and to be out of this tournament.
28 bigs. A 10 would do the trick, as well as an 8 for Ibinger, however, as rays of hope enter the board. Will the sun continue to shine? No, it won't. As the lights are permanently dimmed on Matthias Ibinger. And just like that, we are 2 steps closer to the money.
And just like that, the favorite for this tournament, the conquistador, is now the overwhelming chip leader with over 15 million in chips.
I always do when big pots.
It's a big fucking pot.
This one is big pot.
I'll tell you right now, Ali, I said it, mistakes are being made right now, left and right.
Unexpected from the other side of this booth, that move from Matthias, which moves him right out of the event. Meanwhile, we move back over to the blue table where Bryn Kenny in the small blind limped his ace-8. Pietrangelo checked back, found a gutter on the king 10-9 board, neither player barreling, board pairing 10, Kenny still in front.
Now this is a great turn card for Pietrangelo to actually bluff at. He would check back a lot of 10s on the flop.
6.
And he goes full pot. I like this a lot by Nick because he could target hands like Kenny's to actually fold. If Pietrangelo were to bet like 300K, Kenny could look him up and get stubborn. This sizing can get Kenny to actually fold here.
You know, once you size up into that full pot territory, curiosity begins to enter the minds of those with these ace highs, but short-lived is said curiosity as Kenny does bin it.
Great play by Pietrangelo. 11 left.
Poker go? They count like up, count hands.
They must be counting. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're on a soft bubble, okay?
Such an easy fix too, right?
You're going to watch the most interesting poker being played of the entire day right now. Two off the money.
We are where we are.
You're going to watch the big stacks be more aggressive. You're going to watch the small stacks get tighter and tighter.
7, 8, 9.
A little over 12.5. Like 12,560 or something.
Let's see how much.
The bubble is what, Ali? $500,000?
518 to be exact.
Wow.
85. You got me by
So
90.
even if you're in for 2 buy-ins, you're profitable on the bubble. On 9th place, you are making money.
Yeah, 18 grand. Not really the kind of ROI that we're after, but unlocking the opportunity to pursue the bracelet and 4.3 million plus as we see pursuits from the button by Sensei. Ace deuce off. Baby suited connector binned, but the queen 8 of hearts can defend, which is what Einhorn does.
Bless you. Thank you.
To the flop we go. 6-6-5 with a couple of hearts. Einhorn slips it. Ace of hearts is attractive for Kenny, as are paired flops in general.
275.
So he brings follow through.
I like this by Kenny. Einhorn here. We noticed the last time he flopped a flush draw, he check raised. And now he looks like he wants to just flat here. He's mixing it up. Love this by Einhorn. And he turns even more equity, Ali.
Yeah, gut shot. Brought on by this 9 of spades.
And on top of that, it's a really good card for Einhorn. It should slow Kenny down. I would love to see Einhorn maybe lead at this. It would be such a great spot to lead. Can he do it? Look at this, Ali. I've been saying this all day. Einhorn is playing next level poker right now. This is a phenomenal lead by Einhorn. Wow.
Solid find.
Great play by Einhorn.
Decision for Kenny.
He understood the situation. He understood the range leverage there.
Okay, cool.
I don't care how much money this man has. He is playing great poker, Ali.
Is your excitement centered around the fact that poker is not that which he does to make a living and thus is less expected of him? Because if one of our pro regs that are still in the field comes with that, I think you sort of expect it, do you
Ali,
not?
There's 11 left. It's a $250,000 buy-in. It's the World Series of Poker. David Einhorn is in there with the best players in the world, and he's showing that he belongs here.
Swimming with sharks, but wielding a dorsal fin of his own, as we see top pair being wielded by both Mateos and Ivy here on an ace-9-5 board. Ivy the aggressor from the button. Mateos picking up a gutter on this turn after check calling on the flop. 1.7 in the middle. Ivy quickly checking back and finding aces and deuces on the end. He was outkicked. Now he's in front.
Look at this. Ivy makes aces up. And if I'm Mateos here, do I bet for value or do I check call? And if I bet, how much am I betting? 425. Now here's the problem, okay? The problem with Mateos is this. I expect Ivy to make it between 1.6 and 2 million. Okay, he can never, again, you don't want to risk all your chips here, okay? But you have to put a raise in. Now the problem is Mateos has such a good hand. It doesn't look like, let's see what, and he's doing that, Ali.
4 1/4 inadequate, says Ivy. As the pursuit of value has suddenly become the discomfort of a request for nearly 1.2 more.
Now, here's the thing, folks. If you're Mateos, okay, what's going through your mind? Ivy's not raising, most likely with a hand like 3-4. He probably doesn't have a wheel, okay? He probably doesn't have a pair of twos in his hand. Look at this. How good are you, Mateos? Folks, that is a lot harder of a fold than you think it is. That is such a great fold based on the type of hands that Phil Ivey can have there.
Yeah, the fact that he checked back on the turn, a deuce shows up and your man raises you, it should leave you wondering perhaps a little bit more than Mateos did, but spot on once again with his read as he bins it. Meanwhile, we get back over and find top two against a gutter as the development for Bryn Kenny's nines is what we're observing.
Now, again,
flat call pre-flop from the nines. Muller, the opener, up front.
Stack sizes here are what is most important. I expect Kenny here to check the flop. These are two of the bigger stacks in the tournament. They're not going to want to play big pots with each other. They want to see the shorter stacks go out. I expect small ball to be played here. Kenny checks the flop. And now the ace comes off on 4th Street, and I still think Muller is going to check this turn. Why? Because he doesn't want to play a big pot out of position with Kenny, but that's also a card where Kenny should be bluffing at if he doesn't have anything. Muller's hand is a bluff catcher at this point. He's never going to put any raises in. They're deep. He doesn't want to play a big pot. Let's see what Muller does, GTO Wizard. And he elects to check. And I'll tell you right now, in Kenny's mind, it's a spot for him to check behind again. Why? Because he's not going to get better to fold, and he wants to keep the pot small, and he wants to give himself a chance to make a straight on the river.
So often, however,
and
Jared, we have learned to expect the unexpected out of Sensei. Not on this occasion.
And if I'm Muller now, it's been checked down. If I'm Muller, you kind of almost have to go for value at this point. Maybe Kenny makes a crying call with a jack. Maybe he turned an ace and has a hand like ace-10, ace-9. I think Muller has to put money into the pot right now. He also knows that if he bets here, he's most likely not going to get raised. And he does bet, and he goes. And I kind of like this bet by Muller. And the reason being is that if Bryn checked back the turn with an ace, this is a size where he almost kind of has to call. And a hand like this, he's not going to really call half pot, you know, a third pot anyway. So he might as well try and get value here.
And as much as you were suggesting that Bryn wants to keep the pot small, as both of these guys have big stacks and are collectively trying to get to the right side of the bubble, better than queens and jacks is never checking back that turn, correct?
No. And Kenny made the right decision here. Again, you're going to continue to see the bigger stacks play very small pots against each other. And you're going to wait to see people like Kristen, who are very short, potentially try and get eliminated.
Well, beyond just the right decision, as the river fold feels pretty straightforward, it's the decisions before that that were also right from Bryn Kenny that allows him to lose the minimum. Meanwhile, back over here, Brandon Wilson in a small blind trying to get after Texas Mike. King, queen of clubs says not so fast.
And here's what's interesting, right? Wilson, okay, people are saying, oh, why is he raising with deuce 4 offsuit? I'll tell you why. Because Mike in the big blind has a lot of shove and a lot of full, okay? He doesn't have that much calling with the stack size. So your hand in the small blind almost doesn't necessarily matter.
Rumors of a multi-tabler out here in the event center, and his name is Martin Zamani, who I'm being told is currently playing both this 10K Big O on the bubble, but also involved in a 10K Super Turbo bounty. Wait a minute. Zamani's not even hanging out for showdown here. He's actually in, but he's going over to catch a hand in the bounty. This is Sean Deeb-esque. I'll take the over on a pedometer line. There he is. 2 10Ks at the same time.
I got to say, though, I love what GG did this year with the layout of the World Series of Poker. The stage.
The physical geography of it.
I like the fact that the high limit stuff is all in the same room. It's all in Paris now. It's separated. Great job by GG. I want to just make that clear. What tournament is this, Ali?
The one he has now parked himself in is the 10K Super Turbo Bounty. The one where he went all in on the bubble and then bailed was the Big O.
There's a lot wrong with you. I just don't want to talk. That's my answer.
I don't know if you clocked that, but it seemed like Zamani didn't care much for somebody who was engaging him there. Such an affable guy, generally in the best of moods. Coming back at this gentleman in the foreground, it would seem, with there's a lot wrong with you and I just don't want to talk to you. I wonder who that was. Meanwhile, this is Zamani's hand, Jared, unattended, and it's being rolled over by the floor. How'd he do in this all-in? Let's find out. This was a Bennu Open. Zamani jammed for 62. Matthew Biner reshipped it. Bennu got out of the way. Zamani ace-king 10-6 deuce versus ace-king jack 5-3. Board reads 3-10, 8, 3-10. So 10's full and an unattended double for Zamani. Are we just going to leave it like that? Maybe a courtesy stack. You know, guys giving you double rake at the same time. I tried to multi-table at the Bellagio in a cash game once. It was a 40-80 mix and an 80 mix, and I was just pushing my chair back and forth on the top string and got in tons of trouble. As famous floor lady, now retired Carmen, was not pleased.
Yeah.
I'd actually never seen her mad. She was very upset with me.
Carmen she was there forever.
She ran that room with a strong fist. I'll tell you that. Meanwhile, running his stack in all sorts of directions is Texas Mike.
Again, you're looking at soft bubble. Mike does not care.
Queen 8 open, ace 8 suited, jam. Next case.
I totally forgot Kuhn is still in this tournament. He has not. He's been so quiet.
Yeah, and you know, It's not like an insult to say this. Some of it has to do with the fact he hasn't woken up with the hands, as we do see him awaken with ace-10 here in the cutoff, but he's also just one of these very selective types that understands how to maximize.
I know exactly what's going through Erica's mind right now.
Erica, by the way, the gal on the rail, well known to many of us, one of the massage therapists here at the World Series of Poker, buddies with Mike. Comes over to say hello as she's sweating him on a break, no doubt.
And Fox in here looks like she's basically putting herself at risk here. Queen 10 offsuit. She's got about 7 bigs. And it doesn't look like it's going to get through.
Three-lock.
Jam from Muller.
I don't fault Kristen at all. 7 bigs, cut under the gun.
Pretty fair fight.
Commitment was predominantly made. And then the last 60K.
We need queen 10.
Kristen,
of Muller's decision here.
Regardless of what happens, that woman right there is the #1 woman poker player on planet Earth. And she flops the nuts, Ali.
Versus
oh my God.
one pair.
That woman right there has already won a bracelet, her 6th
No
ever.
ace, no 9, no pair of the board. We're good. All right, brick.
Jacob now posing issues
7 of
to
hearts.
Kristen straight. Jack or a 9 for the heartbreaker.
Give him an ace.
You know what Muller's pulling for. And for that matter, the rest of the field, and it is a 9. 9's full of jacks. One pair takes down the joint on the flop and takes out Kristen Foxen. That's what it takes.
That is unbelievable, Ali.
The only other way to feel what Kristen's feeling right now is to slam your hand in a car door.
No, yeah, that's why I said if you had a king or a
Or I
queen,
suppose
that was for sure good pull.
hastily zip up after a visit to a urinal.
Thanks.
Wow.
Now we're probably getting a player.
You know, hold us
We're
up
down to 10.
Yeah.
Stone bubble.
The stone bubble.
Boy, the audience just devastated at that development there. The loss of Kristen Foxen. Fighting so hard across 2 grueling days of poker, only to come up totally empty. And that is a fate that's going to befall one of our remaining 10 players as we fight on 5 and 5. This fight between Mateos and Wilson. Limpot Pre.
I will never say that. I won't say you're good, you're chilling, good luck. I'm just putting my head down. But isn't it crazy the amount of mushery that I have? My legendary mush. Bro, David Penfield.
Clock goes check, check. Wilson hits the king.
Now, I'll tell you this. I would love to see if Mateos checks, which he does. The way Wilson's playing, I'd love to see him check the turn here on such a dry board. I feel like it's hard for him to make more money on this hand unless he checks. And he does, Ali. I love this kid. I love this kid.
Who busted Chrissy?
River 3.
And now Mateos has to be thinking he has some sort of showdown value with Queen 7 high. He's probably going to check it.
In a gnarly way?
And now you're going to see Wilson go for some value.
Oh, okay. I don't want to blind out.
Ali, I just love watching these two guys play head up.
They dig in and go hard regardless of the
And
spot.
the guy started saying after the flop, I'm your lucky charm.
Strong mushery. Strong mushery there.
Oh, they knew.
Everybody got chips over there now?
Looks like he goes for half pot. Mateos has been making the right decision all day long.
By the way, Queen High can get curious here.
It can, but you know what? The way that Adrian plays poker is on the river, he usually makes the right decision. Will he continue to do that?
Oh my God.
He's really thinking here with queen high.
And you can understand why.
You believe
He
those?
expects
what
that
were they,
ace high
Humphreys or something?
might have been heard from
They gave you
earlier.
lucky apple?
Maybe wouldn't be firing
They were lucky
on this
for you.
river for value, and so that brings the value of his queen high up. And for that matter, all of the pairs and trips he doesn't think are present. Pass declared correctly once more for Adrian Mateos. Brandon Wilson holes in a small one, and we head over to Jeff Platt for stories from the WSOP.
It is that time for another edition of Jeff Reed's WSOP Live Stories from the WSOP Live app, which of course is a recurring segment every 2 or 3 or 4 days, maybe, depending on when I need a minute to fill in. I'm not too creative. Let's get us started with Geraldine, who says, my dealer's initials are ATM. I asked him what his PIN number is. LOL. And we're off. Number 2, Michael Zaniga. Why are players saying tournaments are hard? All you have to do is sit there and fold. Stop trying so hard. Hashtag a philosophy. Daniel Romero. What better way to start my birthday with a WSOP paycheck? Grateful to be here. You see this guy's avatar? Not making fun of what this guy has to say. Harold, on my way from Fairbanks, Alaska to play the WSOP Texas Hold'em Seniors Tournament this week. Pretty excited. Sunglasses emoji. We're excited for you to join us, Harold. Donnell is back. He says, cards dry, but at least I'm hydrated. He's got a Red Bull, a regular water, a Fiji. Is that a Venetian coin? Couple chips and the Queen Deuce suited on the button. Life is good for Donnell. Mandatory dog picture right now from Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. And we wrap up with me sucking up to the commentators like always so they don't completely bash this segment. As Khalil says, this is like getting a royal flush multiple times. Getting the opportunity to be in the same frame with these legends is so wonderful. Hashtag WSOP, hashtag blessed. You see Negreanu, you see Scotty, you see Phil Ivey, you see Gus Hansen, you see Josh Aria, you see Eric Seidel, you see Jeremy Osmus. The only 2 people missing are Ollie Najad and Jared Blesnick. What a wonderful segment of Jeff Reed's WSOP Live Stories from the WSOP app. Back to you guys. See you in 2 or 3 or 4 days.
You know, I get the sense that this isn't exactly Jeff's favorite bit. You know, I think he would rather be doing other things. We, of course, are not in any of those photos because we are stored in a meat locker of sorts, indescriptly behind a door. As I give you a look under the hood of this high roller, where 10 remain, 518. That's the mission right now. 13.7 in total collected across 250K buy-ins and some re-entries along the way. You know, it's easy to forget, Jared, as many years as we've been roaming the halls of Paris and Horseshoe and before it Rio each and every summer, that for many people, it's a total dream come true just to make a trip out to the World Series and to play a handful of events and to get out there and run into some of the guys that you've been watching on television forever, who we call friends. We can pick up the phone, we can text them or whatever, but for many people, it's like poker royalty. And if I can snap a selfie with that guy, that's awesome. You know, we get a little bit apathetic. So lovely and, you know, just pleasant to kind of see and be reminded.
The amount of pictures, how many pictures do you think the Foxens have taken the last 2 weeks at the World Series of Poker?
I mean, anytime someone is within range for a selfie, I would imagine they're being asked for one, especially with the 2 of them just growing in popularity and performance. As we see this pot growing courtesy of a 400K open from Mateos' ace-10. Snug procedures direct left from Einhorn in consideration of the fact that Mateos' is a stack that could end David's run.
1 through 5, literally.
It's okay to play conservative with hands such as this, right?
Yes, and like I said before, Ali, you're watching big stacks play small pot poker one off the money. Okay? TVK, Taylor, and Einhorn are very close friends. And I promise you that TVK is helping Einhorn here in these spots, knowing what to do, one off the money. Mateo's getting curious here, elects to call.
One overcard to those 2 10s. The 3, no concern, but maybe, just maybe, Mateos' check call is. So a check back from Einhorn as you see the tiptoeing on the stone bubble. Now you see a queen, which you don't love if you're David, hoping that Adrian doesn't lean into you with 2.1 in the middle. Front door flush arrives. Mateos does have that ace of hearts.
And Mateos is trying to figure out here if he can get a hand like this to fold. It's actually a great card for him. He has the ace of hearts. This guy is so good at poker. Look at this bet, Ali, on the stone bubble of a $250,000 buy-in.
3.4, a huge overbet. You see David just shaking his head, powerless to defend against this.
You are literally bluffing $3.4 million against a billionaire. That is what you're doing on the stone bubble, and it's going to work, Ali. You are watching again. That is the best no-limit hold'em tournament player in the world. In the world.
Okay, if you're going to load up on him like this, at least give me a couple of names worthy of debate. Who else is in the argument? Can we talk about Jason Kuhn?
Jason Kuhn.
Still in this field?
Jason Kuhn is in that argument.
Okay.
Chidwick is in that argument.
No longer a part of the procedures, but yes.
I got news for you. I mean, this guy right here, Wilson, he's not there yet. He will be in that argument. Give that guy 2 years. Give him 2 years, he'll be in that conversation.
Buddy, give that guy a bracelet in this event, he'll be in that conversation.
I'll tell you this right now. Unbelievable play by the Conquistador.
Ace-7 versus Ace-Jack. 9-5-4 board. Ivy's hijack open, doesn't have an appetite for a C-bet.
I'll tell you who else is up there. Dao Bing. Bing Dao. He's as far as
farts. What?
I said as far. I was going to say as far as China goes.
By the way, guys, Jared has tapped into the Celsius reserves back here in the booth as he anticipates that this bubble's going to take a minute. Am I right?
I'll tell you this right now, Ali. I have such bad stamina. I am so impressed by you being able to do this at this length. You have to understand something, right? You watch a sporting event. Mm-hmm. These guys are commentating for 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, at most.
Yeah.
It is so impressive what you do.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, although don't be too impressed because I've been sleeping until 5 p.m. just to allow myself to be on this schedule. But it can be a bit grueling. And listen, if you think it's grueling for us here in the booth, we're not the ones tasked with making decisions at the highest level over and over again across what is now the better part of 2 days. Ace on the river, the decision from Ivy across all 3 streets has been to check. And of course, Winter, with this under-repped ace-jack suited, brings forward a barrel. And Ivy...
And again, Ivy's in a spot
pot
here where he's going to basically be forced to call.
Take my money.
I don't fault Ivy there at all.
No.
I didn't do anything to it.
He played the hand perfectly. Great value bet by Winter.
Check back in with Jeff.
Well, we watched a lot of Raz, and we saw Sebastian Pauly finally win that absolute marathon heads-up battle. What was it like to be a part of that?
I mean, it was exciting, but I would have liked to end it a little earlier, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm pretty exhausted right now.
I imagine so. I was looking back at your 2025 World Series. You're just You're just on the grind. You're just here a lot. With that said, what does winning a World Series of Poker bracelet mean to you?
I've been coming here for past 13 years. And I've been trying to win one of these, but it's tough, man. It's tough. Like I don't know how people can win 10, 5, 10, 6, whatever. Like winning one is super tough, and I'm very, very excited to win one.
I'm very excited to present you with one, so let's get right to it. On behalf of the World Series of Poker, it is an honor of mine to present you with your first World Series of Poker bracelet. There it is. You can hold it up to the camera. Let's hear it for our $1,500 Raz champ, Sebastian Pauli.
Ace-9, Ace-8 against Queen 10, I think.
Congratulations to him as the German Civil War eventually won by Sebastian. Dennis Weiss unable to take number 2 of the summer. You remember when the Germans took over the high-stakes streets, the super high roller streets? I did. Remember that? It was Vogel, Christoph Vogelsang, it was Fedor, it was Sontheimer, it was Rainer Kempe, it was Dominic Nietzsche, right? Just all of a sudden out of left field.
1.6.
Showing up.
Oh, look at this. Look at this by Pietrangelo.
Small blind 3-bet, risky business, of course, against Sensei Kenny. Queen Jack offsuit. Hasn't laid down yet.
I'll tell you this right now. If anyone can find the 4-bet, it's Bryn Kenny. If anyone can find the 4-bet, it's Bryn Kenny.
On the stone bubble?
If anyone can find the 4-bet, it's Bryn Kenny, the all-time money leader.
You're not by chance glitching, are you?
I'm on a new gear right now. This Celsius is waking me up. I've never had this.
Listen, careful.
He moved in. Ali, he moved in. He moved in.
How did you know this was going to happen?
I'll tell you why.
You watched this movie before, have you?
I'll tell you what it is. Kenny has, that's like the perfect hand to shove with. Having the queen and the jack blocker. As much as we want to see this, we don't. We get back to the, producers, get back to the 250K.
We're not missing anything. Remember that.
It's very unreasonable. Okay, well, you spend the first 30 seconds talking to the other person, so nobody cares what you think is unreasonable. Can you be quiet, please? No, I can't be quiet. Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Can he be quiet? Can you be quiet? No, you be quiet. No, please tell me. You be quiet.
Can we start the clock first?
No, you're ridiculous. You do this all the time. You can't just call the floor. You can't just break every rule. Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet?
Sir, it's 30 seconds.
Unbelievable. Sir, it's really unbelievable. Go ahead, do it.
Isn't it 30 seconds, not a minute?
He's got until 1 minute on the turn
Oh,
clock
it's a 1
to
minute
act
left.
on the
I see.
hand.
Sorry.
I'm on the clock or not?
You are
You
on
have
the
12
clock.
seconds.
I'll
Okay,
give you a
please.
5-second countdown.
Thank you.
Boy, Cabrera has triggered Zamani. Not the first or the last person that he will have triggered. And Zamani caught with sixes
Just because he starts screaming
against a
in the
river
middle of
queen.
the hand doesn't mean I'm not going to scream back at him. If you guys want people to not scream, tell him not to scream. This is how this is going to work. It's insane.
I'll tell you this. This is bringing me back.
It's easier for all of us if you can let me.
Hang on.
This is
bringing you back to what?
This is bringing me back to like the old school, like Mattisau and remember
Sam
Mattisau
Grizzle and Helmuth,
and
maybe?
Raymer. You know when Mattisau. This is like bringing back the characters of poker. I love it. Back to the action here. The future. Wilson opens to 400,000.
One of my cards is
Tell you what, there are plenty in the chat who are championing Martin Zamani right now for finally standing up to Martin Cabral as Ivy stands up with a couple of nines over the top of this king-queen. 3.45 in total. 17 bigs.
3-4.
Wow, this is very close. This is very, very close. If Wilson was suited, he probably would call. The thing is, Ivy's been playing fairly tightish. He does get away. I see that these are the spots I don't know if he's supposed to call there or not. Wilson.
The king queen.
I would assume suited is yes. It's close. I'll tell you, man, I would love to see that man right there win this poker tournament.
I would love to see Zamani come off the top rope. That's what I would love to see. Or like, a little hacksaw Jim Duggan 2x4. Just swing it around.
I mean,
we need a little, just a touch more WWE. Maybe we have like a full contact event.
I'll tell you, I was at WrestleMania both nights. I loved it.
Yeah.
I'm a fan for one weekend of the year, WrestleMania.
They packed up Allegiant, didn't they?
Yeah, both nights.
What was the demographic in there, by the way? A lot of Ed Hardy, Affliction, Kristen Artiger, kind of upcycled.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my read.
Here's a question for you.
Did they sell any Natty Ice or like Pabst Blue Ribbon at the concessions that night? The beer, Tall Boys.
I don't know.
Things of this sort. Coors Light. What? You're not selling bottles of 1942, I don't think.
No.
Meanwhile, Ivy with ace queen jams the button, collects some more discs. What'd that set you back, WrestleMania, Jared? Because I know you were down there at game 1 of the Spurs-Knicks finals, and that set you back a haul.
That was...
Have you been public, by the way, about that? I know the answer, but I don't know if you want the opportunity.
Jeff Platt interviewed me about it.
And? You told him how much you paid for the seats?
He asked me.
What did you say?
I said it was cheap at $50,000 a ticket, which it was, because at the Garden, the same ticket was $500,000. They sold 2 tickets for $1 million. I'll tell you this, sitting on the floor, game 1 of the NBA Finals.
No, I've sat on the wood one time at the NBA, mid-court. Granted, it was a mid-season Atlanta Hawks game.
It's a lot different, Ali.
It was just even for a dusty game with 2 teams I wasn't interested in, it was an experience, for sure. I like on the glass for the hockey, too.
Yeah, but
that works.
There's nothing better in a sporting event than sitting on a floor at an NBA game. Back to the action. 10 left. Einhorn here under the gun. Muller here is most likely going to open. Ace 9 suited. And Mateos here in the big blind is definitely most likely going to defend here. Keep in mind, they both have the same amount of chips, roughly. And again, the theme of this bubble is that the big stacks are playing small pots.
10-9-7 board as they continue to tread extra lightly.
Yes. And again, the theme here is, Ali, is I expect Muller to check here. He doesn't want to play a big pot with one of the chip leaders and someone that he knows is better than him. And he does elect to check.
8 on the turn. Mateos finds the wrong side of a straight, but it's the right side of the lead against the 9s. He was in very bad shape here.
Yeah. And again, this is a card for Mateos that he can't really get 2 streets of value from by betting. So checking, he'll actually make more money here. Muller, the fact that he didn't bet the flop, he's most likely going to check 4th Street as well. Because he would check back a 6. He could check back a jack here. And it's all going through his mind. Check, check. And now, if you're Mateos, you have to start the betting. Okay? You have to target hands that are... If I'm Mateos, I'd size down. Because there's not that many hands that are going to call him here on a 4-liner for a straight. I would love to see Mateos go very, very small, like a 3rd pot. He goes half pot.
And if you're Sam, You raised from the cutoff, you check back 2 streets, and you face this barrel. Second pair ace kicker has merits, does it not? We know it's no good.
It does, and you know, the way the hand played out, you know.
He's just bluff catching.
Yes, and Muller can go either way. He's playing a guessing game. We know he's not raising. He does call. I don't fault him at all. Mateos has a lot of bluffs there.
I often talk about those spots where the call gets made and maybe it feels a bit sus or a bit light. These are direct results of looking across the way and knowing you have a capable opponent that can show up without ace-9 beaten. So it's kind of respectful.
Yes.
In that way. Meanwhile, Queen-Jack for Ivy. Being honored with min raise open.
Kuhn here has a very good hand to defend with.
Call.
Call. Heads up.
Kuhn flops middle pair.
8-5, second pair.
And this is a hand.
Versus 2 overs in the gutter.
Yep, and this is a hand where Ivy, he doesn't want to get blown off his hand here. This is a perfect hand to actually check back. He can disguise his hand. I love this check by Phil. I expect Kuhn now to actually continue by checking the turn and Ivy to check back again. Again, if you're Ivy here, you don't want to get blown off your hand. You don't want to get denied equity. I like this. And now Kuhn has to believe he has the best hand here. I would like to see Kuhn put some money into the pot. I would like to see a smallish type bet.
Into 1.1. Does this qualify as small?
I like this a lot by Kuhn.
Yeah, this is north of half.
Really? Yeah.
Phil.
That's a good fold.
Snaps in terms of folding.
Could beat 7s.
Kuhn tells Phil, good fold. Phil says, really?
That was a line.
For blood.
Kenny here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Premium choice cut. This ace king of clubs.
If you
Einhorn flats with the nickels.
If you start giving Kenny hands here, oh, this is going to be so dangerous for everyone else in this tournament. Einhorn here with 2 5s. We're going to go 3 ways here to the flop. There's already 1.4 million in the middle. Look at this. Kenny flops 3 kings.
Smashing it. And Einhorn, let's see. He's been deferent and cautious largely.
Oh my God. Look at this by Bryn Kenny.
Of course, the check back with so much hand on a rainbow board, trying to invite one of his opponents to make something. Muller has picked up a gutter.
And this is what makes this coverage so good. Because a lot of events, you just see the final table. You are watching on the stone bubble of the biggest poker tournament of the whole World Series of Poker. You are watching some of the best players on the planet.
And you are watching Sam Muller play right into Bryn Kenny's strategy.
Yes.
With this equity and a 1.15 million chip barrel.
And if I'm Bryn, I continue the story. And that story would just be a flat call here. Make it look like he has a 9. This is so good by Bryn Kenny. You have to just call. Continue the story. Look at that. He throws one chip in. This guy is so good. Ali, this guy is so good at poker.
You know, this is one I don't think we're allowed to be surprised by, though, Jared. He's #1 all time. We've watched him do these things for so long. We know Sam is excellent as well. The heart of the lion beats in his chest. Is he going to be capable of going one and done? 4 diamonds is so dry. 10 high is not a winner at Showdown. 3-7 up for grabs. And some leverage available, given that Muller's stack is very big as well, even though it's slightly covered, Jared. Does he wave the white flag?
I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. I know that Brink, look at this. Ali, he's going for chips.
And kiss that stack goodbye.
I'll tell you right now, there's one thing going through Bryn Kenny's mind right now. Is why do I have to tell the world? Why do I have to show the world how great I play? Because I've known Bryn Kenny for over 20 years. And that pot, as much money as he made in that hand cost him a fortune in long-term equity. He is, you're watching it, one of the greatest poker players to ever play No Limit Hold'em. Ever. That check on the flop, Ali, he got all the money by checking the flop.
All right, but Mateos is your horse. You can't come off it now.
I'm not.
They have nothing.
I'm not.
Casino.
But Bryn is that damn good.
Good luck, guys.
Uh-oh. Looks like a muzzle has been delivered.
You know what? You play terrible, you deserve it. Take it.
21st place finish
Why is everybody so happy?
for the new mouth of poker, Martin Cabral. Vanquished to the tune of Casino, not Royale.
No matter that I busted funny. Okay, good luck, guys. Have fun.
Tell you what, Martin Zamani's not going to mind that.
I cannot get over how good Bryn Kenny is at No Limit Hold'em. It's just, this is just unbelievable to watch, Ali. We are watching greatness.
Jared, it's King, King 6, Rainbow. I have Ace, King.
Yes.
I'm not as good as Bryn.
No.
But my man, I'm checking that back, and I'm flatting the...
Are you?
Yes.
Maybe I'm just out of tune with No Limit Hold'em. I mean,
you're barreling there?
I mean...
On the flop in position with all that hand?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm good enough to check.
By the way,
there.
I'm not suggesting that if you did barrel it, somehow you're a fish. As we see the Ace-King now delivered to Muller. And he takes it into battle against Mateos as a 3-bet. The ducks are defeathered. But you know what I'm saying? That spot wasn't the one on which to suddenly, you know, christen Bryn the prodigal son. You know, I think not the most biblical line.
No, but you know what?
I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. I'm not pushing back on the idea that Bryn ain't among the best. He just is, period. And by the way, he has some who continue to detract because he's more cut from the street poker cloth than the solver cloth. And Mizrachi ironed him out last summer with a PPC and main event win, being more street poker minded. And Bryn's been ironing him out for a minute. Meanwhile, Ivy being steamed by trip aces here. Defended with the King 7. The King is club in form, but no further interest with 60% of the Royal.
Oh, man, I love watching this. I love watching this coverage.
It is a treat, isn't it?
Oh, this is just, it's unbelievable. Folks, if you're tuning in, it's almost 4:30 Eastern right now. I got to be up in about 5 hours and sell a lot of sports cards. This is...
Should we do a box break?
This is, you know what, maybe let's do it tomorrow at the final table.
All right. But it is weird because without video, it's not quite as exciting. You need a visual, don't you?
You do.
Meanwhile, the visual from Monchek is Pretty sexy.
And I got it.
What are pocket kings in terms of cards? Would that be like a refractor? Is that a Pikachu? What are we dealing with?
It's tough to say. It's tough to say. It really is tough to say.
450.
I'll tell you this. What I love about the chat is that I'm 50-50. I love it. I get so much hate and I get so much love, and I love it.
You should run for president based on the division in the chat.
I'll tell you this right now. I swear to you, Ali, multiple people have called me the Trump of what it's great. Guys, I love the chat. If you don't like me, please just keep commenting in the chat. I love it.
It only makes him stronger.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Attack me. Bury me. Bury me.
Jack 7-3 Rainbow.
If you don't like me, bury me.
Einhorn drills top pair and a pipping kicker over the top of Muller. Both of these guys in the blinds and passengers in the face of what was a Bryn under the gun open. He's got the only flush draw.
$525.
C-bet to the tune of $525,000 now. King Jack into the muck here. Einhorn, no appetite to peel with a deep stacked sensei. He leaves Muller all alone. I mean, that's a call that Einhorn's going to make at other stages of the tournament, Jared, but not this one.
No, and I'm sorry, I'm just a little distracted here by this. I love this chat, by the way. Guys, just do me a favor. Just keep burying me, please. Oh, my God. Look at this.
Both of the men with top pair finding the bin with the lack of a diamond, and you bear witness to a deep stack on the bubble and all that it is capable of, in particular when attached to Bryn Kenny.
I'm telling you this right now, Ali. You're watching it. You're looking at it. You've seen it. It's not a fluke. When you are the #1 all-time money winner in the history of tournament poker, you are watching live today why this has happened for the last 20 years. Because with 10 left in this tournament, the highest buy-in tournament of the World Series of Poker, you are watching greatness. You are watching a guy that's getting the best hands to fold, and Bryn Kenny is doing everything he can to continue to get max value on all his hands. The fact that all of you are watching this for free, I want you all to appreciate the fact that they're watching this for free. Thank GG Poker, seriously. This is free, Ali, that we're watching this.
You know, based on some of what I'm reading, free feels like an expensive price for some people, but what they're not realizing is nobody is holding them hostage. You can both find the mute button or another corner of the internet in which to do your trolling.
Guys, do me a favor. If you're watching and you don't want to hear my voice or Ali's voice, put us on mute, please. But don't turn off this coverage, because this is some of the greatest poker you're ever going to watch. Ever.
Bryn Kenny, top pair here against David Einhorn, who was the open raiser. On the button. Small c-bet. Keeps things moving toward the turn, which pairs the queen.
I think this is a turn card that Einhorn's gonna check back here a lot, based on what's being targeted here. Oh, look at this! And again, if I'm Kenny here, okay, a lot of guys would probably check here, but his 10 kicker actually plays in this spot. And he knows exactly where he's at again.
565.
Leads right out into Einhorn. Boy, this is troubling because not lost upon David is the freedom with which Kenny can just lean on you. Stone bubble, big stack. You see bet, you check back, the invitation is there. But the fold is correct. And once more, the chips flow towards Sensei Bryn Kenny. Up toward 20 million in his stack as we headed over toward Jeff Platt, who's hanging out in the mixed Omaha 8 stud 8 or better streets.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys. We had some technical difficulties for the first day. It's no problem at all because, again, I get to ask David about how much money that he lost today. So, David, how many tournaments have you played today again? If you don't mind just redoing this part?
Yeah, it was 3 tournaments.
It's 3.
This is my third.
You had plans to play the 10K Big O.
And I played it.
And you played it for a couple minutes.
For about 3 minutes, yeah.
Backup plan was the 10K Super Turbo. How long did we last in that one?
Actually, I went one orbit.
Okay,
I went one
that's a
orbit.
good run.
Yeah, paid a big blind and got the second big blind and went broke in that big blind.
But this one, the 2500 mixed Omaha stud, I mean...
We're hanging. We're hanging in here, yeah.
And Norman's hanging.
Surprisingly, I got my eye on him. He's pumped it up. Since the last time I checked, he was a little shorter last time, so...
Hopefully we can do a live countdown check-in tomorrow.
That would be
Okay,
great.
let's pit stop with JRB on the road to Norman. JRB, are you surprised that Norman's still rocking and rolling here?
I actually am not surprised. Believe it or not, I believe stud 8 or better is Norman's road game. I mean, he's no Albert DeHar or Scott Seaver, but he can play stud 8. I'm not so sure about the 08, but I know he can play stud 8.
Okay, let's get Norman's thoughts. Thank you, JRB. Good to see you. We'll see you soon on Countdown, by the way. Looking forward to that with JRB. Norman's out of this hand. Big surprise. Norman's still in, though. No question there. Just
I actually have it written into my contract that I don't have to speak to you after work hours.
When do work hours end?
Well, for you they don't, but for me, they were
Still
done
going.
12 hours ago.
Okay, well, just one quick question. JRB says that... JRB, did you say stud 8 or Omaha 8 is the good one? Stud 8's the good one.
Yeah,
do you agree?
He actually goes back to me long enough that he knows that
He would know.
that is correct. Stud 8 is the only game that I can really play.
Omaha 8, how would you evaluate your skill level?
Omaha 8, if I'm
C minus is... Oh, Alan
okay,
Kessler
everyone's
says
got an
that.
opinion. Fine. Okay, but against this group I can beat. We got 2 people here who've done time upstate, and 3 other people got a DeVry University graduate, and I can probably handle this group.
And, well, you know you're playing with the current leader in the Player of the Year race, 2 to your left. Dennis just played a marathon heads-up match in 1500 RAS and then jumped right into this very event. Yes.
Right here?
Yes.
He just jumped.
He's the leader. Did you know you were the leader in Player of the Year?
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's oh, cool. Yeah, it's cool. And he gets the honor of playing now with Norman Chad. You go from playing heads up for a World Series of Poker bracelet to at a table with Norman on late day 1.
It's really good the way you put that. I like that contrast.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jeff. They're having a good time out there. JRB, by the way, denied a bracelet. As he finished second just a few short days ago. Such a long time participant here at the World Series recently. Moving himself and his family out to Dubai. Timing was quite poor as all of the games that he moved out there for got cracked down on. And then, of course, there's a bit of bombs over Dubai. So he's back here, I'm sure. Feeling a little bit safer. Not so safe as anybody who's having to deal with Bryn Kenny, as we have observed. For that matter, Adrian Mateos.
Oh, this is
second pair against Queen High is what it is. With
350.
El Conquistador's cutoff open. Not coming off the throttle here. Look at the fearlessness. No diamond on board.
You know what this is, Ali? This is watching Jordan and Magic. That's what this is right now, okay? Imagine watching Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson playing head up, one-on-one. That's what this is right now. Oh, this is unbelievable.
To the turn we go. Third club, pot growing to 2.1 million. Kenny content to just check and call once more. Gently wraps the felt.
Mateos.
Not demonstrating an appetite for a second barrel.
And what does Bryn do here? Okay, again, a lot of these players have been checking the river, but if you notice about Bryn Kenny, he loves to value bet lighter than most. And he's going for chips. Ali, I'll say it again, this is a masterclass by Bryn Kenny right now. This man knows exactly where he's at in every single hand.
835,000. And the queen four has no option.
I'll tell you right now, if you notice, Bryn Kenny, I don't know if we have the data. The fact that Bryn Kenny with 13 or 14 left, I think he had like 5 million in chips, Ali. He's got 22 million in chips.
I mean, somehow it's just deja vu, Jared, to see a late surge out of Bryn Kenny in a super high roller, as I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to relieve him of that chip lead, as he is definitely eyes on a bracelet and 4.3 million in this one. But of course the jewelry doesn't get awarded, nor does that top slot payout until tomorrow. First things first, we got to burst this bubble. Under the gun, Queen Jack. As yet again, Mateos willing to open, this time into the far leaner stack of Petrangelo's big. 8-9 suited, defending, trying to avoid being shut out of a payday is Nikki P. 1.3 million in the middle. To the flop we go, and it's a two-way straight draw for Petrangelo against top pair for Mateos. One of the needed queens occupied for Nikki P.
Now, what's interesting here is Nikki P. Oh my God. Look at this.
The check back from
Mateos,
God. You mean?
And I was about to say, the stack sizes are so interesting here. Mateos, the last time he had Queen Jack, he checked the flop, he turned top pair. He's now flop top pair on a wet board, and he checks it back. What is Nick going to do here? Again, when you check the flop, it confuses your opponent. 900. 900,000. Mateos, you are the guy. This is your time. How many people in the world, Ali? You could talk about the ace-king check by Bryn Kenny on 3 kings.
Okay.
How many people check back the flop there with Queen Jack, Ali?
I know at least one.
Conquistador.
Yeah. Your pick as the greatest two-card player of the moment.
Oh, my God. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's coaxed it out of Petrangelo, and unfortunately the river has not provided relief to what is now 9 high. 860K left, 3.1 in the middle. Do you ever feel like with just that kind of SPR, you're going to be able to blast your way out of this one? Seems unlikely.
Folks, I want you to understand this. We're on the stone bubble of a $250,000 buy-in tournament. $500,000 is 9th place. 10th gets nothing. What is Petrangelo going to do on the stone bubble? I'll tell you, that's not a good river for his range. Is he going to shut it down?
Would a barrel here ever dislodge Queen Jack? It certainly doesn't seem so. And could this be a case of Nicky P holding a shovel and potentially digging his own grave?
Pietrangelo, what are you going to do? He knows he can't win unless he bets at it. I almost don't like that he's thinking that long. It seems more bluffy in this spot. I think he has to try and shut this down. What's he going to do, Ali?
Well, if he lets it go and gives up, he's going to fight on with less than 4 bigs.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the graphics are wrong.
Well, that
he bet 1.1.
You know, this whole time he had his hand kind of in a place where I didn't realize how much lavender was sitting there. So yeah, we got the stack sizes wrong on this one, and that does change the calculus tremendously. Apologies. We're staring at the same numbers that you are and using them to guide us as you see the guidance of 1.1 from Pietrangelo here.
I'm going to tell you this right now, Ali. We've watched Mateos, okay, fold 9s and 8s to Wilson, okay? We've watched him fold queen high to Wilson correctly. We watched him fold 9s and 8s correctly. I'm telling you right now, when it comes to river play, Mateos is the best in the world. And I'll tell you this right now, I think he's going to figure this one out too. He plays the river to perfection. Mateos, you play the river better than anyone in the world. Make the right decision. And he calls Ali. That is the best no-limit hold'em player in the world. Wow. Perfection. Perfection.
Jared, why stop at the world when there are other planets in the universe that we could drag into this?
How good is this guy at poker, Ali?
Let's go with solar system.
Wow.
Milky Way, if you will.
I'm telling you right now, not only is he one of the best-looking guys in poker, not only is he one of the most good human beings you will ever meet, but that flop check got him to make all the money. Unbelievable.
Jerry,
I'm telling let me tell you something, Ali. I'm going to tell you this right now.
I tried to keep it together.
It's going to be Mateos, and it's going to be Bryn Kenny, and they're going to be head up in this tournament.
Okay.
And
documented now.
And you're going to watch Jordan, and you're going to watch MJ Matt, in their prime. That's what this is setting this up for, by the way.
Okay.
That's what this tournament is being set up for, folks. For all of you that are watching, it's going to be Bryn and Mateos head up for over $4 million.
Blez, I confess, man.
I don't know. They both didn't have anything.
I really, as we see the ace-king suited here for Kuhn, that is one of the greatest unpaired hands in the history of poker. 3 points. You've infected me. This is what is happening. By the way, put the Celsius down, Jared. Hand me that can. You're just not ready for this, dude.
This Celsius, this
works. You're not even a third of the way through this thing, and you're
Celsius
in orbit.
Works. Oh my God, this works. Guys, I got news for you.
You're not going to bed till Wednesday.
If you don't want to hear this, put it on mute. Please, I beg you. Please, watch greatness and put it on mute. All of you.
I'm going to say, I grew up in the Tyson era when Don King was out there promoting the fights. He wasn't really the blowhard, but you have a future in that field.
Oh God,
Jared, you know what I mean? You should have a UFC fighter in your stable and sponsor him with the Blez breaks and whatnot, and just get out there for the weigh-in.
I'll tell you this.
I'm just saying.
I have no respect for I'm not a UFC guy.
You have no respect for the
not
UFC?
respect. I'm just not. I'm not a UFC guy.
Yeah, but I mean, you're a get paid guy. Take 10%, 20%, whatever it is that these guys,
Ali, I mean, this chat is just like I've never seen this in my entire career.
I'm having trouble keeping up.
This is ridiculous.
You've lit them on fire.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sean Winter going to test out this king-queen of spades. Take it for a spin. Defending against the 550 open from Kuhn and finding top pair. Kuhn coming up empty with ace high.
Okay, and you know, Kuhn and Winter have a lot of history together. They've played so much poker together. Both have been around and playing high limit forever. Kuhn knows that Winter's probably the tightest player left in the field. He's taking advantage of that here. He's putting a bet out here. And again, if I'm Winter here and I have Kuhn covered, I have a hand that's really good, but not good enough to raise. Okay, I expect Winter here to think about it and make the call. He's got a backdoor flush draw, top pair. His hand is way ahead of the range of a button raised by Kuhn. He elects to call. Let's see a turn card.
$3 million plus in the middle. Now a 9.
And that's actually a great card for winner because I expect now Kuhn to actually, he paired his 9. So I expect him to not put more money in here. But does Winter have interesting ideas here? I'll tell you this. Sean loves to like lead and make these small bets and do this stuff. He hasn't checked yet, Ali. He's got something in mind. He might lead. Look at this. He's going for chips. Oh, he hasn't
deployed them, though.
No. But you know what? Having Kuhn covered.
Yeah, that's key, isn't it?
See, here's the reason why Winter would lead here, if he does, right? And he is. Okay, this is really good by Winter. Why? Multiple reasons. Number one, you're almost freezing your opponent, okay? What do I mean by that? If Kuhn had a hand like 9s and 10s, okay, he would bet bigger if checked to, right? So you're kind of freezing. Winter's now playing the hand on his terms, okay? He has the queen blocker. He also most likely has the best hand, but he's trying to get to showdown cheaper. And look at this. Kuhn is good enough to fold. Great play by Winter. It's a very strong play. Having that queen is very powerful in that spot.
So finding improvement was Kuhn, but unable to proceed in the face of the decision there from Sean Winter as the very technical part of the program continues to occupy your screen. Now, 4 or 5 suited. El Conquistador.
Oh, look at this.
Takes it to 720. Pocket 10s for Einhorn. Direct let. We've seen him flat this hand already. This is blind versus blind. A little bit of a different setup. And this time, David says more.
I'll tell you this. This is going to sound ridiculous.
Go on.
This is going to sound ridiculous. But I actually think Einhorn's supposed to flat pre-flop here. I think on the bubble here, I actually think he's supposed to flat. And I'll tell you why. Right? I'm making it up, right? Let's say Mateos is a hand like ace-jack, okay, suited. Okay. What would happen here most likely is he would probably re-shove on top. And the times that Mateos wakes up with a hand here, you know, Einhorn could be flipping or be in bad shape for his whole tournament. And when you're one off the money, you kind of want to play slow when you have a guy that's very short left in the tournament. Again, obviously it's not bad to 3-bet, but if you want to look at those solvers, I'm telling you they might actually say to call there. I could be wrong, but...
I mean, this is just the ICM. That's what it is. Meanwhile, Martin Zamani has got himself in a nice spot here with jacks against 9s. And claims a victim out there in the 10K Super Turbo Bounty. Value to getting people busted out of that one. That bounty format continuing to grow in popularity.
Needs you, David.
Yes, baby.
You know it.
I smell it.
Look at the sheer volume
Smell something
of
brewing
chips
over there.
in front of
I need
Bryn
all the help
Kenny,
I
and
can get, my
perhaps the
friend.
scent of what is brewing is a run at a bracelet for
mean,
Sensei. 22 million in front of him, takes this one
I
off.
mean, you guys are all very good at this.
That allows Mateos
That's true.
I need some
to
help.
shoot it up with ace-10 on the button.
And you play about 4 tournaments a year.
2 to 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4's your max.
4's the absolute max.
You know, let's take a step back and appreciate what Einhorn is doing here. Einhorn is surrounded by greatness.
I'll probably play this on
He's surrounded by poker royalty, and he's more than holding his own.
Invitational again?
Yeah, but I see a potential conflict that could be a problem. So I'd say at best 50%. I'd like to.
You gonna come travel for a Triton anytime?
If it's convenient.
The Montenegro one is in May is a nice place.
Well, I've done that. I did that a couple years ago.
Sam
I did it
Muller.
a couple years ago. This year they did the invitational like on a Tuesday, Wednesday,
Pile
Thursday.
driving the open.
I'm not doing this. Like
You need it to be a weekend.
You can't like. I can do it one weekday or something. But, you
But
go
3
Tuesday,
weekdays.
You go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and in a reasonably busy part of the year. It's not like August or something. Like I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'll take off for the main and do
Give
my
them
best.
feedback and tell them.
They
You let them know.
Yeah, because they want me. I'm easy for them.
I don't understand why
6.765.
It's not all about me.
6.7.
But they do have the feedback.
But they're guys like you. They do have.
Mateos asking for the count here, covering Sam.
The thing is, the
We
calendar.
see the willingness to die from Mueller.
The poker has to work around the calendar.
How well is ace-10 offsuit performing against that jamming range out of the big from Mueller? Not well enough, decides Mateos. You see he's a little bit irritated by it.
These guys don't want to play Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're out to play Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
100%.
Or Saturday, Sunday,
Bubble
Monday.
being
Then
respected,
even you don't have to
close
miss a
declared.
Monday unless you make the final table.
That's the best.
It should be Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday is the best.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You're always happy to miss a Monday if you make the final.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I think you have 140 there. I'm not positive though.
Oh, sure.
King 7 suited now for Sean Winter
Good job.
in the cutoff. Raises. Now Jason Kuhn with the suited ace in the big. Just 3.1 million back here. Not a whole lot more than those 10 bigs, which we always eyeball as that threshold. We have seen some really epic chiseling at times from stacks, though, beneath 10 bigs. The name Sean Winter comes to mind in those moments.
Oh, this is unbelievable. For all of you guys that thought I quit, you can all go to bed. And you could all put me on mute because I'm back and I'm about to perform.
It's got like 2.8 now.
Just, if all of you that thought I quit,
I think he must have
put me on mute.
through or something.
You know, nature called, and you answered, and now you're back. As Kuhn smashes a pair and the nut flush draw here.
To this end.
260.
Winter
And look at
can't
this.
resist the temptation.
Winter literally could not have picked a worse time here to bet. And again, remember, plays change on the bubble here. This would be a raise here in almost any spot by Kuhn. Will it still be a raise here?
900.
We're going to find out, folks.
Yeah, there's your answer, and it comes rather quickly. The check raise to 900,000 as you see Mateos and Muller looking on. Disappointed to see that hand come to a quick conclusion as Winter cannot continue. And those pickups are ever so important as for those players that are kind of hovering toward the back of the pack in this overall leaderboard.
Maybe too big to raise.
They don't want to wind up on the wrong side of a game of musical chairs.
This is just unbelievable. No one wants to go broke. No one wants to be eliminated.
Well, that part of it is believable. That's not, you know.
Oh, man. 10 left. We're going to be here. We're not going anywhere until we reach the money tonight, folks. Do not go anywhere. So many people are here live watching this.
Where's the 480?
Bryn Kenny continuing to do what he does best, aggression. Petrangelo here has a decision.
King, queen offsuit. 3 million in total. This time we've got the stack sizes right, and Petrangelo is going to 3-bet, recognizing that Kenny's range is wide. And once more, Einhorn confronted with 2 10s. On this occasion, it is raise and 3-bet in front of him. You didn't even like small blind versus big blind, the 3-bet. Last time out, I would imagine you would really hate the 10s hopping in here.
No, well, here it's a lot different.
Talk to me.
It's 5-handed. Bryn Kenny is opening a ton of hands here as the chip leader of the tournament. If I'm Einhorn here, okay, he can afford it. He's got 9.2 million. I was about to say, I love this by Einhorn.
The flat.
Yes, yes. The 5% chance that Bryn wakes up with a better hand, Einhorn's not eliminated. He can fold. If Kenny were to shove, then Einhorn could fold here. And I'll tell you right now, oh my God, look at this. Look at this, Ali. Einhorn flops top set.
Petrangelo with 2 overs and the king of diamonds, just 575 left. Not keen to get a barrel in there, obviously. Check back, but now finds himself an open-ender to go with it and is going to be asked for the rest of his stack. Promptly delivers it, and might the bubble be set to burst? 5.6 million chip pot, 9 or an ace needed for Petrangelo.
Would have been the sickest hand if it was just me versus David. And he defended the
And I'll
big.
tell you this right now, Bryn had 9-7, by the way. He would have had a straight here. Look at this.
And this is in part why you see, even though 8 outs in theory, just 6 in actuality. The top of your screen. And the 3 of clubs makes it official. The most painful of all the finishing spots in poker. The stone bubble and Nikki P.
7-9.
And in all fairness,
can't fault him for just storming out of here.
Petrangelo,
would have been a sick one.
to his credit, he didn't play bad at all today.
I would have felt that.
He was in some really bad spots.
Straight.
Take your hat off to this man, David Einhorn, okay? I'm telling you this right now. David Einhorn, if you're listening to me, which you're not, I want you to understand something. You should be so proud of the way you have played poker all day today. Ali, can you get behind me on that?
100%. And I've often said
Just 18.
that these super high roller
We're just going to finish level 18.
VIPs, if you will, non-professional players
Let's just end, because we're going to have to move and raise.
are among the best,
I'd be happy to.
given the front row seat that they get to watching world beaters on a regular basis and having to tussle.
Again, I want to make it clear, okay? Einhorn called there, right, with the 10s. The reason for not shoving there is he doesn't want, he's afraid of Bryn.
Oh, yeah, because if Bryn wakes up with a hand, which he can, that's catastrophic.
Yes.
But the flat already implies strength.
Yes.
And Bryn ducking out of the way. It would have been he who was doing the honors. As with that, it is time for a quick 10-minute break as the field will be consolidated into a single table of 9, all of whom are assured $518,000. Jared and I going to step after 2 of this $250K after this.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it. It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker. $400,000.
And I forgot to put my phone in my bag. Can you take it out of my pocket and put it in the box? Right, it's right here. And this pocket? No, right here. Yeah, they're 1.550.
All in announced. Call. Large, please.
Just lost one over there.
GG, bro.
You always done that fist bump thing, or that was just from the last tournament?
I always do when big pots.
It's a big fucking pot.
This one is big pot. You fist bumped that one? Yeah.
At Triton, when he won the Invitational, it was just like...
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
On.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
My daisy, did he maybe fall? Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
Well, here we go around the back stretch, and sending us to a single table here in the 250K is the unfortunate demise of Nick Petrangelo in 10th. Everybody in the money. Ali Najad and Jared Blesnick set the world on fire on the other side of the booth, or at least the YouTube chat.
Maybe, hopefully this year, still just one.
First opportunity to talk about pay ladders in this one. A modest
I thought you were calling.
35,000.
Nice,
The difference between 9th and 8th.
Perfect to get 1-1.
As you get a look at Texas Mike and Jason Kuhn back of the pack. Fairly even stack distribution as you look up the leaderboard until you get to the very tippy top where you find the likes of Sensei Bryn Kenny just holding court.
And now that we're officially in the money, we're going to see different play. We're 9-handed. This is the first time all tournament where you're 9-handed.
That one maybe it's not
A6 suited for Ivy. A lot more ease on these opens than there was prior to the departure of Petrangelo and the bursting of the bubble.
I want to say this, Ali.
Talk to me.
You look at the 9 people that are left, okay? You got guys like Phil Ivey.
Yeah.
Jason Kuhn.
All right.
Texas Mike. Okay? Sean Winter. You got Wilson. You've got Mr. Einhorn. And you've got Bryn Kenny. And you got Mateos. This final table, it's an argument. It's not a fact, it's an argument. You are potentially watching the most talented final table in the history of the World Series of Poker. Let me say that again. You are witnessing, with 9 left in the highest buy-in poker tournament of the World Series of Poker, this might be the most talented final table we have ever seen in the history of the World Series of Poker, Ali.
Okay, now between the hyperbole and the decibels, I know what you're doing a little bit. However, with this one, Jared, I actually think it is worth entertaining. I think you're actually onto something, and I don't know how much pushback you're going to get.
I mean, listen, as much as this chat has been fired up here, when you have guys like Phil Ivey, okay? I mean, Mueller is the least known guy at this final table, and all he's done is play great.
Listen, least well-known depends on, you know, what circles you hang out in. I don't know if I agree with that, but
Ali,
yes,
I'll say it again.
Okay.
Jason Kuhn.
No, don't
Phil
do the whole
Ivey.
names. Yes, we know who's here.
Where do you get to see this? Where?
Right here on the WSOP YouTube channel, free of charge, and all summer long, including tomorrow when we come back to Crown a Champ. But right now, this is an open raise from Mueller's King 10.
Ali,
Ivy defends.
Are we doing this tomorrow for free on YouTube again?
Are you coming to work tomorrow?
Is this being shown for free again?
Are you trying to charge? What's happening?
I'm asking a question. Is this going to be able to be watched for free on GGWSOP YouTube?
Jared, can I tell you something?
Yes.
I just want to be honest with you.
Please.
This stream
is
coming to you tomorrow. Not for $10, not for $5, but free of charge.
Ali. Ali. Folks, I'm going to say this. I've been around.
Don't do it, man. You're messing me up, bro.
How is this free?
I feel like I work on QVC.
How is this free, damn it?
This is two kings.
Guys, I'll tell you right now, start sending in all the tips. Start sending them all in. Einhorn's got kings. Einhorn's got 2 kings under the gun. He's opening for almost a min race.
Ace-9 suited for Mateos.
Oh, and Winter has a decision too. Winter has a decision. His hand plays better. Yeah, and he...
His hand plays better. Finish the thought.
I'll move on from that.
Okay.
But
Abort.
I got to say here, we're head up. I'll tell you, Mateos loves ace-9 suited. That I've learned. He loves ace-9 suited. Great flop here for Mr. Einhorn.
Yeah, queen-5 tray. A single spade on board as he did pick up one customer.
After that, you're going to have to shoot for a girl again, huh?
Yeah, running out of bedroom.
You're going to have to expand.
Gotta get a bigger place, I guess.
Yeah.
It is so much fun.
1.6 in
like
there.
There's got to be like 5 to 7.
Einhorn dials up.
Yeah, make up for the slow start.
1.1.
Just roll him out.
Yeah.
He sized up here.
All my attention.
Interesting. Not sure how much I love it, but interesting.
So she's got a few more in
Yeah,
there.
she's like ageless.
Yeah, exactly. She's so fit too. So. She could probably have
Adrian stepping aside.
Yeah, because when you say she's a fucking monster.
One try, all 3 times. Crazy. I'm on a month's wait.
This is just... Oh, this is special, guys. Folks, this is special. It is almost 2:30 in the morning here, live in Las Vegas. This stream, WSOP, is sponsored by Solana, as you guys can see. I gotta say, I can't wait tomorrow to watch this guy Wilson play. I've actually never really watched him play, Ali. Like,
listen, you watched him all day long, and it didn't take long for you to begin to christen him as the future. And I've been on Brandon Wilson for a while, which is not some desire to get credit, but you're seeing what I've been seeing, and I'm not arguing with you, and we just get treated to more of it tomorrow. Although, listen, there's still a little bit of play left, and the deck can choose some violence, as we see ace-8 suited chosen for an open and take. For Samuel Miller.
And folks, you got to understand, these guys have been playing and battling all day long, okay? This is like, you know, they're all exhausted. I'll tell you, a lot of these guys want to call it, but this is part of what makes poker tournaments great, is you have to be willing to fight and fight and fight, and you have to have the stamina to keep on going and playing perfect poker.
It takes a lot out of you, Blez. It really does. You've been deep. You've gotten it done. You've planted your flag at the summit, and you understand how draining it can be. Now, do it across day 1, super deep stacked. Do it across day 2, down through the bubble, and then do it across day 3 at an FT with ICM sorcerers all around you. And it's just not going to ever be easy.
No. No, it's not.
840.
It's really not. Look at Wilson again. Wilson doesn't care. I'll keep saying it, Ali. This guy is elite.
8-4 offsuit just comes with the heat.
I'm
and
telling
Einhorn
you.
was light.
For all of you that are watching, look at the man on your screen right now. Look at that guy right now. Because you know who that guy is comparable right now in sports? You're looking at a 22-year-old Victor Wembanyama. Give this guy 2 more years and he will be the face of tournament no-limit hold'em poker. I'm telling you, Ali, one thing I've done my whole career is evaluate talent. And what I'm watching out of this guy Wilson, this guy is truly elite.
Noted.
3 for you.
King 10 in the
Right there for
hijack.
you.
480.
Here comes Ivy.
And again, one thing that Ivy has going for him is, you have to remember, okay, Ivy is the most feared poker player on the planet. Ivy's image, people don't like going out of their way of playing pots with Phil Ivey. Okay?
You know, I would say, though, as we look around at this particular collection of players, intimidation is fairly unlikely to be something that they're going to succumb to.
No, but
from any of the other players that they're playing against. And I mean this, Jared. I know in typical streets at a World Series event, your everyday average Joes, sure. But these guys, I'm not with you.
I have to disagree with you.
Okay, talk to me.
I think it matters. I think Ivy's going to get 3-bet less than anyone else in this field. Okay? I look at a guy like Einhorn. Okay? There's a part of him that has to fear that man right there.
Check around.
Just look at this.
Yeah, everybody is to be feared here.
Look at Ivy.
Third club, second deuce, by the way, on this flop in a three-way affair as he picked up both blinds for this ride. Muller with the gut shot on the flop. That hasn't changed. For Ivy, however, king high was the best hand, has changed into a flush draw.
And I'm going to tell you right now, this guy Wilson's such a wild card, right?
You see if the pizza place is open still?
When he thinks this long, look at this, Ali. You're watching Victor Wembanyama in action right now. Look at this man. This is unbelievable.
How tall is Wemby?
7'4".
Okay, so I don't know. Maybe we come with someone else. You know, Brandon. Brandon not exactly going to play center in a Mural League.
No, but I'm talking about talent. I'm talking about where he is today and where he's going. His career is only going up. And look at Ivy. Look at Ivy here.
Heads up.
He has a flush draw. Oh my God! And you know what, Ali? This is such a great card for Wilson. This is his range. This is the 7-8X.
Even as
A7 suited.
Even as a small blind call,
yes,
though?
7-8 suited, A7. This is a Wilson range type hand. Ivy didn't bet the flop. He's never supposed to have a 7, and Wilson's good enough to know it. Can Wilson bet again? He's looking at his chips.
We know he can. We've seen him do it. Will he do it now?
Can you bluff the greatest poker player to ever exist, Wilson? Can you do it in one of the biggest moments of your life? Ali, he's going for chips. He's going for chips. Look at this, Ali.
1,400,000.
1.4 million. And I'm not so sure Ivy has call on his mind.
I'll say it again, Ali. Wilson is elite. You are looking at a guy with 9 left in one of the biggest moments of his young career against arguably the greatest poker mind of all time in Phil Ivey. Can he get this through? Can he bluff one of the greatest to ever pick up a deck of cards? And Ivey's thinking, look at this, he's thinking with king high, damn it.
If Phil finds this, I'm going to need a moment.
I'll tell you, man, that guy right there on your screen is the most well-known, famous poker player on the planet. Can he figure this out? He's done this for 30 years, make the right decision over and over. Can he figure this out, Phil Ivey? And
These sorts of calls
Ali, look
are
at Wilson.
Easier on the inside of the bubble than they are on the outside, Jared.
Wilson is giving nothing away.
Of course not.
Nothing away. Unbelievable.
Ivy giving away the pot, though, as he certainly gave it a worthwhile chew, but he didn't flick the call that he needed to in there to collect that one. And Brandon Wilson showing his chops yet again.
Brandon Wilson, you are indeed the Alan Keaton of tournament poker.
It's Keating.
It's
Jared,
Alan Keaton.
The G's not silent.
It's Alan Keaton. That man right there is the face of tournament no-limit hold'em, just like Alan Keaton, the best no-limit hold'em cash game player in the world. Ali, look at this guy.
By the way, I don't know if you know this or not, but if I'm not mistaken, Keating is actually up and streaming and in the chat.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
You don't think that's him?
I'm telling you this right now. That man is Alan Keaton of No Limit Hold'em Tournament Poker. Wilson, do me a favor and pick up the phone and call me because I will buy all your action for the rest of your life.
Oh.
I'll take it all. I will take it all. Look at this. Ivy's got 2 kings.
Normally, the poker gods grace us with such things when we find a disciplined fold or a correct laydown. On this case,
Ali, can we take a step back and realize what we just saw? We just saw, how old is Brandon Wilson? How old is this guy?
Timeout.
Okay.
32.
He's 32 years old. He literally just ran one of the biggest bluffs of his life against the #1 man in the history of poker. I want you to think about that statement. This guy's going to get off the air tonight and call whoever and say, I just bluffed Phil Ivey in one of the biggest moments of my life. That is why everyone is watching, because all of you watching at home want to be this guy Wilson in this situation, in this spot, playing for over $4 million.
But this is what it takes, Jared. These days, you want to buy into something 100K and up, 50K and up. This had all better be in range.
Let me tell you all of you, okay? I was a failure my entire life until I found the game of poker. Poker changed my life, and I'm telling you in this chat, the best way to learn and get better at this game and to be in this chair is to watch this coverage. You are watching greatness. You are watching some of the most talented poker players play. Ali, just take it over. I'm done.
Well,
I can't take it.
Bryn Kenny's been taken over, and he takes that king-queen suited, raises, and takes more chips as we take it over to Jeff Platt to set the stage for the end of today's coverage.
Well, what a day it has been. What a day it will be tomorrow for final table coverage of the 250K Super High Roller. The biggest buy-in here at the 2026 World Series of Poker comes with the biggest first place prize so far this series, more than $4.3 million. That first place prize accompanied by, of course, the most prestigious prize in the game, that World Series of Poker bracelet. 10 players left right now, current Poker Hall of Famers, future Poker Hall of Famers battling all day, and the same will be the case tomorrow. Cannot wait for our final table coverage, but for now, let's send it back to you two.
Thanks, Jeff. You know, there are some times where you get the sense in the air that everybody's just kind of ready to ride the wave into a bag and onto the pillow. But this crew here, whistle to whistle. Ace-8 suited. Here comes Miller.
550.
Muller here. Muller's been awfully quiet here ever since he ran that bluff against Bryn. Has not really played a lot of pots. Folks, do me a favor, please. I beg all of you. If you don't want to hear me, go on mute. Watch the coverage on mute, because I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to continue to watch this and get excited over greatness.
Jared, I gotta tell you something as the other guy that's in here, though.
Ideally,
like, I end up being the baby with the bathwater in that spot, man. I kind of want him to hear me.
This is great.
There's not an individual comms mute, bro.
This is great.
You're really living rent-free in some heads out there, by the way. Some keyboards are getting an extra workout.
I mean, the chat is electric.
You've sent them into a froth and a frenzy. That's for sure.
Oh, my Einhorn.
7-6 suited. Bringing it to $500,000. Winter. King, queen suited.
All right, guys. You know what? For once, I'll be negative. Okay. Winter, the tightest player at the table here, likes to call.
No, who's telling you to be negative? They're just over you being what they perceive to be overly positive. Is that the idea? So now you're going to discipline them with a reversal? Don't do that. Just call it. We're just going to call it as we see it. And as we see it here, it's a spade draw for Einhorn, the aggressor, out of position, of course. And that flatting range for Sean Winter is supposed to contain overcards to this. How much pocket pair?
800.
I would say more pocket pair than the king-queen type. The problem is with Winter, when you don't 3-bet pre and you flat, you're basically playing your hand to hit the flop. And if you don't hit the flop, you're just going to lose. Because if your opponent misses, he's going to bluff at it, kind of like he did.
Isn't it okay to have a little bit of that, though? Flat, try to hit, and if you don't, step aside?
Yes, yes.
I mean, that's a part of the process.
I got to say, and I keep saying it, man, Einhorn, be proud of what you've done today.
I'm sure he is.
Be proud of everything you have accomplished. It's just, this is great. This is so great. And by the way, Texas Mike is in there quietly.
Yeah, and it isn't too often that at a table you'll find Texas Mike not being the dictator of what goes on out there. But even he recognizes that which surrounds him here is not easily intimidated, incredibly talented, and not going to be pushed around.
Ali, let me ask you, of all these people left, okay, who's impressed you the most?
Man, there have been so many moments that we could zero in on across this long day of coverage that have been worthy of that sort of designation. Impressive moments. Not unilaterally per se, but, you know, I've seen things from Texas Mike that have just left me breathless. I've seen Mateos. I've seen Muller. I've seen Bryn. You know, it's... and even David Einhorn, man. I mean... I guess I come to expect it so much from a majority of these super high rollers that Einhorn maybe not being a professional poker player, that is how we would assign him most impressive status because of some of the things he's done. And he hasn't, you know, hasn't batted 1,000 out there, but he's done very well for himself. As we see Mateos with a king high, trying to do in middle pair. Ivy defending with the suited connector.
I got to say, for the situation, my number one would be Einhorn, based on the fact that I'm giving him the credit of being the businessman, not being the pro, right?
Right.
But from actual talent, I don't think it's close. I think it's Wilson. I think he's played the best of anyone here at this table.
I'm not going to push back on it. Wilson's been outstanding. Meanwhile, Ivy not going to be pushed out, makes the call, sees an ace, and this is a card we don't like.
We don't, but you know what? Mateos sized up on the flop, right? So what is that saying? It's saying that Ivy most likely connected with a pair on the flop like he has.
Once he calls.
Yes.
Okay.
So now Mateos is thinking, how many aces does Ivy have in his range? If Ivy doesn't have a flush draw, he should not have turned an ace. I could see Mateos sizing up again here. Okay, he checks.
Are you surprised? It sounds like you are.
I'm not, but I'm going to tell you this right now. Ivy's going to check the river here, and I'd be shocked if Mateos actually gives up at this point of the hand. Because this is a run out that is really good for Mateos to continue to bluff at. Why? He has a club in his hand. He has king high. He knows he can't win at showdown. And if you look at the board texture on the flop and the run out, it heavily favors Mateos' range. Again, I've said it earlier, Mateos plays the river better than anyone on planet Earth. Look at this guy, Ali. I can't take it. He is that damn good.
1 million after checking back on the turn. And how believable, I'm sorry, 2.8? Was it?
Yes, it was 2.8 million. I'm telling you this right now, Ali. No one plays the river better than Adrian Mateos.
How old are you now, Jared?
Hit the flop, missed the
39.
hit the river.
39. You'll be 40 soon.
Possible.
You know, you're going to have to go and get these physicals and things like that. You know, I'm on a little 10 milligram statin now. The blood cholesterol was kind of kicking over there. And I'm no cardiologist. But, you know, just...
I love this. I love it.
You know, I would hate to see... I'd hate to see you fall out in here over kind of a river bluff or something like that. You know, because I don't know CPR. You know, we don't have one of those defib machines. You know, it's... I don't know how long it takes for an ambulance to navigate the hallways and the corridors, but, you know, you could...
I'm used to doing this with my shirt off, opening sports cards. This is what I love.
480.
Mateos here looking at King, Queen.
Very reasonable stuff, and
again,
Jason with the ace-queen suited, the antidote.
The most important thing with 9 left are the stack sizes, okay? What do I mean by that? Mateos with 17 million is going to be opening a ton. Kuhn knows that, okay? He actually has a real hand here. I mean, this is standard for anyone's open. But, again, what you're going to see is with 9 left is a lot of the bigger stacks like Mateos, like Bryn. When it's folded to them, they're going to be opening a wide range, okay? 9-handed. The short stacks are still going to continue to play tight, ICM.
That's those stacks doing what they're supposed to be doing, as we saw Kuhn doing what we expected him to do. Disheartening, of course, when you find something as good as a king-queen and aren't allowed to continue.
Oh, my God, this is... Folks, we're Wilson here under the gun.
480.
And Muller picking up 2 8s here. GTO Wizard. Oh, and look at this. Sean Winter picks up 2 kings.
Sam's 8s.
And again, he's in position.
In trouble.
Okay, I expect him to go to 1-5, 1-6, maybe a 3x here. Being in position, he doesn't have to go that big.
1.2 million.
1.2, I like it.
Torque wrench broken out.
Did Phil ever give you any since Jeju or 0?
Now, here's the thing, Ali, right? Muller is going to have an interesting decision, okay? His hand plays really bad as a call, okay? Why? Because he's not getting the right price with Winter's stack with 4.2 million. Okay, so Muller has to decide if he thinks he has the best hand now and potentially put all his money in or just fold. The fact that Winter's been the tightest player in this tournament, I would love to see Muller get away from this hand right now. There's other players where he can move in, and he does get away. And again, that is knowing your opponent, and that is all about having an image. Great fold by Muller.
It's some situational awareness as well, as you talked about. It's unsurprising that these guys absolutely adept at picking and choosing the appropriate situations in which to dial up the aggression and in which to just concede and move on and find a better opportunity.
Yes, and again, right, it's all about awareness. It's all about reading your opponent. What's so great about poker is every situation that you come across is different. Every opponent you play is different. Every moment is different.
Even if it's just dock.
Okay, I gotta tell you right now that if Bryn Kenny 3-bet, the 8s are probably not folding. If Mateos 3-bet, they're probably not folding the 8s. If Wilson 3-bet, the 8s are probably not folding. If Texas Mike, we're beating you into the pot with 2 8s. And Einhorn here, waking up with 2 5s in the small blind here. I'd love to see him flat here against Wilson. Let's see what he does. And he
exactly
does.
What you expected.
Yeah, really good. And Wilson has a hand that can go either way here.
Yeah, the big little offsuit combo, we talk a lot about this, has come into favor.
850.
Yeah, and Brandon Wilson, sure enough, does take it to 850,000. This isn't like he is somehow horny for King 3 offsuit, but what he understands is the attributes of this particular hand free up Einhorn to have foldable stuff as a limp.
2.4.
Is Einhorn 3-betting?
Oh, my. The answer is yes.
You know, Ali, I'm going to continue with our statement.
Limp 3-bet with fives.
Do you realize how good this guy Einhorn is playing today? That is just, again, awareness. Knowing the fact that Wilson is one of the most aggressive players at this table.
This is mine.
He made the stone maximum with a pair of fives. What's crazy is think of it like this, right? If Einhorn open raced, Wilson probably would have flat, and he would have been out of position with a pair of fives. Instead, he limped. He got Wilson to put in 850 and got Wilson to fold, and he picked up over $1 million in chips.
Yeah. You know, way back in the early part of my poker career, I had a buddy in the local card room, and he said something really simple, and this is well before all the solvers or whatever. He said, good things happen when you're the one betting, when you're the one pushing the action. Obviously, this kind of distills into being aggressive. Whereas, as you pointed out, taking a passive approach out of position there, limp calling, it's just not as favorable. You know what I mean?
You
Time
know,
and a place, of course.
No.
Aggression in no limit hold'em wins a lot. Being overly aggressive, hold that thought.
Yeah, Queen Deuce here for Einhorn. He gets after it. Wilson going to be returning the favor of the 3-bet from a pot ago.
Hold that thought. Now again, Wilson's out of position. I expect him to go to 4x-ish,
2.2.
a little over $2 million.
All right, you win the last one. It's better than me. Nice.
Quick concession from Einhorn as 2.2 was declared.
It was $2 million, yeah.
I raised
And it looks like, is that the last hand of the night?
2.2.
They're on their feet.
Folks, I want to say this before we get off the air.
Okay.
You better tune in tomorrow, because I'll say it again. This could be the most talented final table that you will ever see at the World Series of Poker. Tomorrow night, we will crown a winner. Someone is going to win over $4 million and a gold bracelet in arguably the most talented final table. Ali, you've been doing this for... Go ahead, Ali, take it over.
Well, we don't have a ton of time, but that time is going to be well spent if you come back and tune in tomorrow, where Phil Ivey, Texas Mike, Jason Kuhn, Sean Winter, Muller, Wilson, Einhorn, Mateos, and Kenny in that order are going to come back with some fairly equal distribution all the way from the bottom to the top of this leaderboard, and it's all happening at 6 o'clock local time here in Las Vegas. Do the math and come back and see us. But for now, on behalf of Jared Blesnick and our entire crew here in Las Vegas, this is Ali Nejad saying thanks for staying up late, and we'll see you tomorrow for a winner in the 250K.